just give us a nod when you want us to talk.
Yeah, we'll do.
Welcome everybody to another VLN race for 2019. Thank you for joining the Radio Show Limited network right here on RS3, because live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a very wet Nürburgring Nordschleife, is this 4-hour race. Just 3 more races to go, of course, with VLN 8 and VLN 9 to finish the season. We've already had the one of the keystone events of the year, which is the 6-hour extended race. But wins so far for many different manufacturers, apart from Audi, and Audi have taken pole position previously, but are still waiting for that elusive victory. They have qualified nicely, though, today. However, it does seem like the Mercedes looking strong, certainly in a wet qualifying this morning, with Get Speed managing a 1-2 in qualifying. We will take you through the grid in due course. The race is due to start in a little under 45 minutes, but this place is so long it requires something like a 20-minute green flag lap. So plenty of time for us to look ahead to this race, look back a little bit on the season as well, and maybe conjure up an idea of what to expect over the next 4+ hours. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm joined by Paul Truswell to my right-hand side. Back in the saddle for VLN action. It was Bruce Jones for VLN 6 joining me. It's been pretty tricky weather in the UK. I know much of the UK is going to be rained upon today, and it does appear that this part of Europe is also suffering.
It's it's a little bit uncertain at the moment, isn't it? I think I was looking at the forecast earlier today, and it's very mixed for the whole of the race, really. You were talking about the Keystone event, the 6 hours. This is a 4-hour race, but I think there's going to be enough different weather conditions during the 4 hours to really keep the teams on their toes. And it's kind of the worst possible mix when it's like this, because you've got basically an hour of driving that you're going to set your driver off to do, and weather that's probably going to change within the next 20 minutes. So what do? Do you put him on wets? Do you put him on dries? Do you put him on... at least they have the option at VLN races of intermediate tyres. And I suspect that probably is going to be the answer. But, of course, then you find yourself with the intermediates wearing out and it's starting to rain. And it quite frankly, it is very difficult indeed. And what you need is a driver who's experienced of the Nürburgring and who is able to almost smell the conditions, almost sense how much grip there's going to be available. Because you can't always see so many blind corners and crests that you can't see over or past, quite how much grip there's going to be available to you when you get to the next corner. So I think that's a good thing, because it's going to put the emphasis onto drivers, onto the ability of the driver to drive the car quickly. We saw a few snatches from qualifying earlier today, which was held in pretty much the same conditions, damp conditions, but it kind of was not raining, but the track was very damp. And a lot of very sideways moments were had, particularly by Fabian Schiller, who ended up on pole position for the Get Speed Mercedes. And it was a very good performance by Fabian, sensing how much grip was available, but he was very sideways indeed at various points. And of course, if there's traffic coming across you as well, then that makes life double as difficult.
There's no doubt about the guy in form at the moment, but unfortunately, Patrick Assenheimer is not taking part in this particular race. Assenheimer could have gone for 4 wins in a row, because with different co-drivers, he managed to take victory in VLN 6, 5 and 4. So the 6-hour race was VLN 5, the Rover 6 Stunden ADAC Ruhr-Pokal-Rennen, and took victory with that with Mauro Engel in his number 6 Mercedes. Manuel Metzger joining him on the top step of the podium for VLN 4 and VLN 6. So we're guaranteed a different race winner this time around compared to the 3 previous races, and still some strong lineups, many of them just 2 drivers, which you can comfortably do with this being a 4-hour distance. But it is a Pro-Am car that will start from pole position after Fabian Schiller put in a stonking lap, 9:14.844, considering the conditions. Now, I know a good lap on the dry surface is much closer to 8 minutes round here, but 6 laps completed. The Phoenix Audi, I noticed, did as many as 8, but it does seem, because the track was so damp and perhaps drivers were picking and choosing when they went out during qualifying, then 5, 6, sometimes even 4 laps was the order of the day, and then park it for fear of doing any damage to the car, I suppose, whether that be your own fault or being involved in another incident. We've already got a spinning Clio on the release lap, effectively, from the assembly area. So this is the 6:30 Clio, which finds itself in a half spin. This is the reconnaissance lap then to just get them to the dummy grid. And remember that the field is so large that it's going to have to be released in 3 separate groups, starting groupers, as they're called, and there's a red and a green and a yellow one from memory, and it is the red one, start group 1.
In that order, which is nice easy to remember things. Traffic light.
I suppose it is. I'd never drawn that connection before, but that's useful to remember for the future. So the red start group 1 will contain SB9s, which are the GT3 cars, SP10s, which are the GT4 cars, but you also got in there SP8 and SP8T, which are sometimes variants of GT4 with some adjustment. We've got SP6 and SP7. Now, SP7 are for the Porsche Carrera Cup GT3s, the Cup cars, effectively. We've got Cup 2 in there, which sadly is dwindling these days, but Cup X, we should have 3 KTM crossbows, we normally do, and the H4 category, which will be the first group. And then let's just give you a rough idea of who's in start group 2. V5, V6, lots of SPs as well, including 2, 3s and 4s, and the TCR group. It's often TCRs that are at the sharp end of that field, and group 3. Yeah, the Porsche Caymans traditionally locking out the front row of start group 2. And start group 3, only 4 classes there, but Cup 5 will have 18 cars comprised within it. H2, 11 cars, and V4, 23. We managed to get into the 30s for V4 last time out, but 23 is still the most numerous class, and they will start 4 minutes back from the red group. Is it 2-minute intervals?
It's 2.5 to 3.
Oh, right.
So, yeah,
okay.
It'll be at least 4 minutes. It'll probably be something more like 5 or 6 minutes. So the greater that gap is, the sooner the leading group actually catches them and starts lapping them. So what seems like a good thing, because you've got a nice big gap, actually is a bad thing, because you end up catching the tail enders more quickly, particularly if you get people like that Clio, for example, who get it all wrong on the... it's not even a reconnaissance lap, because it's literally they only do the Grand Prix
that's true
on that particular lap. So I just wonder if they went out on an intermediate and discovered that it was just a little bit too damp for the intermediate tyre. Message having come up on our screen to tell us that changing of tyres on the grid, which is normally not allowed in VLN, is allowed this time in the VLN. To really just give them the choice of putting whatever tyre compound, and as I say, they do have the option of an intermediate or a full wet or a full slick to go onto the tyre for the start of the race, which, as Johnny said a few minutes ago, is still 35 minutes away. But even though the start of the race is 35 minutes away, the formation lap behind the pace car will be starting in about 15 minutes.
Yes. By the way, that 6:30 H2 entered Renault Clio RS Cup would have been driven by either Mark Weilach of Wuppertal or Dr. Volker Kroon, but tough to actually identify which of the 2 drivers is at the wheel at the moment, because we only tend to know drivers on the first racing lap when they're going through timing loops which identify who's at the wheel. I noticed that Just make sure I'm looking at qualifying from this morning. Yes, I am. One car disqualified from qualifying was the 620 Renault Clio of Arvia Racing. Stefan Epp, Gerrit Holthaus and Michael Bora. So it remains to be seen whether that car can start. And also not managing to qualify, the 696 Cup 3 Porsche 718 Cayman of Mühlner Motorsport, and a V4 car, the number 733 BMW 325i. Not able to qualify. There's sometimes a case for force majeure, though, and they can tag on the back. We'll wait and see. But otherwise, 150 cars made it through qualifying earlier on this morning. That was something like an 8:30 start for quali.
Yeah, slightly disappointing, I must admit, when I was looking through the entry list on Wednesday. As you say, no Black Falcon Mercedes here, nor do we have any Manthey Porsches. But the way is therefore left open for Get Speed, if a Mercedes is the right thing to have, for both Falcon tyres and Schnitzer or Valkenhorst, if a BMW is the thing to have. And I have a feeling that BMW might be the thing to have. Or the Falcon tyres Porsche. And in wet conditions, maybe the engine over the back is the right thing. That gives you a bit more grip. The problem that the BMW will have is that the engine's in the front and the driving wheels are at the back, which is kind of okay, but having spoken to people who know about these things, they say actually there is an advantage to having all the weight, i.e. the engine, over the driving wheels, which is the case for the Porsche, is also the case for the Phoenix Audi, being driven by Vincent Kolb and Steve Jans, just the two of them. And of course also is the case with the Lamborghini. We've got two Lamborghinis, is it? We've got the Conrad Lamborghini as ever, but also the number 20 car, which is the one which annoyingly doesn't have an entrant, but is Dieter Schmidtmann and Heiko Hammel, the drivers of it, another Pro-Am entry. So in a sense, without Black Falcon and Manthey, you kind of have a more open race in order to try and pick a winner as far as the overall positions are concerned.
Yeah, more unpredictable, you could argue. Should we talk about the Brundles?
Oh, yes.
Because this has been anticipated all season long, pretty much. A very special year for Brundle Senior, Martin Brundle.
It's his 60th birthday, isn't it?
Yes. Now,
yes.
I think it's already happened, his 60th birthday. It was earlier on in the year.
Yes, I think it has.
But this is Alex's idea of a birthday present.
And to be fair, Alex did tell me ages ago that he was planning to do this as a birthday present for his dad. But I think it's turned into kind of a double whammy for him, because not only Alex is going to enjoy driving with his dad, but I think inevitably Dad is going to enjoy driving with son as well. So it's just the two of them, isn't it? And they're in a GT4 Aston Martin. What I haven't done is to remember what number the car is.
I can do that. Number 156, which is, you're right, an Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4 run by the AMR Performance Centre. And it'll be Martin and Alex then in car 156, which is an SP8T car. And that car has qualified 25th overall. Let's just work out where it is in their particular class, because it's not on pole. That car... Now, you mentioned no Black Falcon Mercedes. That's certainly the case in SP9, i.e. GT3. But we have got a number of GT4 Black Falcon Mercedes AMGs. Team Knuffy, first of all, taking pole position in the same class that Alex and Martin Brundle will be in. And they have qualified second in that class, therefore, and 25th position, whereas the pole-sitting car of Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Yannick Mettler, they will start from 20th place.
While you're in SP8T, can you work out where the BMW, the M2 BMW, which is being driven by Dirk Adolf, who has as much experience as anybody driving around the Nürburgring, I would think, and Betsker Visser, who I saw just a couple of weekends ago driving in the International GT Open at Silverstone, and Betsker and Dirk Adolf sharing the BMW number 160.
That is in SP8 and will start 96th. It's the 160 car. Was your question where it starts in the class?
Yes, that's
Okay.
less easy for you to find out, isn't it?
Well, it's certainly behind the two I've already mentioned.
It's behind the Brundles.
It's not third, and it's not fourth or fifth.
Okay.
It will start sixth.
Okay, in a class of 6.
6 cars. So it will start at the back of their grid, effectively.
Right. Okay, but that being the new M2.
Yes.
Which is a car which I am told has a great deal of potential, but obviously still looking for the potential to be unleashed.
Well, yeah, possibly. At 96th position, yeah, compared to 20th place for the pole-sitting car, so they've got a bit of work to do.
And not as quick as the M4, which is also in that class. The 772, the Leuthäuser car, which is also in the SP8T class.
I suppose the benefit is that they won't actually start 96th because being an SP8T car, it'll start in the lead group, so cannot be start any further back than about 50th or 60th, depending on how many cars are in the class.
Still difficult.
I mean, you look at pace, the single lap pace should be actually representative, so they're maybe going to struggle. It'll again depend on strategy and tyre choice. There are many different tyre manufacturers represented on the grid as well. It's nothing like a single tyre category, although we do have certain classes that must run on a particular rubber, i.e. the TCRs, the Cup 5 cars I was about to mention are on Dunlops. They're the BMW M240i's. SP10s
have a single manufacturer, but I can't remember who it is.
I was about to say TCR on Hankooks, and then I
Yes, I'm not sure.
Guessed myself.
I
will remind myself on the first few laps, because thankfully a lot of these tyre manufacturers are clearly labelled on the cars as well. One of the M4s is on Dunlops because that's just working its way through now ahead of what will be the pole sitter in SP8T. But just going back to, before we move on from the Brundles, we will mention Alex and Martin throughout the race to let you know how they're doing. But Alex quoted as saying, "To race at the Nordschleife has become a true passion for me. To share this now with my father makes it an exceptional experience. There's virtually nothing better than to win, particularly as a twosome." So we wish them well.
I just wonder, because I would be guessing that they'll be trying to do the race on 2 stops. 4 hours, 2 stops should just work on an SP8T car. And that means that one driver gets 2 stints, the other one only gets 1.
True.
So I just wonder how that's going to work. You know, it's a bit like giving your dad a birthday present and then saying, "Can I unwrap it?"
Yeah, you want to share. You want half of it back again and a bit more. Well, that maybe just rock, scissors, paper has been the result of that. But I know that it's almost been a bit of a hidden gem for Martin. He knew that Alex was racing here regularly last year and the previous year, I think. But Martin Brundle only experiencing the Nordschleife in its current form this year and was immediately hooked. V4, as I've mentioned, has 23 cars. Now, there are 18 entries this time received in Cup 5, but V4 can beat that by 5 with 23. 2 teams constantly swapping places in this class for race cars up to 2.5 litres. The trio of the team Avia Zorg Rennsport with drivers Torsten Kratz, Oliver Friese and Morin Gott won VLN 1, 3 and 6, so have lots of wins behind them. But VLN champions Danny Brink, Philip Lyson and Chris Rink were on top of the podium at rounds VLN 4 and VLN 5. They moved, remember, into V4 from their category from last year. Again, possibly chasing the numbers, because if you can do well in a well-subscribed class, that gives you more points than winning a class that contains only 2 and 3 cars. And it's done on a sliding scale, as we've detailed many times in the past.
Although, interestingly, V4 drivers don't feature at all in the top places within the Drivers' Championship. The Drivers' Championship currently being led by Cup 5 drivers, Yannick Fubrich and David Griesner. So we'll be looking out for them in start Group 3. And then they are being chased, and they have a disadvantage of just under a point. Remember, points are quite hard to come by in VLN racing. So it's 47.78 for Fubrich and Griesner, 46.99 for Fischer, Oscar Zandberg and Daniel Zils. They drive the number 444 car in the V5 class. So at the top of the drivers, it's Cup 5 drivers, V5 drivers, VT2 drivers and V6 drivers. So as I say, although that V4 class is the most populous, it doesn't actually... It does give you the most points, but the trouble is, of course, you've got to beat more people, and so being dominant is more difficult.
And Danny Brink, Philip Lyson, Christopher Rink, you've got to look all the way down to 23rd position. And it's the championship is done a little bit like golf is scored, i.e. if you're tied on points, then you're considered to be equally first, but then the next guy would be third behind two drivers. Some championships don't actually do that and would list Norbert Fischer, Oscar Sandberg and Daniel Zils as second. But I've always been confused by that, because what about if the two drivers then become on different points, then all of a sudden you drop to third place purely on that basis. The other question I was asking Bruce in the previous round, more to put him on the spot than anything else.
So you're going to put me on the spot instead?
Yeah, well, I'm going to try it. You know VLN2 that you covered?
That didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
Yes.
So everybody's got a 0 next to their name. There are 2 drop scores in this.
Yes.
Now, is VLN2 automatically a drop score, or will it be that you have to drop any other race apart from VLN2?
No, I think VLN2 will be a drop score automatically,
right,
provided you entered. If you didn't,
good point.
If you didn't enter, then you can't drop it. But if you entered it and took the start, then you can use it as a drop score.
Yeah, because that was red flagged on lap 2 or 3?
Yeah,
lap
no,
2.
on lap 2 they'd completed one lap, but they weren't able to issue a result, so there was no result issued. No championship points were awarded, but that's the difference. If you've found on the VLN.de website, which I would recommend that you have a look at, if you found the points standings on there, there are some drivers who have 0 points, and there are other drivers who have
a little dash.
A little dash.
Well, namely the top 2. So Yannick Fubrich did start that race, so therefore has got a 0. David Griesner presumably wasn't there and has got a little dash, so he can't drop the score. So that will mean that Fubrich and Griesner will end the season on different points.
Unless Fubrich doesn't enter VLN 8 or 9.
Yeah, which has happened in very confusingly, the last race last year, the potential championship winners entered in 2 different cars. Two people to look out for in the final race of the year. So the grid was very, very busy a moment or two ago with those lucky enough to get on the grid. I think generally your admission ticket allows you to frequent the grid, does it not?
Yes, if you've bought one. If you haven't bought an admission ticket, you can get to the rest of the Nordschleife, but you can't get to the paddock. But if you bought a paddock pass, which includes entrance to the grandstand, then you're also allowed onto the grid. And it's either 10 or 15 euros. It's not a lot of money.
No, very affordable and great value for money as well, considering the accessibility that you get. So 2 similarly liveried Get Speed performance cars on the front row. I always tell the difference because the one on the left of the grid, if you're a driver, has yellow door mirrors. That will start from second position and therefore is the number 2 car. The one on the right-hand side of the grid, as you sit on it, has green door mirrors, will start from pole position. And that's the 23 Rooster Rojo car. Will that be started by Fabian Schiller? Well, it normally is. And then handed over to non-pro drivers Janine Hill and John Schaffner. And the race went a little bit awry when there was a spin when Fabian Schiller handed that car over in the previous race. And I'm pretty sure it was John at the wheel, actually, that had a moment out towards Arenberg, Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, and needed some marshal assistance to get that car back into the race. And sadly, that put them a little bit back. So we had a dramatic finish regarding the Pro-Am order in the previous race. Also, Kevin Estre was on the grid in his Grello Manthey Racing prepared Porsche and made a very uncharacteristic mistake out in the country, effectively. It was a wet track surface, and all of a sudden at the end of one lap, the Grello car didn't appear, and he'd retired having collided with the barrier. Never did get any replays of that incident, but a very rare moment nevertheless.
Now, I did see an onboard shot of that. Again, having a bit of time during the week, had a look at it. So there was an onboard shot of Kevin Estre losing it out in, I think it was, where's my map? It was on the hill going up towards, it was at Klostertal, coming out of Bergwerk, going through Kesselchen and Klostertal, going up towards the carousel where he lost it. And yeah, I mean, it was one of those moments where it was the car got a little bit sideways and it seemed all under perfect control, but then it wasn't under perfect control. Hit the barrier on the left-hand side first, and then gave it enough of a bash on the left-hand side that he then hit the barrier on the right-hand side as well. But that was after what was some superb overtaking moves. Twice by Estre going down into turn one around the outside of a competitor. It was the Phoenix Audi, wasn't it, that he went past. So, no, I mean, Estre really was both hero and zero at the last VLN race. But the Porsche mark only represented by the Falcon Tyres entry, at least as far as the front of the grid is concerned in today's race. The Falcon Motorsports entry, again, having both a BMW and a Porsche, the Porsche being driven by Jörg Bergmeister and Martin Ragginger, which for my money is a fairly good bet. Saying earlier on, a rear engine or a car with the engine over the rear wheels is possibly a better bet, and so I suspect that Falcon Motorsports, and with the skills of the combined skills of Jörg Bergmeister and Martin Ragginger, I think that is potentially a very good car indeed.
Let's take you through the first few rows of the grid, because I mentioned it's an all-Mercedes AMG GT3 front row. So it'll be Fabian Schiller, Janine Hill and John Schaffner's Mercedes to start from pole position, and alongside it a similarly coloured Mercedes, again from Get Speed Performance, Dominic Baumann and, interestingly, Fabian Schiller. So he's going to spend a portion of the afternoon in one car and then switch to the other, and obviously communication will have to be had between the two engineers to work out where they are going to utilise young Schiller, still in his early 20s. Then we got an Audi R8 LMS on the second row, third position, from Phoenix Racing. That's the Vincent Kolb, Steve Yantz car. So crucially, no Frank Stippler there in the 5. In fact, no Frank Stippler anywhere on this grid. And then from fourth position, another Mercedes AMG GT3. And this is the car run by Mercedes-AMG team Mann-Filter. 48 smacks as an HTP car, is that right?
It's a Mann-Filter car run by HTP, but it's not bright yellow. Remember that we sometimes see the Mamba colours on the Mann-Filter car, but it's not a bright yellow car. It's a bit boring, really. It's a bit of dirty brown, grey.
Grey. Right, so that's normally the 47
yes,
then.
That's the one.
In terms of how it appears. Right, so that car is due to start from fourth place. Fifth position, the first of the BMWs. Speaking of BMWs, we've got a BMW in the gravel now, and this is on the green flag lap. So on the Grand Prix circuit, it must be, because there are very few gravel traps out on the main Nordschleife, and that car is going to struggle to get out of there because it is a wet gravel trap and may need some outside assistance. There's still power to it because the headlights are still on, and it's actually gone off at the Hatzenbach Bogen. The right-hand kink just before the Vidal chicane. So drama already. That's not the BMW, though, that's due to start from 5th position. That'll be the Team Schnitzer car for Augusto Farfus and Stef Dusseldorp.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision.
Right, so
Unsere
Paul,
Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern. Zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport.
then the stream is readily
Tag
available
und
from our website, radiolemans.com, or other places too. And fingers crossed, the audio and the visuals will be perfectly synced. Yeah, that's not ideal though, is it, for the BMW, which I was trying to... Yeah, I didn't mention it, one of the cars.
Total sponsored car, Henry Valmont, Andreas Siegler and Stade. So none of them vastly experienced drivers, I have to say, although Valkenhorst is experienced, but never been the quickest driver in the car. Andreas Siegler will be the quickest of those cars, but it's running as a full AM category car. We've kind of skipped over it. John has been mentioning the Pro-Am cars in SP9, but SP9 has whisper it, because you have the Pro SP9 cars, you have the Pro-Am SP9 cars, but you also have AM SP9 cars, and say that Valkenhorst car 36 is not the only fully AM SP9 cars. It's not the only one, because the 50 Audi R8 is also a fully AM car. But other than that, say the SP9, the GT3 cars run in those 3 separate subcategories, either Pro, Pro-Am or AM.
Okay, so fingers crossed that that car, the number 36 BMW, can rejoin. The danger is that, of course, it's going to take a fairly long time for the car to return to the track. And how much time is it going to lose to its fellow competitors in this first start group?
Pick it up at the back of the grid, as long as everything is okay with the car.
Yes.
Assuming that they haven't damaged it in some way.
The very back of the grid, though.
Yeah, just where it's very back of its own start.
Of its own group, okay, yeah, because there is a bit of a gap, quite understandably, between each of the start groups on this green flag lap. So, cars are working their way around. Just trying to work out whether the sky is looking any brighter at all. I'm not sure that it is, but we'll wait to see whether we get improvements in the weather through the course of the 4 hours. This is due all to start, of course, at midday today. Cars then heading out onto the hats and back with, or the third group is at least, with the Mercedes well and truly round the first few sectors of this green flag lap. Adenauer Forest, in fact, is where the leaders are, and heading towards Metzgersfeld, the double left-hander, heading up then towards Kallenhardt, Versifen and Exmuller. Already drama here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife then, with a spinner into the gravel trap on the Grand Prix circuit, and that was the 36 BMW that had spun off, we assume, on its own, but haven't yet had a replay of that moment. But tricky conditions. That is the AM BMW, which is... Again, we don't know who's actually at the wheel of that car, but it is in the amateur class of SP9, it being a 3-tiered division at the sharp end of the field. Otherwise, though, everybody is on the straight and narrow, and now the third group in the sequence, which is topped by Cup 5 BMWs. These are all the M240i Racing Cup cars. Slight upgrade on last year's car, which is the M235i, with a tweak to the ECU and maybe a new rear wing, but otherwise it's the same car underneath pretty much.
Yeah, same engine and same capacity and everything and so on in the Cup 5. But I think more crucially, an indication that BMW is still supporting the VLN series and this particular car very strongly indeed. And when I kind of raised an eyebrow in a conversation, an online conversation I was having with Johannes Gaglica earlier this year, he was saying how important it was to BMW that they had a presence in the VLN. And as we were saying earlier on, it is Cup 5 drivers that are leading the way in the championship, which, you know, kind of encourages others as well. It means it's more likely that you'll get perhaps more Cup 5, these BMWs participating in the VLN in future years as well. So an indication, a statement of intent from BMW that they're in there for the long term with this, with the 240i.
It's a good car and always offers competitive racing as well, with, fingers crossed, 18 of them that have made it to the start grid. Obviously there's a slight bit of alteration potentially because of what happened in qualifying this morning, but looking at the result sheet from this morning, we've only lost 3, and that's assuming that the one that was disqualified, the Avia Racing Renault Clio number 620, is not allowed to start, and likewise for those that did not qualify, i.e. they weren't even out on track. The Porsche 718 Cayman for Mühlner Motorsport 969. That's often at the sharp end in Cup 3, actually. That's Peter Terting and Alexander Schuler's car, and the 733 V4 BMW 325i. So the Porsche and the BMW not able to qualify, and the Clio was disqualified. I'm just wondering whether... Yes, there's the information. Disqualified. Your German is far better than mine, Paul.
It's Article 16 in the...
so it didn't tell you much more than that.
Group H regulations.
Right, so it's not a breach of a Code 60 rule.
I would guess it's either ride height or underweight.
Yeah.
But as I say, without looking up Article 61 in the Appendix H, then you can't tell.
No, indeed. I put you on the spot again there. That's twice fine. Already.
That's fine. I just mulling over Fabian Schiller's issue, because he's starting on the front row of the grid in both cars.
Yes.
And whilst the pole position car has 3 drivers to choose from, Fabian definitely the quicker, so one would imagine he'll be wanting to do the lion's share of the driving in that car, but equally the other car that he's due to drive, the other Get Speed car, is only a 2-driver entry, so Dominic Baumann will be constrained to do a longer first stint, and I'm assuming that it's going to be Baumann starting in the number 2 car, Schiller starting in the 23, and so I'm assuming that Dominic Baumann will be doing a longer stint in order to allow Schiller to do a slightly shorter stint. So therefore expect the number 23 car to be one of the early pit stoppers. Remember, the pit stop time in VLN racing isn't it's not a fixed time in the sense that it does change, but it is dependent upon the number of laps in the stint. So the shorter your first stint, the faster your first pit stop can be. So expect to see, say, the 23 car coming in maybe a lap earlier, maybe after 6 laps at the end of the first stint, enabling Fabian Schiller to get out, and then he'll be getting straight back in again to the other Get Speed car, the number 2 car, when Dominic Baumann will come in probably a lap later to hand it over to him.
Yeah, Frank Stippler was in a similar situation in the previous race. He had to jump from the number 5 car to the other Audi that he was sharing with Pierre Caffer, and I have a feeling, from memory, the other Audi actually had 3 drivers to its name, so they kept with their 2 drivers initially, allowed Frank Stippler to do the opening half and a bit more of the race in the number 5. Then he had a bit of rest period and then leapt into the other Audi to bring that across the line. But he was in a situation, Stippler was in a situation where he was actually overtaking himself at one point, which was most entertaining. And we thought he'd have to straddle the podium, effectively, with one Audi finishing second and one third. But the result didn't quite go that way. in the end. But back to the matter in hand. I mentioned earlier on there's a BMW starting from 5th place. That's the 42 Team Schnitzer car of Augusto Farfus and Stef Dusseldorp. And Dusseldorp we often see actually in the number 33 BMW from Falken Motorsport. 33, I'm assuming not here this weekend. They've been numbered differently, that's why. The 3 and the 4, yes. Okay, so the Stef Dusseldorp car, will be driven by Stef because, actually, Paul had already mentioned that to me before we got started today. Stef was on double duty. So he's going to be in the Schnitzer car starting from 5th place, but will also be part of the lineup at Falken Motorsports in the number 3 BMW with Peter Dumbreck, which will start from 8th. And between those two BMWs will be the other Falken Motorsports car, which is actually a Porsche. Remember Falken running two very different types of car, basically to prove how good the Falken tyre is on a Porsche, which is rear-engined, and a BMW, which is front-engined, and therefore its balance, its weight distribution, radically different. But it seems not to matter for that tyre construction. But
it does mean that Stef Dusseldorp has to drive a BMW on two different types of tyre. So if there are differences between them, and particularly what we've experienced in the past is that the Falken tyre are particularly good in these mixed conditions. And so Stef will have to be aware when he gets out of the Falken BMW and into the Schnitzer one, or vice versa, of the different performances of the two tyres that he's using on those two similar cars. But as I say, the different tyres, which people have told me, it can make a massive difference to the way that the car handles.
It'll be a certain Jörg Bergmeister driving the number 4 Porsche, joined by Martin Rackinger. So no Klaus Bachler this year, but has certainly got a decent substitute in the form of Bergmeister. Conrad Motorsports Lamborghini will start from 7th position and 3rd in the Pro-Am class, behind the pole-sitting Mercedes and behind the Phoenix Audi, which is entered as Pro-Am this weekend. So that's a difference from the previous VLN race as well. The Conrad Lamborghini to be driven by Axel Jeffries and Michele Di Martino. Then it's the Falken Motorsport BMW, as I've mentioned. 9th position on the grid will be the second of the Lamborghini Huracans, Dieter Schmidtmann and Heiko Hammel's Pro-Am entry, number 20, which doesn't have an entrant name. And from 10th position, another Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. That's not the one that was in strife at the start of this green flag lap. That's the car of Nicky Katzberg, David Pittard and Jody Fannin, entered in the Pro Division, and that BMW M6 to start from 10th place, ahead of the other Valkenhorst Motorsport, or another Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW 35, the car of Rudy Adams, Hunter Abbott and Jordan Tresson, a Pro-Am entry. Then the AM car of Team Equipe Vitesse, Audi R8 LMS car 50 to start from 12th. Uber Motorsports Porsche, which is an SP7 car, therefore the SP7 pole sitter will start from 13th, ahead of the pole sitting Cup 3 Porsche 718 Cayman of Mühlner Motorsport, which is 979. However, the leading pack already made its way back to the Dottinger Höhe, and optimistically I'm going to say that's starting to dry up very slightly. We haven't had cars running over the latter portion of it. There's lots of different sort of areas of tarmac as well, which have presumably been laid over the years, and bits have been replaced too, and it's all drying at different rates, frustratingly. That's not going to be a great issue on the straight, but as you lean on the tyre and head through the very high-speed kink, Antonio Bucher,
yes.
The left-hander, and then that leads into Tiergarten, and you want it to be as grippy as possible.
Yes, I think the problem is going to be is when they start getting to the traffic and overtaking slower cars, there's going to be a dry line, and in order to get past a slower car, you're going to have to get off the dry line and onto the wet stuff, and that's, again, where driver car control is going to be absolutely premium.
And so much is you're relying on local knowledge, effectively, but then again, certain areas of this track may have been resurfaced in recent months, and that alters things again. Certainly there was some resurfacing done over the winter period, which actually everyone had to start to work out where the grip was then with the new laying of the surface. Anyway, Mercedes front row, then an Audi and Mercedes second row, a BMW and Porsche third row. The yellow flag still being shown from the pace car, the Porsche, which is about to extinguish its lights. It does so now, and then will peel off into the pit lane, where there is a definite blend line these days as well to avoid carnage for those cars that want to pit after maybe 7 laps after the green flag lap. There's still rain on the camera screens, I notice, as the cars get underway, so the rain seems to still be coming down on the Grand Prix circuit. Windscreen wipers definitely the order of the day, as well as those red lights are extinguished from the bridge. It's almost 3 abreast, with a good start from the team man Filter Mercedes from the second row. In fact, will that car lead? There's almost a bit of door handle banging as they come out of the first corner. The Porsche's getting involved as well, of Falcon Motorsports. That looks like suspiciously like Bergmeister with the opening stint in that car, and the Audi's not done either, as the number 48 Mercedes finds itself the wrong side of the white line. There's no grip out there on the runoff area. The Get Speed Performance Mercedes are side by side, but it'll be the number 2 car to lead, and as the 48 goes wide again in the background, and a spin for either Bergmeister or Ragginger for the Porsche number 4 on the opening few corners. That is by far not what they wanted, and not the way we wanted to start a 4-hour race, frankly.
No, I mean, I did say briefly my money was on Ragginger and Jörg Bergmeister in that number 4 car. Well, yeah, they're losing a lot of time there, and the problem's going to be finding a gap in the traffic to get back on.
In, yeah.
And I mean, you were beautifully optimistic, I have to say, Johnny, when you were saying that it looked like it was drying out as they came down the Dottinger Höhe at reduced speed behind the safety car. Absolutely agree with you. But the amount of spray that was being kicked up as they came down into that first little few sequence of corners, absolutely massive. And there was, as you said, very little grip to be had. And I think that's what caught out. Whether it was Ragginger or Bergmeister, we'll find out shortly.
I've got Ragginger on my screen, actually, so we will find out how accurate that is over the course of this lap, and then fill you in drivers wise towards the end of it. The timing screen, because we've got 3 different groups starting at different times, and they're now independently timed as well, rather than just hitting start on the overall race clock at once. And it does mean for a rather confusing timing screen, at least for the first lap, and possibly into the second one as well. Incredible car control here from Fabian Schiller, who is at the wheel of the number 23 car, starting from pole position, but is now down to second place. And a process of elimination therefore tells me that at the wheel of the number 2 car must be Dominic Baumann, who currently leads the race. The second start group about to get underway, though, and at the sharp end of the field are the Cup 3 cars, which are heading now down towards the first corner. 979 Mühlner Motorsport car, well placed, but also the Schmickler performance car, which is the yellow and black machine from memory, trying to go around the outside and does get through.
So start from the Schmickler car there, Johnny. It's come up. You'll tell us. I think it's come up from about possibly the third row of the grid, 4th or 5th on the grid at least. But he had a fantastic start there. Looks a bit like the start of a Porsche Super Cup race for a beginning, and then all of a sudden now the TCR cars with their front wheel drive may not be as quick round the fast bits, but they're very quick on the Grand Prix loop and are getting in amongst the Porsches.
You're right, that 917 Schmickler performance car, the yellow and black one, started 3rd in the Cup 3s. It's Ivan Jakoma, Claudius Karch and Kai Reimer, the drivers. Already, so sadly, a Porsche being pushed into the garage, which is 131, Paul.
Yeah, Red 2 Drive Familiar Racing, David Ackerman, Dmitry Lukovinknov and Xaber Walter, the drivers of it. Not quite sure who was driving it, but he came in not at the end of his first racing lap, but actually as they started the race, literally off the formation lap.
And that would have been a car due to start in the first group, because it's an SP8 car, so that's the reason why it's already in the garage and being pushed back, unfortunately. 131, I've got Ackerman labelled against it, although it hasn't actually been through a timing split yet, so again, that's potentially unreliable. Yes, and that's also labelled as qualifying from this morning, so it may not be 100% accurate. I'll write that and go into the Rennen section for race. 36 is the spinner on the green flag lap. It's running, but it's not in its right group. And that's a TCR car up ahead, and also a Peugeot RCZ. So does that automatically put it into the second group, therefore?
I think it must have been, yeah. I think they must have delayed getting it going until that second group had already gone past, and he then wasn't allowed to overtake anybody. Start Group 3, though, about to start now, Johnny. That's a very chaotic-looking start.
Yeah, well, a good getaway, I thought, from the gold and black car, which I reckon is Fubrick and Mettler, the championship leaders. Question is, did they go before the red lights were extinguished? Because you've got to hold position before those lights go out.
I would think so, yes. I mean, the pole man was very slow off the line. The Avia car is in third place at the moment, in being challenged for fourth, challenged for that third place, holding on to third place. But here it was on pole position, and now he spins through 180 through 360 degrees for the 695 Avia car. As I say, that was the car on pole position, the Zorg Rennsport car of Setzast, Hansa-Reiter and Oberheim. And as I say, having been jumped at the start, and I think perhaps can feel a little bit justifiably miffed at that, because the green lights hadn't gone on or to signify the start, but then he got a little bit flustered and just lost it in the middle coming out of the Mercedes arena.
Let's just check that is the Yannick Mettler car. I can't read the number of that speed, I'm afraid. But second place is certainly the dark blue treble 6 machine of Nico Otto, Lars Pauke and Florian Naumann. And that's the Team Scheid Honert Motorsport car. There was contact to force that spin for the Avia Rennsport car then, the Avia Racing machine. 695, and that was a bit naughty, I thought, from the car behind as well, because he wasn't fully alongside when the Avia machine ended up swapping ends. The champions from last year just going through the Grand Prix circuit now, and the very high-speed right-hander at Hatzenbach-Bogen, and then up towards the chicane towards the end of the Grand Prix lap. We go on board the 917 car. That's the reason why you can hear a very throaty Cayman engine in the background.
Nicer, isn't it? There was also potential for contact in the incident that did for Jörg Bergmeister Martin Raginger's Falcon Porsche, because they got very close to, if not contacted with, the 48-man filter Mercedes of Lance David Arnold. So, or was it Eduardo Mortara who started it? Not sure. We'll try and pick that out. But both of those cars falling therefore to the back of the start group. But both able to continue. But say the suggestion that there might have been contact between the 48 car and the number 4 Falcon Tyres Porsche.
A spin already for the Tobias Overbeck and Daniel Overbeck Renault Clio, number 614. That was stranded just off track. And I was desperately trying to work out exactly where that was. It's at the transition, isn't it, from the... Right, it looked like actually the run from Tiergarten onto the Grand Prix track, but that would suggest that Clio hadn't even made it over the start-finish line. Maybe it's the transition then when they turn left, from the Grand Prix track onto the Hatzenbach. I got the impression that that was the case, but just didn't recognise it from the images that Paul and I can see. And hopefully you're enjoying on the live stream as well. If not, we'll try and describe them to you. 477 is a car that's in the pit lane, and the wheel guns in the background indicate that they're changing tyres at the very least. This is the Fricadelli Racing Team BMW 390L of Beat Schmitz, who is the younger brother of Sabina, and Andre Sommerberg. So Fricadelli is the common bit, because of course Sabina Schmitz has raced for Fricadelli in the Porsches in the past, and that's running with some MSC Adenauer sponsorship as well. Mercedes 1-2, it's still the 2 car ahead of the 23. Yellow Dormer is ahead of green, but Fabian Schiller really not very far away from Dominic Baumann as they motor their way down the Dottinger Höhe.
But that's a change from the...
It's how they left us.
Yes, it is. How they left us, yeah.
How they left the start-finish line and headed out onto the Hatzenbach, after a good start from Baumann, as you say, from second position.
Yeah, and then third and fourth, 2 BMWs. So Mercedes in first and second, the 2 Gatsby cars, and then they've opened up what I would say is probably about 10 seconds of an advantage on the rest of the field, and say 2 BMWs in third and fourth at the moment. But as they come through to complete the first racing lap, it is Baumann leading from Schiller.
That's right.
Yes. I was going to say, we've got Schiller in both cars, but we've put Schiller in the car that started on pole. And then a battle for third place. Actually, that's not third place, is it? That's the Valkenhorst BMW making its way up through the field, through the tail enders of his group to try and recover lost ground, or ground lost earlier on. And he's in amongst Porsche Cup class cars now. So I think we may have been wrong there, Johnny. I think he did join in Group 1, but at the back of Group 1, and has taken his time to make his way up through Group 1 now, because Group 2 hasn't yet gone across the line.
No, true, but there was definitely... Now, I'm just trying to work out whether that is the across the line, that BMW is numbered what? 36. Okay, and it is behind a Porsche, which is the 80 car. No, that's the 35 BMW. That would make sense. So that's actually Jordan Tresson, and 36 is the spinner, and is further back. Yeah, because I thought the BMW had ahead of it a booted Audi, you see, which can only be in the TCR class or indeed one of the touring car divisions. A great mass of Porsche and Mercedes now arriving at the first corner. By the way, the start Group 3 is under investigation. Now is that because Yannick Mettler and Yannick Fubrick got the getaway that was a bit too early by certainly my reckoning, and Paul agreed as well. The red lights hadn't been extinguished before that BMW on the second row of start Group 3 put the pedal to the metal, so that's going to be investigated. Meanwhile, just a ding-dong scrap now, which involves the 162 Black Falcon Team Identica car, a car that looks a lot like Knuffy is there as well. It is Knuffy, 152, a recovering... Now, I thought it was Ragginger. Let's just have a look. Yes, it is Martin Ragginger, according to the correct screen this time that I've loaded onto the computer. So, Ragginger 18th, he crossed the line when he was duelling for the race lead pretty much with the two Get Speed Performance Mercedes and the Brundles, Alex and Martin, in their Aston Martin. Their car just struggling for a little bit of grip as it works its way downhill towards the right-hander towards the chicane. Now, helpfully, I've got Brundle next to 156. Can't tell you, I'm afraid, who's doing the opening stint there for. But I'm sure Alex, if he's not in the car, is busy tweeting to give us an update on how Martin's doing. And if Alex Brundle's Twitter is very, very quiet, then I'll assume he's in the car. But 2:15, the baby blue and white Porsche has just jumped ahead. That's the Setup Wizard Racing Porsche 911 of one of the Housemans. Is that Duncan, who is joining us for VLN 7? Let's just have a look. It's Patrick in 2:15, sharing that car with Michael Kribola and Matthias Hüttenrauch for Setup Wizard Racing. Another spinner, which is an SP7 car, I think. The traditional British Racing green, almost Lotus-type livery with the central yellow body stripe. And that Porsche has come to a halt again on the Grand Prix track and possibly requires some recovery. It just depends whether that car has still maintained some life in the engine. That was on the Grand Prix track, so hopefully will be fairly easy to identify on the tracker. Might have been 120 actually, the 120 car. Yes, the 911 Racing Team Porsche 911 would be my guess. Georg Goder, Ralf Ohm and Martin Schluter. Dominic Baumann in the number 2 car has a car ahead of him. Now, is that Fabian Schiller? The rate it's going, I would suggest it is. Have we had a change there for the race lead? One way of finding that out is to, again, resort to the tracker.
Yeah, I think that's right, Johnny. I think that has been a change for the lead. I just wonder whether that's been because Baumann is a good... Well, he's quite a way back, isn't he? What, 4 or 5 seconds back? So that's been a change probably on the Grand Prix circuit, I would say, before they went out onto the Nordschleife.
Interestingly, the tracker still has number 2 ahead of 23, and I just wondered whether Dominic Baumann was actually catching that car up ahead steadily. Tricky to tell, but then the tracker doesn't tell me that there's a car ahead of Baumann, so I think they've switched positions and the track is playing up a little bit. With the 5 car in 3rd, which is the Audi. Did we work out who was starting that car?
Steve Jans.
Okay, and sharing it with Vincent Kolb for this 7th race of the year. Lance David Arnold in the number 48 Mercedes, which had at least one off-track moment during the opening lap. And we also, at the end of the first lap, lost the Schnitzer BMW into the pit lane, Augusto Farfus. So early drama for that BMW in this very wet these very wet conditions.
Well, I wonder whether it is drama or whether it's not a scheduled stop, but a stop for tyres. If you stop after the first lap, it's going to be a quite quick stop, possibly an opportunity. If they think that the track is drying out, as you were suggesting it might be an opportunity for them to get onto more suitable tyres for the conditions.
It is Alex Brundle, by the way, to do the opening stint in their Aston Martin. Thank you to Rob Lomas, who's busy producing the show as well, producing this broadcast, but able to stay tuned to various social media platforms. So Alex Brundle running second in Aston Martin number 156. The 650 BMW is across the line as the lead. Oh, no, I'll correct that. Not the lead Cup 5 car. So, mind you, the timing screen again not fully up to date when we get to the middle order classes. I think Fubrick has had a good start, but was it too good is the next question. Yes, is labelled as the Cup 5 leader, 28th position overall. But again, that's not entirely correct because it had its race clock started at a different time from the overall race leaders, and the overall order will shake out in due course. But there is a slight question mark above the 650 car because it had a very good getaway, as we remarked at the time, and that start for the third group is still being investigated. I don't think we've had a message on the screen yet to say which way that decision's gone.
If indeed a decision has been made yet. No, exactly. But I have to feel for the Zorg Rennsport car, as you said, not that it was kind of a double whammy for it. One was it got jumped at the start, and that may have been a false start, a jump start, but then he got tapped into the spin, and that's, of course, ruined his race thus far, and sort of handed things pretty much on a plate to the 650 car, the Pixum Team Adrenaline car of Fubrick and Griesner. You put Fubrick in it for the start, didn't you?
Yes.
So that car leading the way at the moment, but I don't know, I just felt that even though the problem is you can only penalise the people who have done well. What you can't do is to restore the race back to the RV Zorg Rennsport car.
Yeah, true, good point, but I have a funny feeling that incident, the secondary incident in the Mercedes arena, might be looked at as well, because there was definite contact which resulted in the RV car spinning. Volkswagen Corrado coming towards the end of this particular lap, and the Corrado then easy to spot because there's only one of them. This is the 618 H2 car, and we'll wait for it to cross the line before we give you a position within class. But it appears to be Freiberg doing the opening stint. So that will be Jürgen Freiberg. Has to be him because he's the only driver allocated to 618. And I was right. Fabian Schiller in the green door mirror, number 23, did get ahead of the number 2 car.
But very much on the wet side of the track, and I do get the impression that both of the Get Speed cars are on wet tyres and looking for dampness to keep the wet tyres cool. I wouldn't be at all to see one or other, probably not both, of the Get Speed cars coming in at the end of this lap to get intermediate tyres more suitable to conditions. Here they are coming across the line to complete 2 laps now, Johnny.
Well, Fabian Schiller happy to stay out for at least one more, but in the background the number 2 car, well, flirted with the pit lane and decided not to bother. So again, Schiller glued to the concrete wall virtually on the right hand side of the track. That's where it's most wet, or at least that's what Fabian thinks, and likewise the number 2 did the same. The Audi pretty much trying to hunt around for the wet portions of the track too.
They've all started on wets, haven't they?
They must have done.
The one car we did see coming into the pits earlier on, the I can't remember which one it was now, but we didn't really get a good shot of the Schnitzer car which came in. but it will be interesting to have a look when the Schnitzer car comes through. It was Augusto Farfus who started, that car having made a pit stop at the end of the first lap. If he has gone on to an intermediate time, it'll be interesting to see what his lap time is. But of course, this lap is going to be an out lap out of the pit, so we're going to have to wait another lap to find out. And by then, I suspect it's going to be too late, and they need to be on intermediates.
Yes, it's not as if a lap around this place takes 3 minutes and you can delay your decision. A delay of 8, 9, 10 minutes can cost you the race victory. Dunlop tyres for the number 20 Lamborghini Huracan of Dieter Schmidtmann and Heiko Hammel. This is the car that we can't identify by an entrant. I just wonder whether there is a tie-in perhaps with Conrad, or maybe they are just completely different, just running the same cars. But some advice may have been offered from either camp, because the Lamborghini does compare to the Audi. It has exactly the same power plant, by the way, because you peek through those grille slats in the Lamborghini, and the keen-eyed of you will see 4 rings on the top of that lump.
You won't.
Not these days. Oh, okay.
It does have Lamborghini written on the. It's a Lamborghini engine, and the important thing, because these are both
built by Lamborghini in Italy,
assuming that they are Evos. Then,
that's the difference.
The Evo is not really an Audi anymore. Very good article in last month's Motorsport magazine.
Is it still 5.2 litres and a V10?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But potentially, therefore, Lamborghini have taken it in-house to do the development work. I'd missed that story.
Yeah, whether it's happened on the engine, I'm not sure, but the engine itself, it has got Lamborghini on the cam covers.
Yes. All right. So that little strap line that I've been using for years is now well and truly out of date.
Only with the Evo. Yeah, so that's the Huracan Evo for 2019.
I mean, of course, on entry, well, I'd go to the official entry list, and I don't think it says Evo anywhere, but they probably are Evos.
So certainly the Conrad car is an Evo.
Yeah, neither of them are labelled as such, but I'll bow to your superior knowledge nevertheless. Conrad been connected with Lamborghinis for a good few years now, and I'm sure they will want the latest version at their fingertips. No grip at all for Mercedes number 2. Again, because we think this car is on wet weather tyres and the track's getting grippier at Arenberg, and Schwedenkreuz as well would have been rather hairy, I'm sure, for Dominic Baumann.
And sunshine now on the Dottinger Hoa, Johnny, but you're right, it's still damp, and certainly on the outer reaches. It's like one of those footpaths, isn't it? When you're walking along a country footpath and it's all muddy in the middle and dry on the outside. Well, it's the other way around here. It's dry in the middle, damp on the outside. But these guys wanting to stick to the outside, the wet bits.
They've got their rambling boots on and they want a bit of mud, don't they?
And I suspect that, as I say, we're going to get much earlier pit stops. I mean, normally you'd be expecting pit stops around 6 or 7 laps into the race, but I think this time we're going to be getting pit stops 3 or 4 laps in, purely as teams try to get on to drier tyres. Although, having said that, still very greasy around certain areas, and as they go through the final chicane at Tiergarten, it is very slippery there. So, of course, around the full length of 24.5 kilometres of the this version of the Nordschleife, it is a real battle to try and find a tyre that's suitable for the whole circuit. Yeah, and I mean, just a case of getting the majority of it right, I suppose, because that's the trick of this place. You're never going to, in changeable weather conditions, find the perfect rubber until it gets fully dry, which seems a way off at the moment, or indeed fully wet again if the rain were to arrive once more. Dunlop shod Audi heading out of the Mercedes arena is car 801, which is in the TCR class. That's the TCR race leader indeed, from Moller Ill Motorsport. That's a new name on me. I can tell you my knowledge of Scandinavian. Yes. That means Muller cars. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Hakon Scharin, Kenneth Ostvold and Anders Lindstedt are the 3 Norwegians down to drive that car. And it is Ostvold currently at the wheel, trying to stay ahead then of the VW Golf of Max Kruse Racing.
which has, I think that's Max Goulden doing the driving. Andreas Goulden, I beg your pardon. Andreas Goulden joining Benny Lauchter, who's been busy in TCRs, whether it be the longer distance stuff here or in the sprint races in WTCR. So he will have done 3 races in that championship, the WTCR, during the N24 weekend, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and I'm pretty sure he took part in the main race as well. So busy boy that weekend, and certainly loves a VLN or two. The 960 car, which is the all-red 718 Cayman, 4th place in Cup 3, driven by a driver that carries a pseudonym, Max, and that's the Teichmann Racing entry of the Cup 3 division. So Cup 3 currently being led by Maurice Krantz in 979. So the Müllner Motorsport 718 came in, the blue and white car. But we remarked at the time it was such a good start for Schmickler Performance from 3rd on the grid to then get up to 2nd. And Ivan Jakoma credited then with a spectacular start, which very nearly gave Jakoma the lead for the Swiss driver. The Cup 5 leaders now heading then through Antonius Bucher and appearing at Tiergarten. Not very far away is one of the Toyota GT86s as well. We often have a Subaru as part of that class because they're basically the same car, Subaru BRZ, which has been entered by Tim Schrick and Lucien Gavris. 275 is another SP3 entry. That is the Scooby, I beg your pardon. So tricky to tell the two apart when you see them from a distance, but the Subaru BRZ goes across the line now. Presumably that has a flat 4 then powering it. Certainly sounded again a deep throaty noise, and that red and black car now turning right with the rear wing well extended from the bodywork of that car outward, and it is Tim Schrick who's taken the opening stint.
Rather flimsy looking mountings for that rear wing as well, sticking out a long way.
Yes.
Just looking out to see quite where the leaders are coming through Schwalbenschwanz. Haven't yet had a time up for Sector 4, it being a 5-sector circuit at the Nürburgring, but they'll be coming out onto the Döttinger Höhe, and that's the completion of Sector 4, the very long sector. And it certainly does look as though it is still Fabian Schiller leading the way. The problem for this car, of course, is that the 2 drivers that he has to hand over to are very much AMs, whereas the number 2 car, which currently has Dominic Baumann, has Fabian Schiller, say, standing by, waiting to get in, threading his way through the traffic, hardly standing by, but threading his way through the traffic and still seeking out the damper portions of the racetrack. And you said it earlier on, Johnny, I have to agree, those damper portions are not as damp as they were. And I said perhaps last lap we might be getting one of these Get Speed Mercedes into the pits. I'd expect to see one of them back into the pits this time. Hasn't happened yet, though.
3:34 for the 4th sector for the 4th placed car, the 48 Mercedes, Lance David Arnold. Now, mentioned at the end of the previous lap that at least the top 3 cars were all working their way well right to hunt out the damper portion of the track. I didn't catch a glimpse of Lance David Arnold at the time to see what he was doing. I'm not sure the times, though, through the sectors would indicate that that car is on slicks or indeed intermediates. I think certainly the top 5, possibly further down than that. Jody Fannin's just set a good Sector 4 time, which is 5 seconds quicker than Schiller, the race leader, and 2 seconds faster than Baumann, who is in 2nd place. But again, the other sectors don't indicate to me that Fannin is on a different type of tyre. The 710 BMW is lapped there, which is a V4 car, Scuderia Solagon BMW 325i.
I think it's that typical situation, Johnny, where parts of the track are dry and they need to seek out the damp patches, but other parts are pretty wet. And I mean, we've seen the Nürburgring often enough. An awful lot of it is under overhanging trees, and of course the water just doesn't get blown away, and the temperature 14-15 degrees Celsius. It's not that warm either, so everybody's staying out on those wet tyres. And just to pick up on something that I postulated, again wrongly, the Schnitzer BMW that I thought might have been in for a brief stop to change tyres, no, wrong, it's still in the pits. So whatever the problem was for the Schnitzer team, it wasn't trying to get onto better tyres, it was a problem, as you suggested it would be, Johnny, and that car hasn't emerged yet following its earlier pit stop at the end of lap 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, not the first problem that car's encountered, I seem to remember, this year, although it's clearly a good qualifier, 5th position on the grid. 23, motoring its way down the hill, then into the foxhole. Race leader, Fabian Schiller. And still, the feeling at Get Speed Performance and other teams too must be that the track is wet enough in enough areas to still stick with the all-wet tyres. So despite it looking very dry on the Dottinger Höhe, or drier on the Dottinger Höhe and the main straight, as Paul mentions, it dries at different rates, particularly if trees are involved, overhanging trees. Knuffy heading over the line, well placed in SP8 the last time we checked. Still an awful lot of rain though collecting on various camera lenses around the Grand Prix track. And Mettler crossing the line then in Knuffy. Is that the same Mettler who is down to be driving the Cup 5 car, therefore? Yannick Mettler... No, I'm getting confused there. Yannick Mettler is in the 152. Yannick Fubrick, isn't it, in the
Yes.
BMW, sharing with David Griesner. So I was getting the Fubricks mixed up. If you hear buzzing in the background, by the way, that is our tracker going off. I've tried desperately everything now to turn the volume down, and it's not working. But what it does do is provide an audio reminder to us, or an audio warning, that there's something happening out on track, this time at Bergwerk, because there is a code 120 in position now. And which car is stranded there? 205 potentially.
There are slick tyres in the pit lane, and they are being prepared, ready for car 772, which is the GT4 class BMW. Wets having come off, and slicks going on to that GT4 class car. Now, it's not necessarily a leading class car, so we're not going to see it going particularly rapidly, but an interesting choice of tyre wear. It's a difficult one because my forecast for the rest of the day, we've still got 3.5 hours of this race to go, is for mixed conditions, but you've got to go with the conditions as they are. It is sun shining in certain parts, so the 772 BMW GT4 heads on its way on nice, slick Dunlop tyres.
And not the only BMW to decide to call into the pits on that lap, as this code 60 at Bergwerk is confirmed. It's the 205 Pro Sport Performance Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport of Grant Myman and John R. Uglum, two American drivers, Uglum, and that car then 205 just shown as stopped, and everybody now very slow into a initially the yellow flag sequence, so steady yellow, single waved yellow, double waved yellow, then a code 120 to temper the pace of everybody entering that tricky corner. Bergwerk's a tight right as you start to work your way up the hill, essentially to Hoher Acht, but it is well after the run down towards Breitscheid and then through Exmuller, and Bergwerk's the run back up the other side of the valley. So you're going to arrive on that scene being presented with purple code 120 boards, then a code 60 as the stricken 205 Cayman is dealt with. Meanwhile, side to side jostling for position between two Caymans, the Schmickler Performance 917 trying to get ahead of 966, and 917 timed at the line as being in second place. Well, it's fallen back to third now behind Vasquez, but the Team Matol 718 Cayman only just ahead in its white and blue colours. So as these two duel for second and third, this is playing nicely into the hands then of 979. Oh, it would have done. However, 979's just been in the pits, according to my records.
Absolutely right. Yes, came out of 13th place when 13th overall place and leader in the class. But having made that pit stop, what we're now looking at is the battle for the class lead in the Porsche Cup between 917 Giacomo and the 966 Vasquez car.
So Maurice Krantz bringing that car in under instruction, you would think, from Mühlner Motorsport. The car he shares with Torsten Young and Nico Menzel. So apologies, 979 actually timed at the line as the race leader, which it was. However, it crossed the line in the pits. So 966 will take the class lead, and 917 virtually glued to the rear bumper for first and second in Cup 3.
From second to second. I have to say that was a quick pit stop from the 979, the Cup class leader, and I'm guessing that is now going on to slick tyres. Now the race leaders still in that long sector 4 on their 4th lap. 6 laps would be the absolute maximum for the first stint, I would say.
We have seen 7 in the past.
Yes, but I suppose you're kind of working backwards, aren't you? Even when there's 3.5 hours to go. But with the 4-hour race distance, it is you kind of try and limit yourself to 3 pit stops, and that means that you want to get yourself into that window, which will be about 40 minutes in, I would think, where you can make your pit stop without having to then make an extra one. So I think that's possibly why they haven't come in at the end of their last lap. Interestingly, out of the top 6 cars on the last lap, only one of them did their fastest lap on the last lap, which tends to suggest to me that although the track is getting drier, the tyres are not the right job. They're not the right tyres for the job at the moment. But the Fabian Schiller, the lead car, his best lap was a 9 minutes 14. His last lap, a 9 minutes 20, so he lost 6 seconds on that last lap. There may have been traffic, but I suspect it may well also have been to do with the fact that the tyres, although the track is drying, not quite suitable. Or it may be that the track's getting damp again somewhere out on the circuit.
True, because this is such a large footprint of a circuit that actually it could have started raining in one corner, and those clouds are gradually building to make another portion of the track wet again.
And you've probably had the experience yourself, Johnny. When you're out under trees, even when it's stopped raining, it still feels like it's raining because the trees are still dripping water. So you know, you're still getting water dripping from the sky, even though it's not coming from the clouds. It's coming from the trees.
No further action regarding the start of Start Group 3. So the movement from the BMW judged as legal, or a fair move at least, for car 650, and therefore that car, which is where in the division now leading Cup 5, ahead of well ahead of its nearest opponent, which is the Team Scheid Honda Motorsport car of Nico Otto, treble 6.
It was the Avia car, 695, that was on pole, and I think that's the car that's lost out. Leaders are much closer together this time, Johnny, than they were the lap before. 4.4 seconds it was previous time around. I'd say this time it's going to be around a second as they come through and complete 4 laps. The gap comes up on the screen now. Yeah, it's 1.5 seconds. So the leaders staying out, and I reckon they must be happy, but they're a lot slower. Of course, we had code 6s on that last lap, didn't we? Or slow zones out on the circuit. So
which have now cleared, actually.
Right.
So you're right to raise that. So Bergwerk back to racing speed, and car 205, I'd worked out, was the one that was in difficulty. Remains to be seen whether that car can rejoin.
And third place a lot closer as well, Johnny. The third place Phoenix Audi, Steve Yatz, is just, he's under 3 seconds behind the second place car, Dominic Baumann. So the top 3 separated by just over 4 seconds, with the 2 Get Speed Mercedes leading the Phoenix Audi. In 4th place is the Man Filter, hard to call it a Man Filter car because it's not bright yellow, but the number 48 Lance David Arnold driven Mercedes in 4th place. He's a further 10 seconds behind the top 3.
One car now absolutely flying is Jody Fannin in the dark blue number 34 BMW. He hit the code 60, or rather didn't hit the code 60, at the opportune moment as there's almost a half spin for the 705 BMW. Everybody went through Bergwerk at the reduced speed of 60 kph, but by the time Jody Fannin, the British driver, got there, it was all clear. So he could do that sector in virtually 10 seconds faster time than everybody else, and his other sectors were pretty lively too. So he's managed to do a 9:39 second lap compared to a 9 minutes 56 and a 9 minutes 57 for the cars immediately ahead. So has bought himself an awful lot of time there. The 705 BMW that was sideways, just to identify that, is the V4 235i BMW from Zorg Rennsport, running second in class. Sorry, Paul, to cut across you.
No, that's fine. You were finishing your point. No, just picking up on the point about Jody Fannin. He has also now moved up a place as well. So he's up to 7th place in the race now, having come through at the end of lap 1 in 12th place. He started in 10th place on the grid, but let's say he had a bad first lap, came through in 12th, and now up into 7th place overall. The driver who lost out that time around was the number 20 Lamborghini, which Heiko Hammel has dropped back into. He's dropped back to 9th place.
Visibility just seems to be worsening, I would say, down the Dottinger Höhe. Now, whether that is actual rain or more like mist, tricky to tell, but two cars motoring down the Dottinger Höhe with mere centimetres between them. One of them, I reckon, was the 181. Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW M4. No, in fact, that wasn't one of those cars. That was a little further back. But up ahead of that car is the Alex Brundle-driven AMR Performance Centre Vantage AMR, which is car number 156. And also, not too far away, there's a spin actually for the 57 car now at the first corner. That's the second car in about the last 3 or 4 minutes to rotate there. So is that an indication that things are getting more slippery at the first right-hander on the Grand Prix circuit? Very tricky spot for that car to be sitting. This is the second-placed SP7 machine then. Ludwig doing the driving and trying to, well, locate reverse gear first of all. Now it can be punched back into the race with a neat little spin turn. And car 57 then now back on its way, but a significant chunk of time lost for Peter Ludwig, sharing that car with Mike Rosenberg, number 57, which is another Black Falcon entry, the Black Falcon Team Techstar entry, number 57. It's a class that's led by number 80, which is another Kolb. We've got Vincent Kolb in one of the cars and Patrick Kolb in the 80. So Vincent Kolb drives the 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. Patrick Kolb, the Bad Homburg-based driver, driving for Huber Motorsport this weekend.
Another pit caller on that lap, Johnny, was the Valkenhorst BMW number 35. That was the Jordan Tresson car. The car started by Jordan Tresson. He was in 12th place, but Valkenhorst Motorsport with 3 cars in the entry. Just wonder if they're cycling through them, but Tresson into the pits. He's already out again, so it was a short pit stop, and one will surmise that he is now onto slick tyres. Various other cars also now, we're being told, switching onto slicks further down the field. And with 20 minutes, 3 hours and 20 minutes of the race remaining, that just about does put them into the pit window to be able to do the complete 4 hours on just 3 pit stops, which is what you would want to be able to do.
The Cayman battle is still just as close as it was a lap ago. This, remember, became the race, the class lead for Cup 3 with 966, driven by Vázquez, Marcos Adolfo Vázquez, the Argentinian, and then 917 is the other car involved, which is Ivan Jacoma. So through the left and now the right-hand part of the Mercedes arena with the Porsche up ahead, which is the Team Mattol entry, slithering and sliding its way out of the Mercedes arena and now down towards the cut-through, which is hard braking and a tricky hairpin that basically links one portion of the Grand Prix track to the other. So we're using the shortened version of the Grand Prix Strecke, as we always do in the VLN races. It's only when we get to the Nürburgring 24 and indeed the qualifying race that we use the full extent of the Grand Prix circuit and head all the way down to the Dunlop hairpin. So down the dip and up the other side. It's quite a steep climb towards the Vidal chicane. Only feel that if you were to cycle it or walk it. And again, the 966 Porsche not literally steering from the rear, but it is certainly causing Marcos Adolfo Vazquez the need to have to readdress his steering a little bit, and I'm not sure whether that car is quite as well set up as the one behind. You're tuned to RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is VLN 7 with Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell. Again, a big wiggle from 917, but the race is led overall by Get Speed Performance and Fabian Schiller.
Alles begann mit zwei Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerk, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H und R.
So they're now coming towards the end of Sector 4, which is going to put them onto the Dottinger Hoa. And yeah, I would strongly expect now cars to be making pit stops at the end of this lap. We've been saying that for the last 2 laps, so we'll see what happens when they get to the end of the Dottinger Hoa. I mean, you were mentioning about that Porsche Cayman sliding around the rear end. The problem is when you've got wet tyres on, the tread blocks do tend to move about a little bit, and that.
Das Karussell immer wieder der absolute Wahnsinn. Es wird noch ein bisschen schneller. Mega phänomenal.
for the next particular stint. Mercedes 23 leading VLN 7, and that car is now heading out of the left-hander, which takes them over the road bridge. That will be Hoogeiken, and heading towards Kittelbackelhoor and into Vloekplaats, which does technically have 2 apices, but you sort of treat them as one. 4 kilometres into the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and then the very fast run indeed downhill towards Schwedenkreuz, which was resurfaced over the winter period. So that does offer a little more grit these days. Then you leap onto the brakes and muscle the car through Arenberg and then down into Vauxhall. Meanwhile, Cup 3, it's 9:17 versus 9:66, but the V4 battle is carnage. 705 spun there before. That was running second in class and had right behind the number 1 BMW of Christopher Rink. So they are the defending champions, Chris Rink, Philip Lyson and Danny Brink, remember, in their 325i BMWs. And 705, that was second in V4, at least at the line, now loses 1 and I reckon 2 places to slip it back to 4th position. So Stahlschmidt in the 703 Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport car also want to benefit. Don't think there was contact, although I'd like to see that again before I'm sure about that.
I agree with you, Johnny. I don't think there was either. So, no, I think it was 705 losing the car under braking, just feeling the pressure and just trying to keep the car in the lead. And the just tail end got away from him as he had the brakes on. Possibly the balance not quite right. Brake balance not quite right on that car.
And the class is led, by the way, by Moritz Gussenbauer, sharing the car with Philip Gressick and Richard Gressick in the Rent2Drive Familia Racing BMW. It's again a 325i, as predominantly all the cars in V4 are, but carries again some sponsorship from MSV Adana, AV Im ADAC. So 747, the class leader, now from the number 1, 703 slotting into 3rd, and 705 with that mistake at the first corner back to 4th position. What's going on in the KTM Crossbow class, which is Cup X, division led by Griesemann at the moment for Teichmann Racing. In fact, it's a Teichmann Racing 1-2, 9:30 ahead of 927, and the 929 car to make up a 3-car entry, also a Teichmann Racing Crossbow GT4. That is 929 running in 3rd position.
Another car stopping, I would guess, for slick tyres, or making a pit stop at least on that lap, was the leader in the Cup 2 class, the Porsche Carrera Cup class, car number 123, into the pits and out again. It was 13th place overall when it came in. And Jordan Tresson is a man we can look out for now, isn't he? Because Jordan Tresson has completed his pit stop and is on his way again. Now, comparing his lap times, or no point in comparing his lap time yet because he hasn't completed a flying lap since his pit stop, but Tresson made a pit stop. We'll assume it was to go on to slicks, and he is around about 10 seconds slower in Sector 2 and 7 seconds slower in Sector 3 than the Mercedes are. So I would say at the moment the right thing to do is to stay on the wets, and even though slicks may feel right, Jordan Tresson at least in the BMW, Valkenhorst BMW number 35, hasn't given any evidence that that is a better option.
The KTM class leader, I think I'm right in saying 9:30, having just given you the numbers and instantly forgotten them. Yes, 9:30 is out front by only 2 seconds though. So it's a nice little tussle between the 2 Teichmann cars. It'd be nice to have the 3rd one involved as well, but that is a few places further back and as much as probably 20 seconds adrift of the lead dice in Cup X. But the yellow and black Schmickler Performance Porsche is now in, the 917. This was from second place in Cup 3. And it was fighting with 966, you may remember. But Giacomo bringing this car in then for fuel. So this is a more standard stop, arguably, than 979, which came in a bit earlier than we were expecting. Volkswagen Golf on Dunlop tyres, just being seen to as well. Driver looking relatively relaxed inside 625, which is the Volkswagen Jetta we were talking about quite a lot in the previous race, because that had a monster crash earlier on in the year, well caught by one or two, I think, fan cameras that were then uploaded in social media. But that car's had to be built up again from the ground up, effectively, but looks resplendent now. Be nice to have some slightly better weather to enjoy how it has been turned out, but nevertheless, it is back on its way to head towards the end of the pit lane. And we're getting some information now that at Hohe Acht, which is the highest point on the Nordschleife, it is starting to rain again, Paul.
Well, I'll just give a pat on the back to whoever wrote the app on my phone that told me what the weather was going to do, because it did suggest that showers were going to be the order of the day for the rest of the day. Somebody else has just come in out of the Cup 3 class. That's the 917 Porsche that you told us about, wasn't it, in the Cup 3 class. Leaders once again on the Döttinger Höhe. This time they are on their 6th lap, coming up to complete 6 laps. We normally expect these races to run to about 28 laps across 4 hours. That's 7 laps every hour. We've got about 4 minutes of the first hour still to go. But Fabian Schiller still at the moment, and with rain perhaps falling further around the other reaches of the circuit, is going to be quite happy to stay out there for another lap. Certainly opened it up this time. It was 2.4 seconds at the completion of the previous lap, but Schiller goes through again.
He doesn't. He's in.
He comes into the pits. So
that was very last minute, and got perilously close, as they always do, in fairness, to the Armco barrier. Now, what happened to the two that did stay out? Dominic Baumann has taken the lead. So what GetSpeed, I suppose, wanted to avoid was parking these two Mercedes very close to one another and potentially tripping over each other as well, because they're probably occupying the same garage. Leaves to be retrieved from the grille of, from the snout, rather impressive snout of these Mercedes these days. There's a new AMG on its way, of course, but there will be a driver change, and this is surely to enable Schiller some rest time before he can take over the other Mercedes.
Exactly so, yeah. So Fabian Schiller had to come in a lap before the Dominic Baumann car, because it wouldn't have been possible for him to switch over. Are those slick tyres getting ready to be put on the car? No, I don't think they are. They're wet Michelins, which are going back onto the Mercedes. So they've taken wets off.
Yeah, but they're the ones with the sort of central groove as well. But they are definitely wets rather than intermediates. Specific tread pattern, no doubt, designed for the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Another driver going quicker again. It's the same chap, in fact. Jody Fannin, car 34, now getting as quick as a 9:02.378 for the 5th placed BMW M6 GT3, the Valkenhorst Motorsport entry. So very quick indeed through the middle sector, a 2:12, 3:22 through the 4th sector. The longest sector is very impressive as well, particularly bearing in mind that Axel Jeffries, the next car behind on the road, took him 11 seconds longer.
Well, he overtook Axel on that lap, so there hasn't been a lap yet where Jody Fannin hasn't made a place. He lost places on the first lap, but having come through at the end of lap 1 in 12th, in the end of lap 2 in 9th, at the end of lap 3 in 8th, end of lap 4 in 7th, lap 5 in 6th, and this lap he's come through in 5th place. So, and that's not including the fact that he's also taken an additional place now with Fabian Schiller being in the pit. So, if we had to nominate a driver of the race so far, Jody Fannin is certainly a good candidate for it thus far in the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW. And as you say, having got past the number 7 Conrad Lamborghini on that last lap, Martin Ragginger, remember, he had a problem on the first lap, didn't he? Because he got spun around following contact with the HTP Mann Filter Mercedes. or an incident with, I won't say contact, but an incident with the man-filter Mercedes. And Ragginger now recovering in 7th place, but is already over a minute behind the race-leading Mercedes of Dominic Baumann. Janine Hill is now behind the wheel of the Rooster Rojo Mercedes, the number 23 car. Similarly coloured, red and white to the other car, but sponsored by Rooster Rojo as opposed to the number 2 car, which is sponsored by Vodafone.
It is, and the number 2 car with slightly more red bits on it, and also with the yellow door mirrors and the yellow detailing around the front splitter and the rear wing as well. You look at them enough times and they do look different enough, I would say. There are some teams that paint their cars exactly the same livery. Sometimes there are 3 of them all the same as well, and it's so tricky to work out which is which.
What, you mean like Team Pixum Adrenaline?
Yeah, although they're different shapes and sizes of cars sometimes, but I agree. But there's 1 or 2 in the World Endurance Championship this year as well. You may get used to that later on in the season, because the next round is next weekend of the WEC, live from Fuji, right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. But I'm mainly looking at Porsche, and I think another one of the GT teams as well. Oh, Aston Martin have decided to paint all their cars the same. Even the door mirrors are the same colours this year. It's not helpful for us commentators, but nevertheless keeps us guessing as to who might be in the car and which one it might be at any one point. Up towards the end of the Grand Prix lap gets then Janine Hill, having taken over the 23 car, no longer the race leader. It's Dominic Baumann now, race leader number 2, ahead of the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, still Steve Yance at the wheel of that car. But yeah, the only car to have stopped of the top 18 positions is the Mercedes number 23. And Paul makes a very good point that they're somewhat forced to do that because the way that Fabian Schiller is down to drive both cars. Alex Brundle reaching the end of the main straight, deliberately going deep into the first corner, again to pick out the wetter portions of the track. Dunlop tyres for this number 156 Aston Martin, run by the AMR Performance Centre. And it is second in the SP8T class, hunting down Yannick Mettler's Black Falcon Team Knuffy, Mercedes AMG GT4. So the Mercedes and the Aston Martin both turbocharged these days, automatically puts them into SP8T. Although of course, the Knuffy Mercedes could have been entered in SP10, but it would have needed some adjustment to make it a true GT4 car.
Yes, that's indeed the Aston Martin could as well, because it is fundamentally a GT4 car, but you get less boost running as an SP8T and also free choice of tyres, so there's a lot more flexibility to running in the SP8T class, and as far as the Brundles are concerned, a faster car looking for faster laps around the circuit.
Yes, it is listed in the entry list as a Vantage AMR GT4, even though it's not running in the Pucker GT4 class. But this makes it a slightly more potent machine with the lighter green door mirrors on the British Racing Green Aston Martin. The rear wing on that car looks tiny compared to what I'm used to on an Aston GT3 spec, but still does a very good job in stabilising that rear end. Also compare it to the rear wing of a Mercedes AMG GT3, now being piloted by Janine Hill in car 23. And Janine now possibly still inside the top 10, but has got a pit stop on everybody else. Code 60, yes, now in place at Tiergarten towards the end of the lap. So this is right at the end of the Dottinger Höhe. Everyone's going to have to be slowing down as they approach Antonius Bucher, which is normally a flat-out left-hander, into the braking area for Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. You can get back up to speed before Tiergarten proper, but it's the run into that chicane which is slowed. I'm just trying to work out which car is in trouble there. may just be one being towed back, of course, to the little area which is used for the tourist laps and was the original pit lane for the Nordschleife. I remember Paul informing me earlier on in the...
No, it's a bit further round.
Well, no, the point I was making is it could be a car being towed to that area.
To that pit,
yes. But I mean, there's also a lay-by there, which is very much a new addition.
What we've not had is any indication on the screen as to what that might be, whereas we do normally have TV pictures from there. But it does mean that the end of the lap is going to be slower, and if you have made a pit stop, of course, it does mean that your time in the pits is possibly going to be then to your advantage, whilst cars on the track are going more slowly. But Dominic Baumann, meanwhile, on the Dottinger-Höhe, and one would assume coming in at the end of this lap to hand it over to Fabian Schiller. No, just to pick up on a point that Johnny made a moment ago, no mandated pit rest time in the VLN. It's not like some series where after a certain break, after a certain driving period, you have to have a certain rest period. That is not mandated in VLN.
502's not moving on the tracker. It's been sitting there for a long time now, just on the approach to Tiergarten, which is a VT2 car, the BMW 125i of Alexander Moore, Klaus Engelbrecht Schnur and Daniel Nadir Hauser. And I fear that it is the 502 car that has ground to a halt, or indeed has suffered damage after connection with something pretty solid. 8th place being shown on the timing screen, at least in its class, VT2. So everybody very, very slow into that area. And the Mercedes is just, number 2 Mercedes, just heading out of said area and into the pit lane. So Dominic Baumann from the race lead, pitting on the very next lap after the sister car did, 23. So Schiller raring to go now.
It may be a double stint from Dominic Baumann, I suppose. We shouldn't necessarily assume that he's going to be out of the car.
No.
And it may well be that they're going to save Schiller to do the a double stint at the end of the race. And it does look like that is going to be the case. So Dominic Baumann will stay behind the wheel. I suppose they had Schiller available should Baumann have said, oh no, I've got a terrible headache, I want to get out of the car. But Baumann perfectly happy to stay behind the wheel. Wet tyres about to go back onto the Mercedes. The lead car came into the pits in the lead, although it won't be in the lead anymore. Lance David Arnold is also in the pits in the Mann-Filter Mercedes. We saw briefly on the screen an indication of the HTP Mann-Filter car stop board about to be shown. So the first 2 cars into the pits, and Steve Jans has gone through in the Phoenix Audi onto an 8th lap and therefore into the lead of the race. So we've had 2 different Get Speed Performance Mercedes leading the way. We've now got Steve Jans in the Phoenix Audi leading the race, but of course that means its next pit stop is going to be a longer one. But now we get the fascinating aspect of VLN races, which I like so much, is that you then get different strategies playing out towards the end of the race, and we try and predict what's going to happen at the end of the race. But Steve Jans then and Jody Fannin onto an 8th lap on the opening set of tyres. Been told that there's more rain on the way as well. You mentioned it on the far side of the circuit, Johnny, is being reported at Hohe Acht, I think it was.
Yeah.
I've had another message through saying that other areas are also getting wetter again. So those people who did go on to dries will be cursing their ill fortune and wishing they'd stayed on the damp, wet tyres.
Yes, but that for that point in time, you might be thinking, well, I've no chance here because it's so dry everywhere, so this must be the point to switch. That's where you're so reliant on those on the pit wall that have a weather radar at their disposal. Regular fuel tanks being used this type of racing, i.e. it's the sort of same system that you would find at your local supermarket with the trigger system as well on the end of the pipe, and they do tend to fill the cars at differing rates. That's one of the reasons why the pit stops are timed rather than done as quickly as the teams can manage, because you're going to get some variant in the times purely because of the equipment that's at their disposal. So it makes it a little bit fairer, but also, as Paul says, the longer your stint coming into this particular stop, the longer your pit stop's got to be. So you could gain yourself a bit of time from maybe a 5 and 6 lap stint, but that then flips around towards the end, because the final 70 minutes of the race, if you pit within that window, and you will have to, these cars can not do much than more than an hour, the point that you enter the pit lane to the end of the race is then that governs how long your pit stop is going to be, and the nearer to the end of the race you can stop, the shorter the pit stop is. It sounds very complicated, but honestly does go towards delivering a very interesting race.
The trick is to make that is to get the gap between yourself and the race leader sufficiently short so you can make that final pit stop count. What so often happens is that we have a car in second place with a shorter pit stop ahead of it, but it just can't gain enough time through its final pit stop. So we'll see what happens. We'll work out the gaps. No point in looking at the gaps at the end of this lap. But next time around, we'll get, I reckon, the Phoenix Audi, the Valkenhorst BMW, number 34, the Jody Fannin car, which has been a great stint from Jody, and the Axel Jeffries run Lamborghini from Conrad Motorsport. Those three will be in. And then we'll see which of the two Get Speed Performance Mercedes is in the lead. My money, I have to say, is going to be on Dominic Baumann, because he is just a quicker driver than Janine Hill is, and Janine still settling herself in the number 23 Get Speed Performance Mercedes, which as a result of its pit stop has slipped down now to 11th place. But it is the leading car of those cars that have already made a pit stop.
If Jody Fannin, by the way, is a new name on you, I'll just remind you that he was a GTE European Le Mans Series champion in 2017, a championship he won with Rob Smith after a really tricky final round where they just about managed to finish second in Portugal, and that was enough by 2 points to give them the title over a certain Nicky Team and Sally Yoluk. But yeah, Jody Fannin, regular racer in, well, he came through Ginetta Juniors, if you go back far enough, then into Ginetta Super Cup on the British Touring Car Championship support package, then into British GT, but clearly is as quick in a GT3 machine as he can be in GTE cars as well, which don't have the ABS and only these days carry a little bit of traction control, so without the driver aids that the GT3s offer. Nevertheless, to be super quick in a GT3 car, you're talking about the top 2 and 3% of driver pace, and it really does take something to get within that. However, the GT3s offer a very stable platform for non-pro drivers to get their head around the cars.
I don't think Fannin has ever done anything in single-seaters, has he?
No.
No, I was trying to think of whether we'd ever... because as you say, he started in Ginettas, and so many drivers kind of start in single-seaters and then go to the cars with roofs, whether it be touring cars or GT cars, when single-seater avenues get closed off to them. But Jody's always been a follower of sports car racing, not always cars with roofs, because has he not driven in a P2 car at some point? But we'll
possibly.
Yes.
He may have tested one. I don't think he's done it sort of competitively.
Right. Okay. But as I say, a driver who hasn't had to compromise, if you will, and unlearn single-seater driving techniques.
But yeah, I mean, Ginetta GT Super Cup for a season, then managed to bag himself a British GT drive, and was immediately a GT4 champion. So I think that's what gave him the idea that I better stick with this type of racing because I'm very good at it. And I assume he didn't do a great deal of karting, if any, prior to one season in Ginetta Juniors. But yeah, another driver who has come from the UK and is impressing on the continent, similar to David Pittard, really. And Dominic Baumann then continuing to lead the race by nearly 16... sorry, no, that's not correct, is it? The Phoenix Racing Audi should be out front, although Fannin is reeling in at the Audi of Steve Jans, 6 seconds quicker in Sector 3.
Yes, and interesting that on his outlap, Dominic Baumann, who, as you say, Johnny, doesn't lead the race anymore, but he's just done the outright best Sector 2 lap as he went through on his outlap there. So Dominic Baumann with a new set of wet tyres, just to make the point that they did put a new set of rain tyres onto the Get Speed Mercedes, the Vodafone-sponsored car, but he has lost the lead, although it's going to be a temporary loss of the lead, as into the pits at the end of this lap is almost certainly going to come the Phoenix Audi number 5, the Valkenhorst BMW number 34, and the Conrad Lamborghini. And those 3 cars separated, well, by half a minute or so. Steve Jans is quite a long way ahead of Jody Fannin, but as both Johnny and I have been saying, Jody's been lapping very rapidly indeed over the course of this race, and having started 10th on the grid, getting himself up into the top 6, well, 4th place in fact last time across the line. Into the pits this time around has come the number 36 Total sponsored Valkenhorst BMW.
And this was the spinner on the green flag lap into the gravel trap. Sorry to highlight that again, boys, but it was just we were slightly confused between the 35 and the 36 earlier on in the race. So, former driver out, new driver being strapped in, but former driver very much part of that changeover.
Yes, it was Schmidt-Stade who came in, a similarly coloured helmet, getting into the car now, which... I'm not sure whether that's Henry Valkenhorst or Andreas Ziegler, I'm afraid.
We'll find out just as soon as the car rejoins the race. Otherwise, the pit lane looks relatively empty. So that car then about to be sent on its way. Was that Jörg Müller overseeing things?
Jörg Müller on the radio to... Getting a closer look there, and I still don't know.
But Jörg stands just beyond the nose of the car, very much part of Valkenhorst Motorsport, you would think, and perhaps coaching these 3 non-pro drivers.
I would guess so. And yeah, I mean, Valkenhorst Motorsport with the 3 BMWs in the entry, but each running in a separate division. The 34 car, which Jody Fannin has been going great guns with, in the pro class. The car we were just talking about is in the AM class, and the other one, Jordan Tresson, Hunter Abbott, Rudy Adams, is in the pro AM. As Jody Fannin then comes into the pits in the lead of the race, because on that lap he got ahead of the Phoenix Audi, and that was remarkable performance then. Took some 30 seconds, because I said the gap was quite big. Jody Fannin took some 30 seconds on that last lap, and now they are getting slick tyres ready. The Valkenhorst team running on Yokohamas, and they've got slick tyres ready to put onto the BMW. Remember the 2 Get Speed Mercedes, they went on to wets. So this is, I would suggest, Johnny, a bit of a turning point with 3 cars, BMW, Audi, Lamborghini, in the pit lane, getting the opportunity to put slick tyres on, whereas the 2 leading cars for the first hour of the race, Mercedes, are out on wets.
Axel Jeffries in the Lamborghini as well, being spun around on the dolly jacks. That's just to make sure that the angle of attack into the pit lane is slightly more slipstreamed. Now, on the front of the Audi number 5 is going to be attached wet weather tyres. So this is a change of strategy as well. I'm sure it's going to be wet all the way around. Yes. It is, because the rears are grooved as well. So that 5 car now... They're going through the motions to prepare that machine to rejoin the race. The BMW of Jody Fannin hasn't yet been pitched to a 45-degree angle or thereabouts in readiness for that car to rejoin.
So still waiting for the Mercedes to come through, and I'm guessing that Baumann is going to take the lead of the race back when he comes through. Into second place, though, is going to come Eduardo Mortara in the Man Filter Mercedes. That car running as a pro class car. and has been able to lap more quickly than Janine Hill has in the Get Speed car, which led the race in the early stages when Fabian Schiller was driving it.
So still the number 34 BMW being told to wait, and the clock is counting down. All the work's being done, and in a moment or two it'll be sent on its way, just ahead of the number 5 Audi. Interesting as well, isn't it, that Jody Fannin was able to deliver such speed, but was also able to get 8 laps out of his BMW. Most impressive.
Well, as I say, the most impressive was that last lap. 27 seconds quicker was Jody Fannin's last lap, and one has to say that there must have been some kind of code 60 or yellow zone on the circuit which interrupted the progress of Steve Jans, because...
Well, bearing in mind, OK, Jody did a 10.03 compared to a 10 minutes 30, but he has done a 9.02. So clearly there was some sort of hold up on that lap. I know they came into they did come into the pits, and it depends where the line is down the pit lane, I suppose.
It's in the same place for both of them. They were both coming into the pits.
Yeah, but what I mean is, was that actually a slow lap compared to the 9.02 and the 9.15 that they did earlier on?
No,
or is the fact that that's a 10-minute lap just the fact that they crossed the timing loop much further down the pit lane?
Yes, it is. It's
right,
partly that, but it's also partly due to slow zones out on the circuit.
That's what I wonder, because you know, a 10-minute lap ain't that impressive actually. Although 10.03 is very impressive when you compare it to a 10.30. The Audi's got out ahead though, crucially. So in fact, Phoenix slightly better with their work to jump the BMW in the pits. I mean, they leave the pit lane virtually nose to tail. There's going to be a Cup 5 BMW that is able to slot between the two. But fingers crossed that still Jody Fannin and still Steve Jans at the wheel of these cars.
Yeah, that's not good quick pit work from Phoenix. That's somebody with a stopwatch saying, OK, you're ready to go. And one wonders whether Steve Jans has been let go a tad too early, or whether Valkenhorst were just a tad too cautious with their pit stop time. It's a timed pit stop, and it depends on the 8 laps. And I don't actually have the table in front of me, but so the pit stop time is defined in the regulations. But as we were saying, it was Valkenhorst into the pits first, but it's Phoenix out of the pits first. So the race is not now being led by those cars, because Dominic Baumann has gone through meanwhile in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes. So if you can see a live timing screen, it's not quite telling you the actual positions, because the 4th and 5th place cars on the screen are actually leaders of the race out on the circuit. So the race is being led by Dominic Baumann in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes number 2 from number 50, which has had a driver change, and is Arno Klaassen, which is in the AM category of SP9. So a great performance from the number 50 Audi, but that car hasn't made a pit stop yet. So the AM class car is now on its 9th lap without having to stop at the pit. So that's why that's moved up. Into 3rd place, I think, is then going to be Steve Jans back at the wheel of the Phoenix Audi. Getting the car up on the curbs. There's Peter Dumbreck now at the wheel of the number 3 Falcon Motorsports entered BMW M6.
Still, the only delay out on track would appear to be this run into, well, Antonius Bucher, and then the actual braking area, the slowing down area into Tiergarten. So initially, actually, it's 2 posts showing the code 120, and then the next post of code 60 past the incident zone, which I still reckon was car 502. But I'm going to, excuse me, speculatively guess now that we're actually under caution there because of barrier repairs rather than a car that needs to be recovered. Having not seen the incident, I don't know how serious it was, but if some of the Armco panels need to be replaced and possibly even some of the struts need to be redone as well, then that could be a lengthy delay. It must have been in place for at least 15 minutes now.
Something like that, yes. Just confirming something which we said, but it's worth repeating, is that the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW did go onto slick tyres. So Jody Fannin stayed behind the wheel, and has gone on to slicks. The number 5 Phoenix Audi has stayed with Steve Jans and has stayed on wets. So we've got Jans on wets. The Get Speed Performance Mercedes with Dominic Baumann behind the wheels still. He was the driver at the start. He is on wets. And then what is going to be third place, I suspect, is going to be Jody Fannin. And we'll see how much Jody is able to do on these slick tyres. It's going to be, I've said the phrase before, hero or zero, I think, for Jody now, though.
Well, the indication from Sector 2 would suggest it's a good choice, because he's able to go 0.6 of a second quicker, is Fannin, in the BMW through the second sector of the lap. Third sector could be key. Which car breaks the beam at the end of the middle sector? Currently taking cars about 2 minutes and 20 seconds to do.
I'm amazed, Johnny, that they're as close as that. I wouldn't have wanted to bet which one was quicker, but the fact that there's only 0.6 of a second between a slick time and a wet time through, slick tyres and wet tyres through an area that is very slippery indeed.
But it's a big difference through Sector 3 in the favour of the BMW. 2:08.7 represents an absolute best Sector 3 time, and it's taken Steve Jans 2:17.0.
And it's Nicky Katzberg. I said it was still Jody Fannin. I was wrong there. Sorry, it's Nicky Katzberg who's taken over behind, because it's a 3-driver lineup in the number 34 car, so hardly surprising. Nicky Katzberg has taken over for stint 2, and I just wonder whether that means that we're going to get David Pittard in for 3 and then back to Jody Fannin for the final stint. That'll be good. It's looking good at the moment, subject to what the weather does, for Valkenhorst.
The other factor we must insert, of course, is that Katzberg is at least a gold, possibly a platinum, whereas Steve Jans is the silver in what is a Pro-Am lineup for that number 5 Audi. So remember, the priority for Phoenix Racing this weekend is not to beat everybody, but more so the Pro-Am runners. They'd love to get an overall win, don't get me wrong, but they've entered into the Pro-Am class and therefore want to try and take victory within that. And at the moment, they are in front of the second place Pro-Am car of Conrad Motorsport, the Lamborghini Huracan. Third in that division is quite a way further back, Janine Hill in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes. But remember that Janine Hill, her number 23 Mercedes, was pitted quite early on by Fabian Schiller. I have it down as lap 6 for car 23, so the first of the sharp end SP9s to make a stop. Car you hear in the background is the number 2 Mercedes, which is running inside the top 5. Dominic Baumann having completed his outlap last time around, so that took him 13 or so minutes. This will be a much more competitive lap time. And do you reckon, Paul, that Dom Baumann actually leads the race now, having been?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. As now rejoining from a latest pit stop is the 960 car. Teichmann Racing Porsche 718 Cayman from Cup 5. And doing the driving there is Daniel Boer, sharing with our familiar friends Max and Jens, in inverted commas. So started 46th, did the 960 car. It will have been there or thereabouts in the second group, though, it being a Cup 3 Cayman. And 960 back into the race. Cup 3 being led by the 979 Mühlner Motorsport car, as now we get confirmation that all of the track is clear again of any repair work. So the Code 60s at the Tourist Einfahrt and also Tiergarten all clear again, and you can head into Antonius Bucher, foot still nailed to the floor if you're in an SP9 car. As
Baumann coming into the Tiergarten, or out of the Tiergarten, I should say, in the lead of the race. So the pit stop cycle, having taken 3 laps, which is almost half an hour, has happened. We've cycled through everybody. Dominic Baumann leads the way therefore, but remember, the Mercedes is on wets, and I suppose, has the advantage of having Fabian Schiller lined up, ready to get in the car. And who's going to come through in second place? I think it could well be Steve Jans, or is it going to be Nicky Katzberg? Depends who's made best use of the tyres, I suppose. It's going to be Nicky Katzberg just going past Janine Hill. So Nicky Katzberg then takes over in second place, except that I missed, didn't I? Eduardo Mortara, it is actually in second place in the number 48 Mercedes. So the HTP man filter Mercedes went through in second place. Dark coloured car, didn't see it. If it had been bright yellow, I would have seen it. So Eduardo Mortara goes through into second place. Nicky Katzberg is third, just ahead of Janine Hill, who's in fourth place, with into the pits that time around after 9 laps completed for the number 50 car of Otto Klaasen, the Audi.
Cracking move just then, though, from Katzberg on Mortara into the braking zone for the second bit of the Mercedes arena. And Mortara, I think, struggling on those tyres because he went deliberately deep into the cut-through hairpin. Got nothing like the grip that Katzberg is enjoying, although does close up then into the left and the right, still on the Grand Prix track. And it looks like Mortara is happy to put the car in different places from Katzberg, who then struggles out of the right-hander, and Mortara will take the place back again. This is fantastic duelling for third and fourth positions. I don't think we know what tyres the Mercedes is on. That's the difficulty. But at one point I thought, well, Katzberg, no question about it, is on the better tyres, being the slicks. But then all of a sudden Mortara blew past him and into the kink just before the chicane. I think the Mercedes in danger here, as far as Katzberg is concerned, of disappearing up the road. Meanwhile, just skating towards the Armco barrier was a Porsche there, and likewise car 395 scrabbling for grip as it turns left onto the Hatson back. The 395 Porsche 911 Carrera is a Black Falcon Team Techstar entry, second place currently in Class V6, and
48 wets, by the way.
48 was on wets, and the 34 was definitely on slicks, wasn't it?
Yes.
So, like you said on the previous lap, amazing that actually there's very little difference. You know, we must be at the point where the cross wave is. We're just at the apex of it.
Black and round, put him on, send him out.
Doesn't matter. Well, that's how an Audi won a race on the 24 hours 2 years ago. They didn't even know what tyres they were putting on it, and it just happened to be the right ones. 23, very close now. This is the Mercedes, remember, from Get Speed, and can work its way by Katzberg on the straight there.
And that's Janine Hill, and that's because it's pouring with rain on that part of the circuit, Johnny.
Yeah,
and
Kittelbacher and into Flugplatz.
I wouldn't put nothing against Janine Hill, but certainly Janine Hill against Nicky Katzberg. Well, he would normally go on Nicky, but Janine, having been overtaken at the beginning of the lap, has now grinning all over her face as she is the Katzberg that got the cream. And so Nicky then on the slick tyres will be ruining the decision for now. But of course they need to make the tyres, whatever they put on, they need to make them last for the full hour that the car's going to be out there. They don't really want to be coming in early just to get onto the right tyres, because the time spent in the pits, you're going to lose much more time than being out there. So it's a real difficult decision. And it's just one of those interesting elements of it that, as you said a moment ago, Johnny, it's just about even Stevens between which is the best. Such a long circuit that you're never quite sure. I mean, ideally, you'd probably have one set of tyres for one part of the circuit, another set for another part.
Yeah.
But,
and a pit lane halfway round would be ideal to just keep chopping and changing, but you don't get that choice round here, and it's then a case of your engineer, from the driver's advice, just linking all the bits of the track together and thinking which tyre overall will be best. But the problem is, of course, because the weather's changing constantly, you can judge that on one lap and the next lap's completely different.
You've got to make the decision, and it's got to last for an hour. That's the mighty thing.
Just to put that move on from Janine Hill on Nicky Katzberg in perspective, Katzberg at Le Mans this year, because the BMWs were there for the final time, a gold graded driver by the FIA. Janine Hill is a bronze, so she will have revelled in that moment to be able to overtake Katzberg, a works BMW driver, and leave him in her dust there, if dust can exist in such wet conditions. So she motors her way on towards Schwedenkreuz, Arenberg, and now Adenauer-Forst. Meanwhile, the 135 Lexus, I'm not sure how many Lexus we have in this particular race. It is just the one RCF from Ring Racing with Novell Racing, and Yoshinobu Koyama and Kota Sasaki are the drivers in the number 135 car. So this is an SP8 without the T, because it's not turbocharged, and it is Sasaki doing the driving. Second position in SP8, behind the Ferrari 458 that we've mentioned nothing about to my knowledge so far. But the only Ferrari in VLN 7 is an older 458 from Racing 1 GmbH, and Christian Kohlhaas and Stefan Kohler are the drivers. So leading their class, it is Kohlhaas in that prancing horse, number 139.
So we've had an hour and 35 minutes of the race, 2 hours 24 still to go. We've had a wet start, it dried. Some cars went onto slick, some didn't. It's now raining again, I would suggest, Johnny, as heavily as it's rained throughout the race thus far. And so if you went on to slicks earlier and decided it was the wrong decision, came back, put them onto wets, now definitely wets is the way to go. And having said that it might be looking good for Valkenhorst, this is actually looking very difficult indeed now for Nicky Katzberg. Be interesting to see what he does at the end of this lap. Is Nicky Katzberg going to stay out there on these slicks, or is he going to call it a day and come in for more suitable tyre wear? Because looking at the pictures we've got here, Johnny, this doesn't look like slick weather at all to me.
No, certainly not. It's getting a lot worse. And the mist has been descending for about the last hour, but I wasn't sure whether the rain was coming with it. Well, certainly, I think that's the case now. One or two brave drivers deciding to circulate without any headlights on as well. Not that particularly helps illuminate the track in front, but is good when marshals are trying to pick out cars. 734 is the 19th placed V4 BMW 325i, and at the wheel of that, Sven Open, sharing that car with Manuel Dormagen, 734. Dominic Baumann now in the fourth sector, just heading through the curve onto the Dottinger Höhe, I reckon.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely spot on. All those laps in the simulator you did earlier this year were worth every penny. Galgenkopf it is, the final right-hander that brings you on to the Dottinger Höhe. And yes, I mean, it's as sometimes happens if you've been to that area of Germany in the Eifel, you get this mist as well as the rain, as you're fairly high up, around about 700 or 800 metres up, and it does lead to the clouds sometimes being, the rain clouds actually being low enough that they do lead to a mist as well, but an awful lot of rain on the track now. And Dominic Baumann, you noticed on the straight there, didn't have to seek out the wet patches at all. The wet patches were seeking him out. Into Tiergarten he comes, this time to complete 10 laps. And in second place this time around, I think is still going to be Eduardo Mortara in the HTP Mercedes. What's the gap going to be? Well, it's over half a minute, that's for sure.
So Get Speed Performance, normally well known for carrying all sorts of bits and bobs on their car, which detail heart monitor or heartbeats of the driver and how much stress they're under. But clearly their radar systems are beautifully tuned this weekend as well. They knew it wasn't worth even a few laps to put slick tyres on this car, and the drier period of the race you just got to live with and try and work your way through it, knowing that the wet weather was going to arrive again. The number 48 Mercedes now arriving into Tiergarten. So The 23 car, as we know, struggling a little bit now in the conditions, but 48 also now desperate to get through traffic. Edoardo Mortara, he had to be so patient there because he couldn't risk going 3 abreast into Tiergarten.
It really did. It was kind of a worst possible perfect storm. Yeah, he had 2 cars ahead of him, and he diced one way, dived the other, and as you're absolutely right, Johnny, it was a question of patience being the order of the day as he went through there in second place, but just waiting for his time to come up on the screen. 9 minutes 43, so the gap, rather than being half a minute, was very nearly a minute. So Edoardo Mortara losing quite a lot of ground on that lap, and as a result of GetSpeed's weather forecasting systems, we now have a Mercedes 1-2-3 as into the pits comes not only Nicky Katzberg to get wets, but also the Phoenix Audi, Steve Jans. Now, we thought he was on wets anyway. So why is the Phoenix Audi into the pits? This should be a quick stop, remember, because it's only 1 lap that they've been out, so no reason for it, they will put some fuel in, but it won't need to be a long amount of fuel in the car. But they might not even bother putting fuel in at all. But Nicky Katzberg then, now onto wet tyres with the Valkenhorst BMW. Steve Jans, I fear, he's already got going again. It was a very quick pit stop from him, and I don't quite know why that was for Steve Jans then, but he definitely came in, but he was on wet tyres already.
Strange, and a much quicker stop than the 34. I make it 2 laps that they were out. They pitted on lap 8, and that was lap 10. And both 34 and 5 go back into the race. Also stopping in the background was the Subaru, I reckon, number 275, yes, as the SP3 leader, the Subaru BRZ. And driving that is still Tim Schrick. So he's going to wait to hand over to Lucien Gavris, possibly during the next stop.
I'll agree with you, Johnny. Yes, it was 2 laps, but importantly, it was 2 laps for both 34 and 5. So both Valkenhorst and Phoenix stopped after 2 laps. So in theory, the pit stop should have been
the same length,
same length of
That's
time.
What was puzzling about it.
Quite clearly, the Phoenix Audi was on its way a long time before the Valkenhorst BMW was.
And presumably you can't differentiate between a kind of mandatory stop where you fuel the car and one where you've just chosen to change tyres and just go to the officials. Well, we only change tyres, we don't have to adhere to the minimum pit stop.
No, it's the minimum pit stop time is for every pit stop, regardless of whether you refuel or... no, wait a minute. Maybe I have got that wrong.
That's in the other folder.
That's in the other folder.
So Paul will... oh, right, OK. I was about to say you'll ferret around on the floor for that, but it's going to be a long wait because it's all the way back at the Woking Data Centre. Anyway, Opel Manta I just caught a brief glimpse of there, returning to the pit lane. That's the 601 Manta, which was in high drama, you may remember, during the Nürburgring 24 hours. Crashed pretty early on. They spent most of the rest of the race rebuilding it. Volker Strycek is at the wheel of 601, and that car rejoining the race now after a more predictable and more planned pit stop. So lap 11 for Dominic Baumann, leading now by almost a minute over Edoardo Mortara, because Mortara's run through Tiergarten was that slow. He was caught up by a considerable amount of traffic. Janine Hill going across the line in 3rd. 4th position, rejoining Nicky Katzberg, so that's going to put Katzberg much further down the order. Steve Jans likewise. And to put the difference between those 2 pit stops into perspective, for the first sector, it took Steve Jans 1 minute and 43. The first sector for Katzberg, 2 minutes 36, so he's lost the best part of a minute there in a stop where we were expecting, if cars stopped after just 2 laps, then the pit stop window, or rather the minimum pit stop reference time, should have been near identical. So that's puzzling. And did Nicky Katzberg have more significant problem that needed to be rectified by Valkenhorst very frustrating, particularly for Jody Fannin, who drove the wheels off that car for the opening stint. And it's now well down the order. 673 heading out of the cut through and now towards the latter portion of the Grand Prix Strecke. 673 being a Cup 5 car, and 6th place for this 240i Racing Cup car. Cup 5 is led by, and quite convincingly, by Yannick Fubrick, although that car's just made a stop. It's second, in fact it's still in the pit lane, and this is the second pit stop for the class leader then, 650, gold and white and black machine. So that could very easily put 652 into the lead of the race, or certainly closer to it, having stopped just once, and maybe more on top in terms of the tyre strategy than the 650 car. I'm surprised to see 650 pit twice already, so I just wonder whether they've been chasing the correct tyre to be on. You're tuned to RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is now a very wet VLN 7. I thought we were going in the right direction as far as the weather was concerned, but then more bad weather came in the direction of Hoher Acht and pretty much now covers the whole of the Nordschleife.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern. Zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
Das Karussell immer wieder der absolute Wahnsinn. Es wird noch ein bisschen schneller. Mega phänomenal.
can, but he's would be surprising if he did. So Fabian Schiller, I would expect, will be getting into the car next time around. Whether he'll do a single stint, though, in order to be able to get back into the other Get Speed car at the end, well, we'll have to wait and see. But a fascinating driver choice battle leading into the last second half of the race for Get Speed Performance. First and fourth they are at the moment. First and second they were earlier on. Through comes in, so Janine is in fourth place. In fifth place, Peter Dumbreck at the wheel of the number 3 Falcon Motorsports BMW. And then in sixth place, although not anymore, is the number 35 Jordan Tresson driven Vulcan Motorsport BMW. I wonder if that was another car that went onto slick tyres that's deciding it's all too much, because that's the second pit stop for the 35 Jordan Tresson BMW, and that is going to elevate the number 20 Lamborghini with no entrant, and that's Heiko Hammel, who's still at the wheel of that car. He was the car driver at the start. Heiko Hammel running well in 7th place, well ahead, it has to be said, of the number 7 Conrad Lamborghini, which is back in the pits again, Axel Jeffries.
Yes. Now, that should be a scheduled stop, shouldn't it? But
no, I think
the
that's
7 car...
No, that's the second pit stop already.
Yeah, you're right. And the 35's in as well.
I think they're both switching from slicks to wets. A message came up on the screen a few moments ago saying headlights on, in order to, because of the weather being so bad. It's not night time in the Nürburgring, but it's dark enough that, as you said earlier on, Johnny, the marshals need to see the cars.
Yeah.
So Axel Jeffries being waved on his way out of the pits. And that, as I say, is the second pit stop for the Conrad Lamborghini.
Yeah, and so when did the 7 car make its first stop? Was that after?
He came in at the same time as Valkenhorst.
So he'd already gone as far as, well, further than sometimes is even possible, lap 8. Especially when you've got a green flag lap as well. Normally we see GT3 cars getting to lap 7. However, of course, everyone having to be slightly more gingerly on the throttle and therefore burning through their fuel at less of a rate. And we've had 1 or 2 caution areas because of incidents at Bergwerk and Antonius Bucher, to name just a few. So the 7 Lamborghini Huracan with its 5.2 litre V10 engine heads out of the cut-through on the Grand Prix Strecke. And Michele Di Martino, I noticed, now at the wheel of that car. So Jeffries brought it in, I think, and Di Martino took it out. So they have actually done a driver change then as well. And likewise, 35 doing a driver change, with Hunter Abbott taking the 35 car over. Also in on lap 11 is the number 4 Porsche of Jörg Bergmeister. So we've had a stint from Ragginger. Bergmeister must have taken it over. Well, that Porsche's made 3 stops now. So they are definitely having sort of made a decision about tyres and then immediately thought it's the wrong one, get it back in again and change. And they may now have scuppered their strategy entirely, having made 3 stops this early on in the race. We're only 5 minutes away from half distance. And normally at this point, cars will have made just 1 stop, looking to make their second in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Aston Martin heading onto the Dottinger Höhe is still Alex Brundle for the AMR Performance Centre in the Vantage AMR GT4. This car now leading SP8T.
Now, is it Alex? Because has that car made a pit stop yet?
It has made a pit stop.
So would it not now be Martin?
That assumes that they weren't just doing double stints, and and I can probably find that out via social media, but I hadn't had a message from anybody that had messaged me so far.
There's something wrong with that car, and it neatly goes onto the grass there, weaving from side to side. I wonder if they're out of fuel, because it was weaving to side on the straight, but then trying to give it a little weave as well as he was coming into Tiergarten. Issues, the opportunity to come into the pits then, so it's not a refueling issue, but the Aston Martin there doing more than it needs to, I would suggest, to in moving from side to side, just to get itself onto the wet track. Quite sure what's going on there. It lets through a Porsche Cayman on the inside. That's the 979 car. Are they actually battling for class position? No, they're not, because the 979 car running as a Porsche Cayman Cup class. Here's the replay there. This is the Aston Martin doing a little weave as it came. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was losing control because he hit the curb and kicking up the dust as he went onto the grass up the, well, not the kicking up the dust, kicking up the mud as he went onto the grass on the left-hand side, coming into the Tiergarten chicane. Johnny will
still drawing a blank, I'm afraid, about whether it's Alex or Martin at the wheel. I'm going to suggest that looked more like an Alex-type drive, and I thought the weaving on the Dottinger-Hör was actually to try and get a bit of tyre temperature on a cool track down the straight. But then that very wayward moment had me more concerned than I would have been otherwise. Not sure.
No, I'll buy that theory. I think that's probably entirely sensible. So, as you say, Johnny, we're very nearly half distance, and Dominic Baumann heading towards the end of lap 12. We're possibly only going to get 27 laps out of this race with the weather the way it is. We haven't had a great deal of caution zones. What we have had is some wet weather making driving a little bit slower. But Dominic Baumann then onto his 13th lap with 2 hours and 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And still this advantage, which at the beginning of this lap, Dominic Baumann had of over a minute on his nearest competitor, Eduardo Mortara, in the HTP run. Man filter entered Mercedes, similarly Mercedes AMG GT3 car. Coming down the Dottinger-Hör now, still in a comfortable third place, has almost as much of an advantage over in a comfortable second place, so it has almost as much of an advantage over the third place cars. That's Steve Jans with the Phoenix Audi. He was 3/4 of a minute ahead of Jans at the beginning of the lap.
Martin Brundle tweeted at the start of the race that it would be Alex starting, and he said, please, I'm not in, frankly. It's wet and almost icy. Wet and cold, I think that was a suggestion, with a little emoji in there. 4-hour race. Plan is 3 stints of 8 very long, slippery and scary laps. 3 stints,
come on, Martin,
yes.
You've done more scary stuff than this. He's getting wet in his old age.
There's no doubt about it, the older you get, the bravery just seems to ebb away. Although you would go against that theory, Paul?
No.
Definitely.
No.
The 48 Mercedes then running in second place, and 1:10 now adrift of Dominic Baumann. So he is losing a little time again. Well, it's nearly 10 seconds.
Very nearly 10 seconds on that lap as well. Yes, it was, what was it, 8 seconds you said on the previous lap, nearly 10 on that. So Dominic Baumann going very strongly indeed. Jans, on the other hand, in third place. He was 46 seconds behind. That gap goes down as they cross the line now at the end of the next lap, down to 43 seconds. So gets a slight improvement for Steve Jans. 4 seconds, no, not even 3 seconds was his gain. And then it's Janine Hill who is dropping further back. In fact, Peter Dumbreck might be the next one through. We're actually getting the TCR leader coming through, the Moller Bill Norwegian Audi RS3 into the pits, sliding around as he just tries to get the car to slow down. And that's just to get it down into the pit lane speed limit.
That car's crabbing.
It's not right, is it?
It's not,
right.
yeah.
I noticed you pointing at it. Yeah.
Well, rear left looks bent or broken or something, and that car's not behaving itself at all. I thought it was just a beautiful little slide. Meanwhile, there's more drama for the 320 Porsche, which is one of the alternatively fueled cars. Care for Climate Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, driven by a man simply known as Tom, and that car second in the AT brackets -G, which means it's powered by gas, and running in second in that division. So the race leader is the other Care for Climate Cayman GT4. So within that team, they've got a 911 GT3 Cup car and a Cayman, and 693 much better place. Let's tell you what the problem is for 320 though. It's a puncture on the rear left corner at the very least. That means the front right tyre is barely touching the ground. It's also carrying a bit of damage on the front left corner, I noticed as well. Engine note for Dominic Baumann, hard at it again. But yes, possible concern for the TCR class leader, which has just come into the pits with maybe a bent toe link or broken completely on the rear, I would have suggested, although it was difficult to tell from that particular angle. And also a Care for Climate Porsche limping down the Dottinger Höhe to try and get back in the pits and replace that punctured tyre. Down towards Adenauer Forest goes Dominic Baumann's Mercedes though. Tree-lined part of the track, and he's going to burst into Adenauer Forest proper in a moment, where the surrounding area around the track just opens up into a natural spectator area, and a good chance to see some overtaking if you do decide to brave these conditions this afternoon. It's just after 2 o'clock local time, so we have now broken the back of this race on the back nine, but so difficult to work out who's better placed in terms of strategy here. And there's plenty more thinking to be done, because a dry line is emerging once again now with Antonius Bucher and Tiergarten, but the same cannot be said for other parts of the circuit.
No, you have to say, though, that Dominic Baumann with a minute of an advantage halfway in. I mean, how many VLN races, and I'm doing this from memory rather than you expecting to know, but at this halfway stage, how many VLN races have actually had a lead of over a minute? So I think that's slightly unusual. The Total Valkenhorst BMW, I think that was probably number 36, coming into the pits again, and it was coming in through the back entrance. So that car aborting half a lap through the Grand Prix loop and then coming into the pits.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, because the 35 is halfway around the lap currently with Hunter Abbott.
Yeah, the Michele Di Martino is in 8th place in car number 7, the Conrad Lamborghini. The other Lamborghini, the privately entered one, is in 6th, car number 20. And the number of cars on the lead lap is going down. I think we've probably only got about 10 cars on the lead lap at the moment. So being on the right tyres has been crucial. And if you haven't been able to achieve that, then you're going to have been falling backwards. Yes, going through now is the two Lamborghinis, then 6th and 8th, sandwiching Nicky Katzberg in the Valkenhorst BMW, and then behind that in 9th place, in fact 9th and 10th places, are the leading SP7 class cars, 66 and 80, Johnny, which are running in 9th and 10th, separated by just under 7 seconds.
Claudius Karch, who's now at the wheel of the Schmickler Performance 917 Cayman, about to lap a Pixum Team Adrenaline car, which could very easily have been last year's champions, number 1. And they run in V4, remember, this year. Car number 1, how is that doing? Leading its class, in fact. So, what do we say, 23 V4 cars in the entry. Certainly there were on the initial entry list. Let's just see how many started. 21. No advance on 21, so we lost a couple. And in fact, the 21st position V4 car is currently in the pits and possibly has been there for some time now. Dom Baumann heading now through. This is the latter portion of the lap in the longest sector. So Brunchen, Flansgarten, and now about to head towards the Stefan Bellof S, with Schwalbenschwanz away in the distance, able to cope with a couple of back markers just before then this crucial run through the S itself and then get onto the concrete into the Kleine Carousel.
Yes, and the wiper on the Mercedes has almost stopped. Whether it's clever enough to be one of these automatic ones which senses rain, or whether it's dependent on the switch that Dominic uses, I don't know. But certainly he's not using the wiper to such an extent as he was earlier on. Remember this, all the leading cars on wet tyres, but coming up to the point where a second pit stop is feasible. He's currently coming up to the completion of 6 laps on this set of tyres, but at half distance, of course, we are over half distance in the race, it does make sense to make your second pit stop. So if Dominic does feel that it's dry enough, then I think pretty much he could come in at any time, but the way he's going, sitting on a margin of over a minute, I would suggest that Dominic Baumann will stay out there. Still Mercedes first, second and fourth.
A wave from Dirk Adorf, who is sitting in the 160 car, and that's the M2, isn't it?
That's the M2, yes, that would be the reason why it's in camouflagey colours.
I was just trying to work out whether that was Dirk or whether it's Beitzke-Visser being installed in the car for the next stint. Nevertheless, it was the BMW Motorsport M2 competition, and Beitzke-Visser of the Netherlands, also part of that 2-driver lineup in the 160 SP8T car. Beitzke-Visser busy with a W Series campaign this year as well, and I'm feeling she finished 3rd or 4th in that championship.
I think she did quite well in the final round, at least.
Yes.
I think did she win the final round, or was I think she might have actually been a winner in at Brands Hatch in the final round. I wasn't there. But
I was there. Now I can't remember because you put the down. She had one win.
Yes.
And it was earlier in the season at Zolder,
right.
In Belgium. She was 3rd at Brands Hatch, but that was a dice, I seem to remember, between Jamie Chadwick, who fell down the order eventually. Alice Powell took victory at Brands.
Right, yeah.
Ahead of Emma Kimmelainen. I remember Emma returning after about 10 years when she'd formerly raced on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in Formula Palmer Audi, so knew the track, but memories of it weren't particularly fresh. But Beitzke-Visser, I think, more or less guaranteeing herself another season in the W Series for 2020, and busy at VLN this weekend as well. Over the line in second, Eduardo Mortara, and he's closed the gap marginally. It's 1 minute and 8 seconds now to Dominic Baumann.
Just a second of a gain then for Mortara over Baumann. Still Mercedes leading the way 1 and 2. The gap back to the 3rd placed Phoenix Audi. Steve Jans still leading the charge as best he can. Of course, he's leading the Pro-Am. Big slide as he comes through the Tiergarten. But at the moment, let's say, leading the way as far as the Pro-Am category is concerned. And the Audi goes through 44 seconds behind, which is virtually the same gap as it had on the previous lap. So stalemate has been reached, at least as far as the top 3 is concerned. Janine Hill, we'll see how much longer Janine actually stays out, whether she'll decide to come in either on this or the next lap to hand the car over to John Schaffner. The car came in, you remember Fabian Schiller brought the car in after just 6 laps of its first stint.
Is this a problem for the number 156 Aston Martin? Hazard lights flashing. It looks to be down on the front end, I would suggest. Maybe a front left puncture, which is strange for a rear-wheel drive car for a front tyre to go. Might be the rear. Nevertheless, the race, not the race leader, the 4th place car, Janine Hill, heads now down the Dottinger Her as well, but the Aston is at least on the home stretch to get that car back to the pits relatively quickly, and it seemed to be still carrying decent speed. Well, it's kind of half racing speed. We'll see whether that car then can make it back, bearing in mind it has now slipped to 2nd position in class. So where did this problem hit.
Front left, I agree, is down a little bit. I just wonder if he's bashed a curb somewhere.
It's possible. I would suggest it hit in the middle sector, because a sector that would normally take 2.5 minutes is taking closer to 4, and the very long sector 6.5 minutes, when a respectable time through there is about 4 minutes 10 in a GT4 car. So the scraping is the splitter on the tarmac, I think, and yeah, the rear left is still fully inflated. But is there damage as well? At least the Aston can turn in. Looks to be virtually no tyre on that rim at all.
Yeah, it's difficult to see there, but yeah, Alex has got it back. That's the main thing in endurance racing, and so whether we'll find out exactly what the issue is, not sure. But a problem then for you said it was second in the class, so
well, he was leading and slipped to second, I think, because of this problem on the lap. And yeah, it's still timed as second as it enters the pits. Behind comes the Moller Bill Motorsport Audi, or is that never actually left the pits after it came in with its problems on the rear? I wonder whether 801's ever actually rejoined since we first reported that car to be crabbing. And arriving now for the AMR Performance Centre to get to work. So concentration is definitely on the front left. It looks like Alex Brundle's going to get out, and Martin waiting just to the right of the car as I look at it to clamber on board. There is a word from son to father to tell Martin exactly what's gone on, but this is a surprise certainly to the AMR Performance Centre, although I'm sure Alex was radioing in well in advance. Suggestion
on the ticker that it is a tyre that has gone on the front left of the Aston Martin. The other thing, checking through the ticker, that we hadn't picked up on is that the Falcon Motorsports Porsche, which was running very well in Jörg Bergmeister's hands, has had an off into the gravel, and that's why that car has slipped all the way back now to 13th place.
Well, it made a third stop, which was puzzling to me.
Right. Yeah.
And perhaps it stopped because of the off.
Because of the off, yes.
So it was able to limp back to the pits, but and has rejoined again now. But yeah, one followed the other, quite possibly. John Schaffner readying himself, by the looks of things, to get on board car 23. That is a helmet being strapped into place rather than one about to be removed. And water pipe also being threaded into the helmet by the looks of things. So Janine Hill, we are expecting in the next few minutes. Meanwhile, lots of different lanes of traffic down the Dottinger Höhe, depending on what class you are in. There's a Volkswagen Golf from the TCR division, also the two-tone orange and red or dark red BMW from Cup 5. Jörg Bergmeister's Porsche I could just pick out as well on the Dottinger Höhe after it's been in difficulties. Looks relatively straight though, the two-tone blue Falcon Motorsport sponsored 911 GT3. And the 650 car is there as well. Cup 5 leader, Yannick Fubrich for Pixum Team Adrenaline Motorsport. So not in their usual orange and blue colours. This is the gold, black and white car, which had a bit of an iffy getaway. Both Paul and I exchanged glances when it got going and seemed to just jump the row in front of it before the red lights went out, but that's been reviewed by the officials and no further action was the judgment. So legitimately now leading the race, and the M240i Racing Cup car there is miles ahead of its nearest rival, which is the Treble 6 machine, now being driven, the dark blue car, by Florian Naumann 666, which started in 42nd position. There are 1 hour and 45 minutes still to go.
Yeah, and I think we are probably getting up to the next pit stop window for the leading runners. The top 6 cars have all made just the one pit stop. The 7th place car being the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW, which Nicky Katzberg is still at the wheel of, having had to make an extra pit stop to get off slicks. which actually now look to be the right choice to get back onto wet weather tyres. So Nicky Katzberg in 7th on newer wet weather tyres, but perhaps now beginning to wish that slicks. Now the trick is going to be, of course, Dominic Baumann will be coming in, I would suggest, to hand over to Fabian Schiller, who will be taking the number 2 Get Speed Performance Mercedes from here to the end of the race. You'll need another stop to do it in terms of fuel, but the question will be for Get Speed, do they put a new set of wets onto the car, or do they go to slicks?
This is one of the rare occasions where, because normally the rule is you go with whatever the weather's doing right now, but because the stint is pretty long around this place, 8 laps, as the 57 car struggles to stop into the first corner and isn't going to stop in time for the edge of the track, splishes and sploshes its way back onto the circuit. The 57 car, which is 3rd in SP7, a class led by the 66 ACV Motorsport Club Porsche 911. It's a class entirely for 911 GT3 Cup cars, whether they be of the MR variety or not. And 57.
Peter Ludwig.
I always automatically think it's Klaus.
Yes. Yes, I mean, the problem with the Cup car is that it's not got ABS, so it is more difficult, if you will, to stop.
Yeah.
And had a long conversation with J.M. Littman recently about driving the Cup car, and he thought, it'll be great driving a Porsche Cup car, but he says it's one of the most difficult cars you can choose to drive, and it does require an awful lot of sensitivity. You can't just get in and be quick and be aggressive. You've got to be very sensitive with it as well, and I think that's what Peter Ludwig was discovering on that lap. Dominic Baumann has stayed out, and second place is still Eduardo Mortara. They came in on the same lap last time around. They came in after 7 laps. They're currently coming up to the end of lap 14. So if it's 7 lap stints, which is what Martin Brundle told us they were planning to do in their Aston Martin, as we've watched enough of these VLN races, Johnny, a 7-lap stint is roughly what you would be expecting to do. The car will do 8 on a tank full, and indeed the AM class Lamborghini did 9, I seem to remember, on its first lap out there. So Mortara goes through, loses more time on that lap though, another 4, in fact over 6 seconds lost on that lap. The gap went down to 1 minute 08, going out on that last lap, Eduardo Mortara, to 1 minute 14. And that makes me think that there's a possibility that Steve Jans with the Phoenix Audi may be in a position to have closed the gap on this lap, out of the Tiergarten onto the start-finish line, then for the number 5 blue Phoenix Racing Audi R8 LMS GT3, and he crosses the line 43 seconds behind, so yes, half a second quicker than Mortara ahead of him. Peter Dumbrek behind is still actually just come now onto the Dottinger Höhe. So Peter Dumbrek is going to be about a minute or so behind in the BMW, the first of the BMWs, the Falcon Motorsports car. And having said that rear engines may be the way to go in this race, well, we've got 2 of them in the top 6. But Mercedes 1-2, Audi 3rd, BMW M6 in 4th place, another Mercedes in 5th, and then the private Lamborghini Huracan in 6th place.
Hopping and jumping its way then through Tiergarten is the number 3 BMW, and Paul says Peter Dumbrek at the wheel of this, about to cross the line in 4th position. Then expecting Janine Hill and Heiko Hammel. And Janine can't be very far away from another stop for the 23 car, because John Schaffner quite clearly was getting ready to take that car over. Virtually 3 abreast, as the Lamborghini number 20 is being caught by Janine Hill in the number 23 car. Or is it the 20 car that's just got by 23, in fact? And whipping by the 2 of them on the right-hand side is Katzberg in the dark blue BMW number 34. Got the Schmickler Performance Porsche just up ahead, which is the 917 car. That machine 3rd, with Karch still at the wheel of that, and they're having to go very slowly indeed into Tiergarten. No opportunity to get up alongside the Cayman because it's got good straight line speed. How many pit callers are we going to have here then? Just the one, and it is Janine Hill with Katzberg staying out and the number 20 Lamborghini staying out of Heiko Hammel. So Hammel 6th, but Janine Hill from, well, 7th place ultimately. She was running as high as 4th though.
She was 5th on the lap before, was overtaken a couple of laps ago by Peter Dumbreck.
Yeah, okay, so Dumbreck came through in 4th, yes, and Janine Hill, if she'd stayed out, would have been behind Katzberg and Hammel anyway, because they just managed to get by on the Dottinger Höhe. But it'll be Janine Hill to John Schaffner. Meanwhile, Danny Brink at the wheel of the number 1 V4 class BMW, again having to seesaw at the wheel and deal with slowing the car and also, well, trying to scrub speed off by seesawing at the wheel a little bit and doing the Scandinavian flick rally driving style to get the rotation necessary into the first corner. Very much downhill on the approach. You've already gone through a slight right-hand kink as well to then line the car up for turn 1 proper. Talk about this place having 170 corners. I'm never sure whether that very slight right-hand kink at the end of the main straight is ever counted there, but it's definitely a change of direction and a real struggle to find any grip on the exit of the Mercedes arena for this short, sharp run towards the cut-through, which again is far from flat. You're having to deal with much undulation. It's downhill and then a slight rise out of the cut-through hairpin. And Danny Brink with another V4 car to have to deal with just up ahead by the looks of things, the 734 car, which is 19th place in his class.
Certainly as far as the race for the lead in SP7 is concerned, that's come right down on the previous lap. I said it was about 6 seconds a little while ago. Well, 66 and 80 now separated by less than a second as they cross the line at the beginning of the previous lap, or the beginning of this lap, I should say. That's between 66 and 80 in SP7. 66 being in the hands of Thomas Gerling, and number 80 is Lorenzo Rocco di Torrapadula. We haven't had a chance to say that name very often.
No. It's always very satisfying, though, in my experience. So, which car is that?
That's number 80 car in second place in SP7, but right on the tail. At least it was last time around, and coming up, it's had... They both had the same number of pit stops. Or has it? No, it's had an extra pit stop. That's right. The Huber Motorsport car has had an extra pit stop.
Torrapadula racing in the Dubai 24 Hours as far back as 2010 and has done lots of 24-hour racing at the Nürburgring as well in classes V6, SP6, SP7, and more recently in a car collection motorsport Audi, I'm going to assume. They've run very little else in SP9. It was an Audi in the 2017 running of the Nürburgring 24. So 23 back on the move. John Schaffner at the wheel. Michelin tyre technician taking a track temperature in the background. Rather chilly, I'm going to suggest. And certainly not the ideal operating window for any sort of tyres, frankly, but of course they have to be built to withstand this sort of abuse on a wet and cold track. Certainly not the first time these conditions have been encountered at the Nürburgring. 302 is a car I don't remember mentioning so far, so let's do that for the first time. It looks like an Opel Astra Cup car, and is from MSC Adenauer. Herbert Schmidt, Carlos Antunes Tavares and François Valles. So that car just being overtaken in SP3T on the Mercedes arena, but motoring his way towards the end of this current lap, lap 15, is Dominic Baumann.
Yes, it says according to my little app that the weather in the Nürburgring, sunshine, clouds, rain, 13 degrees at the moment, and so yeah, you're absolutely right. I suppose getting towards the end of September, the leaves will be beginning to turn, and the green hell will shortly be becoming the brown hell. You were mentioning earlier on, weren't you, Johnny, that one of the Mercedes was getting leaves brushed out of its radiator intakes when it came in for its routine pit stop. Dominic Baumann having to battle his way through the traffic. Is this going to be his pit stop lap? I think it probably is, and he comes then. Rain is coming down a little bit more heavily now, which is probably good in the sense that it takes away some of the doubt that may be, do we use wets or do we use dries? I think there must be very little doubt now that Dominic Baumann is going to be getting out of the car, handing it over to Fabian Schiller, and they're going to stay on wet weather tyres. That is to say, they'll get a new set of wet weather tyres to go onto the car. That's the trouble about driving on wets in drying conditions, because it wears them out pretty quick. So you really do need a new set with nice sharp shoulders on to get the best out of the wet weather, the way the wet weather tyres function. So into the pits is our race leader, and he'll be able to sit there for the best part of a minute before the second place car comes in, and it probably will be the HTP car coming in behind him with Eduardo Mortara. This will probably also be a driver change. It was Lance David Arnold who started in the Mann-Filter Mercedes. Tim Scherbart is the other car who will probably be taking it over.
Strange that the number 2 car carries so much information, but its lap chart seemed to be one out for me, because it's just completed 15 laps, and that's confirmed by the timing screen. So it's almost as if the data systems have also included the green flag lap for fuel mileage.
Yeah.
That makes sense, because often that first stint could be an 8-lapper, but because they do a green flag lap, most teams cannot make much more than 7, and that's all included in the fuel mileage, certainly. But the top 2 are in now, because Mortara will follow the number 2 machine down pit road, and as Baumann, or at least the 2 car, is going to be weighed back into the race, Mortara's just been welcomed by the HTP team, the Mann-Filter backed group. Manta through the Tiergarten, and right behind the Opel Manta is Steve Yance in the Phoenix Racing Audi. He's had a long stint, and at the last minute decides to come down pit lane, caught on the wrong side of the Opel Manta. Now, it did quite clearly cross the blend line there, and I thought that was a big no-no. When the drivers go to the briefing in the morning, they're told to stay well right and in good time if you are planning to come down the pit lane. So it'll be interesting to see if that is reviewed in any way. By the blend line, I mean there's a specific line, a lane that is painted on the road, and it extends significantly before the pit lane itself, and you should be well into that before you actually go into the pits to avoid what's just happened, which is Steve Yance pulling right across the nose of the Opel Manta, or just behind the Opel Manta, I think it was in the end. But yeah, it's dangerous when you come from far left to far right and make a last-minute pit stop. BMW, Peter Dumbrek, 4th on the road. He's going to thread his way through Tiergarten and stay out.
That's an extra lap then for Peter Dumbrek. He came in at the end of 7 laps, and he's now going round for an 8th lap on this stint. So Peter Dumbrek will, on the road, take the lead, because he gets going, or rather he goes through cross start finish before Dominic Baumann comes out. So yeah, it's about a 2.5 minute pit stop is the length of time you're required to spend in the pit lane.
Meantime, towards the end of the lap go some of the BMWs in the Cup 5 division. Next car through, Nicky Katzberg, who is also happy to stay out for another lap. So that will make it a BMW not quite 1-2, because we now have rejoining Fabian Schiller, who, yes, will be just ahead of Nicky Katzberg's BMW, now on wet weather tyres. I wonder what Katzberg is thinking about which direction they go next in terms of Pirelli rubber for the Yokohama rubber for the number 34 BMW. They've already blinked a little too early with their change to slick tyres earlier on in the race. Now back onto wets, which seem just about okay. For certain areas, it looks rather dry, but there is enough spray for me being kicked up behind the car as it exits the Mercedes arena.
I think that's right, Johnny, and it always helps as well when the weather is doing the same on the pit lane as it is all around the circuit, because I've been there, I know it. You have this argument between the driver and the team manager, and the driver says, it's pouring with rain, and the team manager saying, it's sunny. And if you have the same weather around different parts of the circuit, as I say, if it's the same on the pit lane, then you don't have the argument so much. Yeah, so the number 48 car on its way, and there was the driver changes on both of the lead Mercedes that we expected then, with Fabian Schiller taking over at the wheel of the number 2 car. The Mann-Filter Mercedes goes out with Tim Scherbart driving, and it's Vincent Kolb having taken over the Phoenix Audi. I saw Vincent Kolb out in a Porsche recently, which surprised me. He was in the again in the International GT Open race, driving a Porsche, but he's back to his normal Audi drive, and the gap still 40-something seconds between himself and the second place Mann-Filter Mercedes. But of course, from Phoenix's point of view, Vincent Kolb, I suspect, as you mentioned, Johnny, will be quite happy to be leading the Pro-Am division. Peter Dumbreck having stayed out, as did Nicky Katzberg, the Falcon car of Peter Dumbreck, Nicky Katzberg in the Valkenhorst BMW, staying out for another lap.
So Tim Scherbart taking over the 48 Mercedes. Vincent Kolb, as Paul mentions, back out in the 5 Audi. Peter Dumbreck and Katzberg, they lead 1 and 2 on the road. And Fabian Schiller into the number 2 car from that change from Baumann. Baumann had been in it from the start, hadn't he? Because Schiller started the 23 car.
Yeah.
So pretty lengthy stint that, 2.5 hours. Now inside the final 90 minutes. Speaking of the 960 car a little earlier on, I definitely remember Max being at the wheel of that. Now it is his co-driver, who is Daniel Boer. I don't think we've had Jens at the wheel of that, though. Based in Zossen. And the 960 car is another Cup 3 entry, and is running 4th with Daniel Boer at the wheel. Cup 3 headed by 979. And that has Nico Menzel now at the wheel of the car that was earlier piloted by Moritz Krantz. Torsten Young, I think we've had a dose of as well, in the Mühlner Motorsport Porsche 979 class leader in Cup 3.
The change in SP7 that we were talking of has happened with the Huber Motorsport car now having gone through. Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula, I'll just get it in as often as I can, having gone through and taken the lead of SP7, then 10th place overall for car number 80. Although I think that might have been a result of pit stops, because yes, Thomas Gerling has been in with the 66, and Thomas Kappeler has now taken over the number 66 Porsche Cup car.
Uphill now for the number 2 car of Fabian Schiller then. So this is the rise effectively to the highest point of the circuit, but tricky through Bergwerk, wasn't it? Yeah, I thought so, the right-hander. And now to come Kesselchen and Klostertal. And then it gets very, very tight indeed as you run up the towards the Caracciola carousel. Carousel itself will be tricky in these wet conditions, bearing in mind it's concrete slabs.
I haven't done nearly as many laps as you have around the circuit, but I did do quite a few in my road car many years ago, and that was the place that I nearly had my biggest accident. It was only due to Audi's very sensible design of the car that it all straightened out, but it was in conditions similar to this, a little bit damp, and I was giving it as much welly as I could getting up the hill, and yes, it very nearly got away from me, but it all was safely gathered in, and as I say, largely due to Audi's engineering rather than any skill on the part of the nut behind the steering wheel.
I mean, the impetus really is to get as much forward momentum as possible on that uphill stretch, because you're fighting gravity all the time, and even just a feather off the throttle will give you the necessary control. What you don't want to be doing is hitting the brakes unnecessarily, because you're slowing the car in a section where it's so tricky to get back up to speed, so steep. And actually the high-speed nature of that part of the track, when we often enjoy it from an onboard, doesn't give you the full impression of what a climb that is.
And the barriers aren't very far away.
They're really not, no.
I say that's where Kevin Estra lost the car in VLN 6 and ended up clattering barriers on both sides of the track.
Yeah. There was a couple of monster accidents this year in the WTCR races as well there. World TCR races, just 3 laps in length, each of them. There were 3 this year in support of the Nürburgring 24 hours. Over the line goes the class leader in V6, which is the 395 car. Very similar paint scheme to the 57 car of Black Falcon Team Techstar, but that's definitely the 911 Carrera that leads V6.
A change in SP7 because no, it is the same. In fact, sorry, Kappeler. It was Thomas Kappeler and Peter Ludwig. Peter Ludwig just out of the pits in the 57, and he has just been overtaken by Thomas Kappeler in the number 66 car. So the position's actually the same, but having completed that second round of pit stops, it does mean that Lorenzo Rocco di Torrepadula has managed to open up quite a lead in SP7 and is, about a minute and a half, if not 2 minutes ahead in the SP7 class. Remember, that was very close indeed, but the number 80 car, Huber Motorsport, now well ahead.
Not good news regarding the TCR leader. Just getting news through now that the number 10 Golf, which is the Max Cruiser Golf, I think, of Andreas Gulden, has had to retire because of technical issues. Now, those two words can often mask a variety of different problems, but a real shame for a car that's normally at the sharp end in TCR. It is the Max Cruiser Racing entered machine that started on the second row of Startgruppe 2, and that car out of the race by the looks of things.
Yeah, Kesselchen, that's come off.
And that will leave car 804 for Matilda Racing, the Cupra TCR, now in the lead of that class. Everyone moves up one behind. In fact, it's a Matilda Racing 1-2 with the other Max Cruiser Racing Volkswagen Golf to benefit as well. It's now into 3rd position, but Brinker at the wheel of the lead Matilda Racing Cupra. That'll be Carl Brinker, sharing the 804 drive with Timo Hochwind, perhaps. So yes, all change there in TCR. In Cup X, it's, funnily enough, a Teichmann Racing Crossbow that leads the way, because they've all been entered by that same team. But the best placed of the KTM Crossbows is 929's in the pits and may well have been there for some time. 930 leads the way, and now
by miles.
Yeah, by a very decent chunk indeed. Has the other one been
16th place overall? The number 930 car.
Has the other one been in strife as well? Then that's had 3 pit stops so far, and the third of the 3 KTM Crossbows in the pits, and I think it's been there for a while.
So Georg Griesemann, the only one who's still running untroubled in the Cup X Crossbow, in 16th place overall. Saw a rather exciting new KTM last time Radio Show Limited were on the road at Barcelona. The GTX the KTM GTX. Bigger, better in every way, really.
Right.
And it was also extremely reliable over the 24 hours, so had a good run. So looking forward to seeing some more action from that latest offering from KTM, trying to get itself into the GT3 kind of category rather than, although the Crossbow runs in its own class as Cup X, the original canopied Crossbow was intended for GT4 racing. Well, now they're trying to get to a point where they are developing this GTX as a GT3 style car.
Any information offered about the powertrain? Because it's still the Audi?
No, it's a 5-cylinder engine.
All right.
As opposed to the 4-cylinder engine in the Crossbow. So no, it's a bigger engine, it's a bigger car, it's faster, did everything very well indeed. So I'm not sure how much information there is out there in the world about it, but hopefully it will be at another 24H Series race near you sometime soon.
Yeah. New calendar announced this week for the 24H Series, which means a lot of changes, namely the first race, which no longer will be at Mugello, but will move to Monza. A lot of people very excited about that. And also, well, an interesting race meeting, potentially next July, where it would appear Creventic and the 24H Series will be on the same bill as a VLN race. Not necessarily on the same day, but the same weekend. They'll occupy the paddock, and it looks like they'll race on the Sunday, a 12-hour race on the Sunday, with a 4-hour VLN race on the Saturday. So that's going to be interesting to find out all the details around that. But the calendar is now in the public domain for you to have a look at. Dubai, of course, was already announced. That will be the second weekend of January 2020.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent opportunity for VLN specialists to find out about the Creventic series and vice versa, with every opportunity to do both events, and with both events happening on different tracks as well.
Yeah.
At least as far as we know. The Creventic 12-hour race will be on the Grand Prix circuit, whereas the VLN will be on its traditional circuit, as far as we understand. But as I say, no reason why you shouldn't be able to compete in both races and have a 4-hour race and a 12-hour race on the same weekend.
Yeah, a sensible decision in order to bolster the entry. But I'm interested in the logistics of it all. I'm sure it's very neatly planned out already. Meanwhile, the number 3 car has just been in for a stop. So
Peter Dumbreck handing over to Steph Dusseldorp in the Falcon BMW. Did Steph actually drive the Schnitzer one? No, he didn't, did he? Because
he would never have had a chance to.
No, quite, because it stopped very early on, didn't he? Yes, it was Farfus who started in the Schnitzer car, and so Steph having his first outing on Falcon tyres and exploring all of the track and a little bit more coming out of the Mercedes arena.
So both Falcon cars together on track pretty much, one flashing the lights to the other now, with the Porsche further down the order though, Jörg Bergmeister. He is... Well,
no, they're actually together on the track now.
That's for position, is it?
Yes,
yeah, of course, because Dusseldorp's rejoined.
Just coming out of the pits, having taken the BMW over. So the Porsche just ahead of the BMW at the moment for the Falcon tyres. Other way around.
Yeah, the other way around.
BMW
but yes.
ahead of the Porsche, sorry.
Yeah. But you'd worked out that they're both on the same lap. So this is the lead lap as well, just about. And the Porsche having made 3 stops. BMW just done its second. So maybe one of... Well, I suggested that perhaps one of the stops was as a result of it leaving the track somewhere, because we got a message about that on the ticker.
That was for the Porsche, wasn't it?
It was for the Porsche, yeah. I'm just working out weather, one of its 3 stops for the Porsche was actually to change tyres, and therefore was a very quick one. It's difficult to work that out now retrospectively. However, they are together on the track, dicing for position. So still a fair bit of this race to go, an hour and a quarter left on the clock, and the checkered flag will wait for the race leader to come across the line, even if it requires the best part of another lap to do so. 152 Team Knuffy has been troubling the sharp end of its class. This is RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. 152 is indeed still the SP8T class leader. And we're maybe in just a bit of a break for the weather now. So are we going to start to see lap times tumble? It's Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer bringing you VLN 7.
Alles begann mit 2 Freunden und einer Vision. Unsere Initialen stehen für Qualität und Fortschritt. Wir schaffen den Technologietransfer von der Rennstrecke auf die Straße. Wir fertigen Gewindefahrwerke, Sportfedersätze, Stabilisatoren, Distanzscheiben und Gewindefedern zu 100% in Deutschland. Wir arbeiten mit Herzblut und Hingabe für diesen einen Moment. Wir sind Motorsport. Wir sind H&R.
Das Karussell immer wieder der absolute Wahnsinn. Es wird noch ein bisschen schneller. Mega phänomenal.
The Arvia BMW M4 down the gears and into Tiergarten. But what about Fabian Schiller, who's come into the pits rather unexpectedly, Paul Truswell.
I'm extremely confused now, because the message saying he's left the pits actually came before the message saying he'd entered the pits. So it must have been either a drive-through penalty or a mistaken call to the pits, because he spent no time at all in the pits as far as I can work out. And he'll maintain the lead through that, because he's gone through in the lead of the race, but a much reduced lead for Fabian Schiller then. And he's just completed Sector 1 in a time around about 20 seconds, not even 18 seconds longer than he would normally complete Sector 1. So that's the time down the pit lane. And now he heads out onto the Nordschleife. But as I say, whether he wanted to come in for slick tyres and they told him no, stay out. We did get a message that there was a slow zone at Tiergarten. I think that has now been cleared.
Not at Tiergarten, but there's a drama at Schwalbenschwanz.
Right.
And 462, I'd worked out, had come to a halt, which is the Porsche Cayman of Hans Sadler and Jürgen Vorringer, not with an entrant name, but it is in the V5 category, 462, with Vorringer currently at the wheel. But that car stranded at the side of the road. And what else have we got? No, I think it is just that one car that needs recovery now. Yellow and purple flags being displayed there. Otherwise, did you mention Tiergarten? No, that looks okay. That was certainly an area that had code 60s out earlier on to deal with some barrier damage. And I think one or two Armco struts that needed to be replaced there. So slow into Schwalbenschwanz. I mean, that's a slow part of the circuit anyway, as people decrease speed for a pretty sharp left-hand hairpin at a very high angle as well. The second portion of concrete blocks as the Falken Motorsports cars switch positions into Tiergarten. Porsche ahead of BMW now, so a good move from Jörg Bergmeister to first of all draw alongside Steff Dusseldorp and then outmuscle him. And the last thing Falken want is any contact between these two cars, but they are definitely run by two different parts of the team, and they'll cross the line more or less as one. So they are dicing fours. The BMW maybe has a think about a move up the inside to repay the favour on Bergmeister. That's not going to happen. Di Martino has pitted just ahead of them, so this battle will now become the scrap for 5th and 6th places.
I'm even more confused now about this pit stop for Fabian Schiller, because the screen tells me that he's made 2 pit stops, not 3. But we also definitely got briefly, I just wonder whether it was a transponder error or something, which made it seem as though the car was a little bit slower. But
14 seconds
yeah,
slower.
I was going to say, that first sector was lost, so maybe he did come down through the pit lane. And as I say, did lose quite a lot of time at the completion of his 17th lap and then the start of his 18th lap. We'll work out what the gap is, because it looks to me as if Nicky Katzberg having... and that's also wrong, isn't it? Because Nicky Katzberg has had 3 pit stops as well. Because Nicky came in for an extra pit stop for... fuel. No, he hasn't had his 3rd pit stop yet. So Nicky Katzberg is 30 seconds behind in the Valkenhorst BMW, but is due another pit stop. This is the black and blue Valkenhorst car, but that car does owe us a pit stop. So that is a slightly false position with Katzberg in 2nd place. Tim Scherbart in 3rd place. About a minute and a half behind, but that gap should come down at the end of this lap. We'll see what happens to it, but he's certainly going to be around about 10 seconds closer to the race leader than he was previously. Into the pits has come Michele Di Martino with the Conrad Lamborghini. He was in 5th place, number 7. But that will drop back down again to, I estimate, about 8th once he's completed his 3rd pit stop.
So Fabian Schiller leading, but I reckon not by 32 seconds any longer, because he did a drive-through penalty, or we think was a drive-through, cost him 16 seconds on Katzberg, and therefore Katzberg's going to be a lot closer now.
It was a stop-and-go penalty.
Stop-go, right.
For the number 2 car, and he also had a off-track excursion in Adenauer Forest, and that was just after his pit stop penalty. So everything not quite going his way.
No.
But so that's the story for the number 2 car. It was a stop and go. We did see it come in. Still leads the race. But by less of a margin, although, as you say, Johnny, the Nicky Katzberg car will be into the pits very shortly. So the gap we really should be monitoring is that back to the number 48 HTP Mercedes.
On the graphic, at least, it's the 48 Mercedes in 3rd. Tim Scheerbart taking that over. We reported that at the time. The 4th place car is the Audi of Vincent Kolb that he shares with Steve Jantz. Axel Jeffries 5th for the Lamborghini Huracan. Jörg Bergmeister's just overtaken Steff Dusseldorp into Tiergarten. The 2 Falken Motorsport cars were side by side. Dieter Schmidtmann's Lamborghini Huracan is in 8th place, ahead of the 35 BMW of Hunter Abbott from Falkenhorst Motorsport. And then John Schaffner in the Get Speed Performance Mercedes number 23. Former race leader, of course, when it was in the hands of Fabian Schiller, who is now the race leader again, but in a different car number 2. And he is rapidly approaching Flansgarten, the Stefan Beloff S, and then into double waved yellows initially, then a code 120. And I wonder what sort of work is taking place at Schwalbenschwanz and how far we are away from things being cleared up here. I think again it's probably down to barrier repairs at this point, although there is a rescue unit on the scene, and in fact it's still a car in the barrier, I think, that is still being dealt with. That will be the Porsche that I mentioned at the time, and other things going on there as well. So we'll obviously allow the medics all the time that they need before we worry about things like motor racing again. The good thing about the Nürburgring Nordschleife is that you can rate on all the other parts of the circuit, and Fabian Schiller, once he's through the incident zone, can start to pick up the pace once again. Catching a glimpse for the first time of the Ferrari 458 on the Dottinger Höhe of Kohlhaas. That car is still leading SP8, by the way, the Ferrari that is shared between Christian Kohlhaas and Stefan Koller. But it's the former at the wheel of 139 and leading SP8 from the 8Ts aren't obviously in the same class, so looking all the way down to... Ooh. Now that's not going to be easy to pick out. Bear with me a moment. Ferrari, yes, leading the way. Then it's the Lexus. Koyama taking that car over during the last stop, I think. The Lexus RCF, car 135.
Fabian Schiller just going past the Ferrari as they came through the Tiergarten that time. Schiller goes through, completes his 18th lap, and that was a 9-minute 49 for him. Now, admittedly, there's various slow zones out on the circuit, but nevertheless, as I say, that's partly as a result of the stop-and-go penalty, and also partly as a result of Fabian having been off into the gravel at Adenauer Forest on that lap. And into the pits comes second-place car number 34, Nicky Katzberg's Falkenhorst Motorsport BMW. This should be for a driver change, I would think, and it should be David Pittard taking it over for the 3rd stint, but with just an hour of the race remaining, David should be able to take the car all the way through to the checkered flag from here. And the car itself, the 34 BMW, will now slip down to probably 5th, 6th place or so. And that will elevate Tim Scheerbart into 2nd place in the HTP Manfilter sponsored Mercedes, but the gap will still be in excess of 1 minute, I would suggest, first to second.
And interestingly, the gap at the line between the first and the then second place car, Katzberg since pitted, but it only came down by 5 seconds. But that's because the stop-go for Schiller, I presume, will have been served at the penalty box at the start of the pit lane rather than the team's box. So it will have been delayed then crossing the timing loop, which is about halfway down the pit lane, whereas the BMW's pit stall is after said timing loop, so it doesn't really represent the gaps. It would have been nice to have known, to have hand-timed the distance between Schiller's Mercedes and the BMW number 34 as they entered, for example, Tiergarten, because I think it would have been pretty close, actually.
It would have been about between 15 and 20 seconds, I would think.
So the gap would have been sliced in half because of Schiller's stop-go penalty. Anyway, gap's certainly come down between Schiller and Tim Scheerbart's Mercedes. Vincent Kolb still on the lead lap and is about to cross the line, having negotiated Dottinger-Ruhr, the long straight that leads into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein to complete the lap.
Why is... Oh no, that's the Valkenhorst BMW in the pit still, isn't it? The PlayStation sponsored car.
It is.
Still having its pit stop. I misidentified it for a moment. So that car will be rejoining, and when it does so, it will be about 6th place, I think, for that car.
We're now back timing to the end of the race, aren't we, as far as pit stop times are concerned, because we're inside the final 70 minutes.
Yeah. And it's about 3 seconds every minute. So every minute you go slightly later, it's a slightly shorter pit stop. Are those slicks?
He stalled the car.
Are those slicks, though, for Pittard?
Potentially. I didn't actually catch a glimpse of it, but if Pittard can't get the car restarted, it doesn't really matter. They've got stickers on them, so they're brand new tyres, but the team are surely going to have to run out and bring that car back in again, because Pittard is really struggling to get any power into this 34 car. Race cars do not like all of a sudden being turned off and then restarted sometimes.
Unless they released him too early and they've said, hang on, don't go yet, just wait.
Yeah.
He's got the car fired up now, and he's on his way. So I just wonder whether perhaps he went a little bit too early, because of course it's desperately difficult to know exactly how long your pit stop would be, and it's down to one person in the crew knowing what time you came into the pits, how long there was still to go. And Pittard on his way now, but I reckon he's on slicks as well, because he really struggled to get the car through turn 1 there. So roll of the dice in every sense there. A lot of time possibly lost in the pit lane.
Well, I don't understand why he cut the engine. If he needed to stop, then just leap on the brakes. You can keep the engine running. But the lights went out, and then he was really struggling to do a reset.
I'll accept that.
On the car. He had left the pits, and the team weren't frantically going, no. So...
But they weren't trying to get him to...
Well, they weren't running across, no.
Equally to were they?
Precisely. So it was a bit strange. But I don't know whether he got too far into the fast lane to legally... Well, no, he should still be okay to push the car backwards under human power. Anyway, it's going again now and dancing its way around a very damp Grand Prix circuit on cold, slick tyres. These won't have been in ovens, will they, these tyres?
I think VLN doesn't allow doesn't allow tyre warming. I'm not sure on VLN.
Just
not sure quite what the tyre warming regs are. I think
the evidence I'm taking is just how long it's taking to get these tyres up to temperature. Pittard nearly loses a car entirely there because he's starting to deliberately weave to get temperature up. But the problem was the rear right got off the dry part of the asphalt and onto the wet, and he very nearly looped it at high speed.
We'll get a sector time coming up for him shortly on that first sector, and that'll give us some kind of clue whether that pit stop was artificially long or whether he was just being held. No, it was much longer than it ought to have been. So David Pittard You were right, Johnny. I was speculating that it might have been deliberate. He did have a problem there as he exited the pits, wasn't able to get the car restarted, and lost a couple of minutes, I would suggest, and he's going to be, rather than 6th or 7th at the end of the lap, he's going to be more like 10th at the end of the lap. So a very, very trying race for Falcon Horse Motorsport here. They must have seen the opportunity that they might have won it. They were in a commanding situation at one point. They went on to slicks. That clearly wasn't the right thing to do, so they had to make an extra pit stop to get the car back onto wet tyres, and then a further minute or so lost in the pit lane there for David Pittard. And now, with a further roll of the dice, the car is on slick tyres when... not quite sure that is exactly what it needs to be.
Counter theories are always good though, Paul, so keep them coming, because very often I am proved wrong, or there's often things I haven't thought of, quite frankly, because your brain's going at 10 to the dozen.
We throw the ideas in and then we work out which idea
Absolutely
was right.
It's a big melting pot. The sun's out again at Tiergarten, and definite dry tarmac beneath the Cupra, which is now heading into Tiergarten. That's the 804 from Matilda Racing, which is the TCR race leader. And is it still a Matilda race 1-2 for Matilda Racing? Yes. But the second placed car is only 16 seconds ahead of the other Max Cruiser Racing Volkswagen Golf. Remember, Max Cruiser Racing led TCR with their number 10 car, which has been the car to beat in this category over the last few VLNs, but a technical problem has put the 10 car out of the race and left 804 and 806 now 1 and 2.
Yeah, just at the bottom of the top 30, aren't they, those cars, in overall terms. So not bad performance at all there. 1 lap off the race leader. The TCR car class getting greater support in the VLN, and another opportunity for crossover, I suppose, come next July. Running TCR. Oh, he's going off the track as well as he gets down to the cut through. At halfway through the Grand Prix loop, makes the Grand Prix loop very much shorter for VLN races than it is for the Nürburgring 24 hours, for example, or for Grand Prix circuit use at the Nürburgring.
Actually, having said the 10 cars of retirement, it is being shown on a lap currently, but what I don't know is whether it's been stranded in the 4th sector for several minutes now, i.e. almost an hour and more. The other TCR car that was leading for a long time, the Moller Bill Motorsport Audi RS3, is in the pits and out of the race, car 801, I'm afraid to say. So a little bit of a race of attrition in that respect. 804, again, not very close to the apex as it turns left on off the Grand Prix Strecke and onto the Hatzenbach one more time. So that may well be very second-hand tyres. Cup 3 race leader into the pit lane with Nico Menzel at the wheel of 979 for Mühlner Motorsport.
Yes, that car having gone extremely strongly. It was in 11th place overall with, as you say, leading Cup 3. I don't think it's going to end up being best of the rest. I think SP7 is going to be best of the rest. The Huber Motorsport car has now established itself once again at the head of the field. Andreas Simonsen now at the wheel of the number 80 car. The gap, though, Thomas Kappeler has brought it down to 4 seconds. That's good performance. Makes me worry a little bit for Andreas Simonsen's lap times. Simonsen, he's just out of the pits, isn't he? Yeah, so Simonsen will be able to get to the flag from here, whereas Thomas Kappeler in the 66 car will still need another pit stop. So SP7 cars operate when running in 12th, 13th and 14th place overall. SP8, the class leader there, is the 458, of which Johnny was talking recently, the blue and white car, in 15th place overall. And then the SP10 GT4 class leader is the Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW M4, which is in 17th place overall.
Over the line goes Tim Scheerbart in number 48. This is the car that has Manfilter next to it on the entry, but very little Manfilter sponsorship on this particular example from HTP. Normally we're used to the mixture of bright yellow and green with the snakeskin type bodywork representing the colours of Manfilter. But I'm more used to this car being the number 47 from HTP. And easier to miss, but stealth-like. It has got up to second position. A full 90 seconds, though, behind the race leader, Fabian Schiller. Both cars have stopped just twice. So, therefore, we're expecting one more stop, surely, for these cars that can normally only do an hour. And they won't be able to do it in just 2 stops. So, it'll be a bit of a splash to get them to the finish, because we're approaching 50 minutes to go now. But bear in mind, in terms of the fuel insurance that these cars might need, you're going to have to bolt on an extra 10 minutes to a potential checkered flag at the top of the next hour. And for those in the lower order classes, maybe 2 extra laps, depending on where they are in relation to the race leader when the checkered flag is shown. But unlike the N24, where the checkered flag just comes out, regardless of where the race leader is around the track, in this format of racing, we do wait for the current race leader to complete the next lap after the clock hits 0. 162 is a Black Falcon Team Identica entry, and it's going to come into the pit lane together with 2 cars further up the road as well. So all of a sudden an influx of machinery down pit road. Haven't seen any further information about what I saw as a late call for a pit stop, I think for the Audi, wasn't it, number 5, that jinked from the far left to the far right, but presumably that was okay as far as the officials are concerned. And also in Jörg Bergmeister in the number 4 Porsche. He's coming in from 5th position then, and was a pit stop behind the BMW from the same camp. Also making a stop, the 181 Avia BMW from the SP10 race lead. SP10 top 10 prior to this latest bout of pit stops was 181, 162, both in fact in the pit lane now, and 3rd in SP10 is way down. That's the 178 Ring Racing BMW M4, driven by A. Baumann, but it is in fact Horst Baumann on this occasion, I think I'm right in saying. So we've got Dominic Baumann in the number 2, Horst Baumann in 178, and also Peter Baumann in the 450 V5 entry. But the 2 SP10 leaders then coming into the pits together and rejoining together as well. And just confirming on the timing screen now that is a straight race for position. Yes, they have completed the same number of laps. Oh no, 6:52. Hang on a minute. 6:52 looked like a SP10 car, but may not be. 6:52 is the wrong number set. In fact, that's a Cup 5 car, I beg your pardon. So 181 did come in from the race lead in SP10. And then I'm looking out for 162, Tristan Vidas, who has pitted on the same lap, but actually there's a good 50 seconds between them. So 181 should resume as the race leader, and it was Johansson to bring the car in, and Eric Johansson takes it back out again. It's a drive that he shares with Heiko Eichenberg. Meanwhile, 162 is back on the move. See, if I'd only looked at the car types, that would have revealed to me that one's a BMW and one is a Mercedes, so they're actually very easy to tell apart. And that's your top 2 in SP10. So Tristan Vidas handing back over to his teammate Tobias Muller, I think that is, in 162. And that's also the car that Tim Scheerbart has been, was down to drive at least, and I assume he's done a stint in that GT4 car earlier on in the race.
trying to work out what David Pittard's times are like. Of course, his last lap time was a very long one as a result of the problems that he had in the pits as he tried to get the car underway once again. And his lap time thus far on this lap is also a little bit slower. I think his sector times on the previous lap also indicating that slick tyres not necessarily the way to go, although Pittard didn't fall as far back as I feared he might. He's in 6th place, just ahead of John Schaffner in the car that led the race in the early stages, car number 23, the Get Speed Performance Mercedes, but the Pro-Am entered car, which is still 2nd in the Pro-Am class. But John Schaffner then having fallen behind David Pittard, but Pittard, I think, probably going to be falling further back when he gets around this lap. He's currently in Sector 2, going out onto the Nordschleife this time around. Another pit stop from the number 4 Porsche from the Falcon Motorsports team. They will now be hoping to get to the end from here. This is the car that had an extra pit stop anyway to get it or to deal with a problem that it had in the gravel out on the circuit. But with 45, just under 45 minutes of the race remaining, one pit stop still to come from the top 4 cars. And I reckon, Johnny, that's as dry as it's been all race thus far.
I would agree. Almost the full width of the start-finish straight. A stricken car being towed, by the way, into that little area between the exit from the Nordschleife and the entry to it on the Hatson back. In fact, a couple of flatbeds now making their way to that area as Peter Haas in the Opel Manta now turns right with the Foxtail still flapping merrily, of course, from the aerial of the Opel Manta. And Haas now at the wheel. Volker Strycek was certainly driving it a little earlier on. And I assume we've had a spell from Olaf Beckman too, because we are now into the final stint, I would think, for car 601. It has made 3 stops, so yes, assuming they were all planned.
I reckon that Foxtail must be bone dry by now, flapping in the breeze like that.
4th position in H2 for the Manta, and H2 is led by 631, which is a Renault Clio RS Cup, being driven by Marcel Unland. And he's sharing that car with Christoph Schmitz. So they are the H2 leaders. Fabian Schiller across the line. That will put 20 laps now in the book. We're certainly not going to make 28 laps, which is a normal race distance. Sometimes we get to 29, but 28's on average the most we can hope for. But in dry conditions and with relatively few code 60s as well. And we've had quite a few incidents, partly because of the weather, I'm sure. But also with the wet weather, it means you can't do as quick lap times, and we're probably going to get to, well, I think we've done 6 laps after the first hour, so that would mean something like 24 or so.
Yeah, I think we'll probably get to 26.
Okay.
But,
that's still pretty good going.
Does mean, I think what it does mean is that slower pace means fewer laps. Fewer laps plus the fact that the slower pace means less fuel means that our race leader, Dominic Baumann, now Fabian Schiller and Tim Scherbart will be able to go quite close to the end of the race. I think they'll be talking about the last 3 laps only they'll need to stop. Now, the question then comes, if slick tyres is the way to go, and certainly the sun shining and suggesting that slick tyres may be the way to go, the time is going to be right for cars to come in and make the switch, even though it means a longer pit stop. And that's exactly what Tim Scherbart does. Tim Scherbart then, out of 2nd place, doesn't need to come in from the point of view of fuel, but decides that even though it's going to be a longer pit stop, the time he's going to gain by being on slick tyres now is going to put him with an advantage. Now, it's worth rolling the dice, Johnny, because he's over a minute and a half behind, but Tim Scherbart then into the pit and a driver change for the Mann Filter Mercedes.
And no real pressure from behind, I think I'm right in saying, because the Audi driven by Vincent Kolb, which is a Pro-Am entry anyway for this particular race. We've seen it run in Pro before when Frank Stippler's been part of the lineup, but no Frank this weekend. So Vincent Kolb and Steve Jans instead. They're winning their class, no problem at all. And they are a good minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes behind. In fact, the number 5 car, I speak of it, arrives on the Dottinger Run now. So I was saying no pressure from behind. Going to have to get Tim Scheerbart relatively quickly back into the race to retain second position.
Well,
I think they'll do it.
He'll lose second place in this stop, but he'll gain it back again when the Phoenix Audi makes its equivalent stop.
Yeah,
unless the Audi comes in this time.
Well,
Vincent
it may
Kolb
do.
May decide the same thing, but he doesn't.
No, it was partly because it was caught on the wrong side of a Porsche, but I don't think he had plans to come in anyway. Above the Nordschleife, now the Audi's hunting around for damp asphalt, so that's still clearly on some sort of wet or intermediate tyre, whereas the Mercedes now will be changing, we think, to slicks.
Must be, surely.
Got to be. And therefore might be able to hunt down the Audi on this outlap and actually get ahead of it and have the pit stop as an advantage too. Stopwatches being closely observed by those engineers at HTP. There'll be one on the pit wall as well, and I'm sure in communication with what's happening in the pit lane. There's a BMW trying to reverse right into the face of the Mercedes, and HTP mechanics leap to that BMW to ensure that contact isn't made. And all is well, thankfully. The white BMW is back on the move. Also now from 4th position pits Steff Dusseldorp for Falken Motorsports in the two-tone blue M6. Big old wiggle there from Tim Scheerbart to try and get some temperature quickly into these slick tyres. But I don't think he's going to have to hunt around for much wet track, because these are not the tyres to do that. And also, what I mean is he's not going to be able to not have to hunt around for too much dry track, because it's getting to be certainly 2 lanes in terms of width of dryness. And the Mercedes Arena almost looks bone dry from one side of the track to the other. Certainly not through the right-hander, though, as they return to the Grand Prix track proper, or the Nürburgring 24-hour track, which takes the Haug hook, but not all of the Mercedes Arena. Dry at the cut-through, I'd say. And the car's not really moving a great deal at all for Tim Scheerbart now, as he starts to flash the lights and deal with some of the slower hatchback traffic.
Is it still Scheerbart? That's the question, because I think that was a driver change, wasn't it? So my money would be on Lance David Arnold, having got back into that car.
OK, you were paying close attention to see a driver clamber out, were you? Because the timing screen's not caught up with that yet.
No, I wasn't paying close attention, but I did... well, no, I think we'll get Lance David Arnold back into that car. The timing screen will catch up when the car goes across the first sector point.
OK.
Which it has now done, but we haven't yet heard that... the screen's gone blank altogether. Haven't yet heard that Lance David Arnold is in the car, but I'm sure you'll tell us.
My screen still says Scheerbart, but I have known for drivers to be changed later on in the lap than this, sometimes manually, I thought, by Vega and all those involved. And thank you, by the way, to various people at Vega who gave me an early steer on qualifying from this morning too, sending me lots of documents through. Always good to have that information ahead of a busy race with 150 odd cars entered. Porsche threads its way through Tiergarten, through Hohenrhein as well, and back onto the main straight. This is the number 4 car of Martin Rackinger, Austrian driver, not sharing with his regular co-driver Klaus Bachler this weekend, but Jörg Bergmeister brought in as a super sub. And Bergmeister wasting no time at all in getting this car up to speed. It is running
6th at the moment, but should be able to get its way into 5th place by the end of the race as a result of the pit stops for cars ahead of it. It'll be running from here to the end without a pit stop, I would suggest, unless we have another pouring down of rain. But the Porsche theoretically on the right tyres at the moment for the job to get to the end of the race. But as I say, having had trouble earlier on, wrong tyres at one point and a spin early on, and an extra pit stop, has not been everything quite going all its own way for the Falcon Motorsports team.
The Schmickler Performance Porsche running second in Cup 3 now all of a sudden has some pressure taken away from it, because 960, the Teichmann Racing 718 Cayman, pits behind it. That's now being driven by Jens. And these cars very grubby indeed, having run for nearly 3.5 hours in changeable conditions, with dirt being brought on from various corners as machines shortcut their way around the Nordschleife. So fantastically turned out yellow and black car, looking somewhat grubby now, certainly around the rear, and bits of leaf debris have been picked up, I think, by certain cars as well. I noticed even just after the first stint, the 23 car had a whole load of leaves brought out of its front grille. By the way, Cup 3 is now being led by 979. Now, that was the car under pressure from the Schmickler machine early in the piece, but Torsten Young has a much larger margin. It might be, of course, that the Mulder Motorsport car hasn't yet pitted for its final stop. Lamborghini Huracan side by side as well, and that is for position, surely, yes. And that's the Conrad Motorsport car of Axel Jeffries, jumping ahead of Dieter Schmidtmann's number 20 machine. Jeffries having to go around the outside of a crossbow, though, and does that very neatly indeed.
A little bit of Lambo pride there going on between those two. Conrad will be very pleased to get his car up ahead of the privately entered one. Yes, the 979 is going to have to make another pit stop before the end of the race, Johnny, so the Cup 3 leader will have another stop to make, but it will be right at the end of the race, and I reckon that he'll be able to get out without losing the lead of the class. We'll see how it pans out, but the 979 made a pit stop very early on in the race, came in on lap 3, and since then has only made two other stops, so is going to be able to get to within 2 laps, I think, of the end of the race.
There was contact for Schmidtmann. That's what made him so slow then onto the straight. He was dealing with traffic at Tiergarten and had no choice but to go for a gap that was closing all the time. That lost him forward momentum, and Axel Jeffries was ready to pounce.
So that battle might actually go back the other way again if Schmidtmann can get his act together and put the pressure back on Axel Jeffries. Those two running 9th and 10th overall, 4th and 5th in the Pro-Am class. And how far around the circuit is the race leader Fabian Schiller, coming through sector 4 at the moment? He's just coming towards the end of sector 4, I think, at the moment. Still on the wet tyres, and we'll see what kind of laps. We've still got Scherbart on my screen as being the driver of the number 48 car.
Yes. Oh, hang on a minute. No,
no, it's Lance David Arnold now.
That's what you said it would be.
Which is what I said, but it was just taking a long time to update itself. And now Fabian Schiller comes in. So he could have gone further. That was only 6 laps from Fabian, but deciding that getting onto the slicks is worth more than the extra time you're going to spend in the pit lane. That's a hard calculation to do, that one, working out how much time you're going to save on the slick tyres. The track's still not 100% dry, but I think the fact that his last lap from Schiller, that is before he came into the pits this time, was his best lap of the race, a 9 minutes 12.030. So Fabian Schiller back on his way again, and that seemed like a pretty short stop to me. He goes through and he's back out into the race before the Lance David Arnold car comes through. Of course, Lance David Arnold has also made his final pit stop, but I just wonder whether that was a short pit stop from the Get Speed crew.
Too short, you mean?
Well, unless they didn't refuel it. Unless they're going to come back in again at the end.
There was some waiting, though. There was definitely some waiting.
Was there?
Yeah, right. And the car was just not being touched by the mechanics, and they were keeping their eyes on the stopwatch. I think the next car through will actually be Kolb in his Audi, although Lance David Arnold's just set the fastest Sector 4 time of the race. of 3:10.285. And the next car indeed through is the Audi, but it comes straight into the pits as predicted by Paul Trustwell, I think a lap ago, saying the Audi owes us a stop. Well, here comes Vincent Kolb now to do that with 31 minutes still to go. So it is a Mercedes Audi 1-2, but that's about to change as Lance David Arnold is motoring along in third position.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense now with the race leader Fabian Schiller, because Lance David Arnold, of course, had a longer stop when he was taking the car over, because he stopped with 50 minutes to go, and that meant that he had to stop for 2.5 minutes. The pit stop for Fabian Schiller was a lot shorter, because there was less time to go to the end of the race. So even though it wasn't as short as it might have been, it was shorter than Lance David Arnold made it. So that's all played to the advantage of Get Speed Performance by staying out that extra lap. As long as they can continue to lap more quickly on this drying circuit and the remainder of the race remains dry, it looks very good indeed for Get Speed Performance. I reckon they're going to win this race by over a minute. Whether it's going to be Lance David Arnold in second place, I think probably will be. And then a battle for third will be on between the Falcon BMW, which Stef Dusseldorp has now got to grips with, and which should be able to go to the flag from where it is, and the recovering Vincent Kolb out in the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi. New fastest lap of the race there from David Pittard. Falcon Horse Motorsport, one of the early cars to switch to slick tyres. We saw how much David was struggling at the beginning of his stint, but now he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes 49.083. It already was the quickest, thanks to the efforts at the beginning of the race from Jody Fannin. And Jody's time has now been well and truly eclipsed. It was a 9 minutes 02 that Jody Fannin did, isn't it? Well, David Pittard has now done 8 minutes 49. The track is clear. There's no yellows out there, no slow zones. So every opportunity for times to get even quicker before the end of the race.
Pretty obvious cross of the exit blend line there for car 804, the Cupra that has been leading recently the TCR class. I hope that's nothing to be concerned about, but a late stop nevertheless, and clearly no time to waste for Carl Brinker, who brought the car in. I don't think they've done a driver change, but judging. Oh, but he's sideways. Can he hang on to it? Thank goodness the car's front-wheel drive, because he must have just buried that right foot to ensure that the car it straightens itself out. But that's come out on slick tyres, Dunlop tyres, as it is for a control tyre for TCR, and very nearly lost it into the gravel. So not a moment to lose. You get the impression from the body language of this car of Carl Brinker. And the gap was timed before the pit stop at 16 seconds. So this could very easily now be a second place car in TCR, with the other machine, also a Matilda Racing entry, 806. But a moment or two ago, 806 is driven by Matthias Vassal, by the way. But yeah, the 804, far too hot into the cut-through hairpin. And, well, there's often a Falcon Motorsport. He's lost the car again later on in the lap, and this is a proper lose this time around. Overcooked it surely into the link road between the Grand Prix Strecker and Hatzenbach. Yellow flags being displayed for the wayward 804 car, and I think that will almost certainly now give the TCR lead to Matthias Vassal and the sister machine at Matilda Racing. So concerns initially for me that Brinker had crossed the exit blend line from the pits, but then far more seriously, a half lose at the cut-through and a complete off just before the end of the Grand Prix Strecker.
You know, when you first went on one of those arrive and drive karting days, and they tell you to take it easy, and they say
on your first lap,
they then put the black flag out to you and tell you to come in and calm down. It was a bit like that, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, it was, and I realised that the two cars are battling for the race, you know, the class lead in TCR, and clearly Brinker's thinking, I've got to get on it here. but I'm afraid he's overcooked it massively and should be able to rejoin. Didn't see any notable damage on that car, but he's going to leave the scene rather red-faced. Here's the 23 car in the pits. John Schaffner bringing it in, and
presumably Janine Hill getting back into it, because Fabian Schiller can't, because he's rather got his hands full of driving the lead car at the moment.
Indeed so. Schaffner sort of throwing the head back, almost as if that was a stint to forget, just trying to judge his body language, but it wasn't that excitable. Axel Jeffries now goes fastest in the race so far. This is telling me that conditions are getting more and more ideal.
And more cars on slick tyres being the right job for the right tyres for the job, and indeed no slow zones around the circuit either. So Martin Ragginger was fastest. Did you mention that one? Martin Ragginger did an 8:44.48, and now, as you say, Axel Jeffries has done an 8:44.0. But confidently expecting Fabian Schiller next time around to go quicker still, although David Pittard might be the man to look out for. The gaps between the cars are fairly big, but we've still got just under half an hour of the race to go. Not saying that there might be some more action left in this one yet. Wouldn't be VLN if there weren't more action left.
Certainly not. Something's going to happen. It just will. As it's very busy now in the run downhill into the Volkshohe immediately after Arenberg, and some easing up of the throttle for 162 despite it's just blue flags being waved, no yellow, so can overtake if they want to. That's the treble 6. Cup 5 BMW just up ahead, and this is a delicate operation to go around the outside of that car first of all before the much more significant left-hand turn at Adenauer Forest. Then the road opens up a little bit. Got Metzgersfeld just up ahead, which is the double left-hander, which is pretty tricky. The first of those lefts much faster than the second one, where you leap on the brakes. And what about in Cup 3? 9:17 on the boot lid of another Cayman. Cup 3 is the all 718 Cayman class, remember. And Cup 3 led by Torsten Young in 9:79, but behind is 9:17, the Schmickler Performance car. Was that Riemer taking that car over at the last stop? No, I think Kai Riemer's been at the wheel for a little while now.
Yeah, I think that car is due a pit stop. It's Carl Riemer is going to have to come in next time around.
9:17, yeah, because it stayed out, didn't it? And the car behind pitted, 9:60. And does that also mean that the car that's got a decent lead, 9:79, is also, it must be due another stop? Otherwise,
that's just made it stop.
Okay.
It's got in and out again without losing the lead.
Yeah, but I mean the 3:13 displayed on the timing screen is incorrect. So very easily 9:79 and 9:17 could be nose to tail. But Paul reckons 9:17 owes us another stop before the end of it. 22 laps now completed for Fabian Schiller in the all-red number 2 car with the yellow mirrors, rounding the Mercedes arena and just ducking by an Opel Astra. Also a slower BMW from Cup 5 to negotiate.
It was quite a slow lap from Fabian Schiller. Oh, that was his out lap, wasn't it? Because he stopped on the previous lap, wasn't it? That's right.
Yes.
Trying to work out why it was so slow. But even so, 15 seconds slower than Lance David Arnold in Sector 4 means that when Lance David Arnold comes across the line this time, the gap will be of the order of a minute or possibly less. Lance David Arnold, having made his pit stop slightly earlier, sacrificed the time, but he's been out for longer on his slick. So here he goes across the line now into second place on the timing screen, and it comes up new fastest lap of the race from Lance David Arnold, 8 minutes 25.272. The gap's a minute. We've got 22 minutes of the race remaining.
The 33-year-old from Duisburg then, Lance David Arnold, wasting no time at all, can smell victory, potentially. And if
not, must have a very good sense of smell then.
If not, a very good position on the podium. And Fabian Schiller, is he now feeling the heat, or is he perfectly fine driving within himself and can just nurse this 60-second advantage that he's got? The BMW appears on the horizon at the end of the Dottinger Ruhr, the other end of the Dottinger Her, but reaches towards the end of the lap now. Antonius Bucher is the very fast left-hander. Dry asphalt beneath as well. And David Pittard arriving into Tiergarten with a clear track in front of him for once. So this should be a pretty rapid lap from David Pittard.
I reckon 2 laps to go at the end of this one, Johnny. So they've just completed 22 laps. I reckon we'll be on to 25 by the end. Because, of course, it matters not where you are in the 4 hours, but where the leader is in the 4 hours. And then you can keep going until that point. So Fabian Schiller, I reckon, will have, let's say, 2 more laps to go at the end of the one he's currently on. So you need to be taking, well, 15 seconds a lap of an advantage in order to change those positions at the top of the field. But Lance David Arnold certainly setting down his marker on the last time around. And as far as sector times are concerned, he's just done the first sector. Lance David Arnold has just done the first sector very nearly 3 seconds quicker than Fabian Schiller did in the Get Speed car. So it's a tough ask, this, for Lance David Arnold. But I reckon I don't know, it could be down to around 15 seconds, which is a mighty effort when the gap was over a minute. Not very long ago. Well, it's over a minute now. Not very long ago. It's a minute and a half.
Just heard a good blast of the straight 6 that powers the BMW M4, which is working its way now into Tiergarten, leading SP10. This is a legit SP4 car rather than one of those machines that chooses to have a slightly more turbo boost. In fact, I don't think the BMW M4s are turbocharged, he says, speculatively. I know that the M8 is at GTE level, but I'm pretty sure these are normally aspirated M4s that run in the GT4 division. The 181 car then leading SP10, and it is Erik Johansson at the wheel, the Swedish driver. Heiko Eichenberg is his co-driver, and Eichenberg doing the lion's share in the early part of the race. But the Arvia-backed machine leading SP10, and the 162 machine back in second place. I'm told that the BMW M4 road car is turbocharged, so that will automatically make the race car turbocharged. So thank you to Rob again for the update on that. Certainly a straight 6 though. And it heads into the left and the right on the Grand Prix track. Downhill is the next bit. Still a bit of water on 1 or 2 camera lenses on the Grand Prix Strecke. I don't think that's fresh rainfall, as that SP10 leader whips now through the Hatzenbach Bogen. The gap is 45 seconds between Johansson and Muller in SP10. BMW versus Mercedes.
2 cars closest together on the track at the moment, currently running 8th and 9th places. The 2 Lamborghinis still with the Conrad car just ahead of the privately entered one, Dieter Schmidtmann's car. They crossed the line last time through 0.8 of a second behind. Axel Jeffries has opened it up by 0.3 of a second on that lap. 1.1 seconds is the gap now between those 2. They are very close together indeed. The other battle which I'm keeping an eye on the timing screen is for 4th and 5th places overall, because Stef Dusseldorp in the Falcon BMW is, if he hasn't already, trying to get past Vincent Kolb with the Phoenix Racing Audi number 5. So looking out for that one. And the other thing which is lighting up the timing screen at the moment being the pace of David Pittard at the wheel of the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Purple sector 1, purple in sector 2, sector 3 white, because he was half a second slower than the purple time. So I think overall it could well be a new fastest lap of the race for David Pittard at the end of this lap. But first, before any of that happens, we're going to get Lance David Arnold crossing the line, and he will, I think, probably go still further quicker. He's continued to close the gap. It was 1 minute and 7 seconds at the beginning of this lap between Fabian Schiller in the lead, Lance David Arnold in second place, still a Mercedes 1-2. But in terms of teams, it's Get Speed Performance against HTP Team Manfilter, and Team Manfilter at the moment, I reckon by the end of this lap will be, well, yes, I think Lance David Arnold will be within a minute of the time of Fabian Schiller. Coming past a tow truck, that's going to slow Fabian Schiller down. Now, is it going to slow Lance David Arnold down as much? I don't know. They're on the Dottinger Hoa at the moment, coming up to complete 23 laps this time with 15 minutes still to go.
I hope that there was a green flag then when Schiller started to overtake after the right-hander at Galgenkopf. There was certainly a yellow flag waving that he passed by, and then he started overtaking. But what I can't have a great view of is the marshal post on the other side of the track, which, fingers crossed, was waving a green. Schiller normally very alert to these things. So he's threading his way into Tiergarten. Again, very, very busy up the road for him to just feather the throttle and find a gap in the traffic. We're getting so close to the end of this race now. It's VLN 7, the 7th race of the year of 9. You're tuned to RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels with Paul Trustwell and Johnny Palmer. Into the Mercedes arena for the race leading Mercedes AMG GT3 then. Fabian Schiller leading by a rampant Lance David Arnold behind. He's just done a 3:10 through the 4th sector, which is 10 seconds faster than Fabian Schiller.
It's going to be less than a minute by the time they get through at the end of this lap, isn't it? It's going to take like 50 seconds. It could get down to half a minute, but I don't think Schiller's going to lose any more than that. Remember, they've only got this lap plus another one to the end of the race. So, but I'd say the other guy to look out for, David Pittard, is lapping every bit as quickly as Lance David Arnold. So, you know, we've got some very quick cars in these early stages, and one has to say, what would have happened but for the two problems that the Valkenhorst BMW had? One when David Pittard was coming out, and the other one when the car found itself on the wrong tyres.
Yeah. And they must have been kicking themselves, thinking, we've got to wait a whole lap now. In fact, they waited 2 from memory, pitted on lap 8 and took slicks, then pitted just 2 laps later to change back to wet weather tyres. A good middle sector for Martin Ragginger's Porsche, car number 4 on this lap as well. But let's wait and see what David Pittard manages to do towards the end of this lap. He's already got into the 8:43s. It could be much closer to the time offered by Lance David Arnold, which was an 8:17. Now, the fastest lap of the race. And prior to that, nobody got into the 8:20s, let alone an 8:10, or 8:17 as it is, but into the 10s. So that's an indication of how hard Lance David Arnold is pushing, but also how much track conditions have improved as well.
Yeah, it's not far off perfect, is it? I mean, you were saying in the introduction, normally a quick time around the Nordschleife. This version, the VLN version, is a low 8 minutes, right down into the 8 minutes something. Yep. So to get to 8 minutes 17, I think by the end of the race we'll be down into the 8 minutes 10s, and who's to say what might happen then? And of course, with pushing on like this, you become so dependent on the traffic. Noticed a number of points along this race thus far where you know, there've been slower cars, and the more experienced drivers really have to use that experience to be patient in the as they come through some sections of the circuit. Other sections you can take liberties, other sections you can hit the curbs and make up progress, but very often you do just have to be that very, very patient right up to the last minute.
Not very far to go in this one now, and by the way, the David Pittard time was an 8:18.6, so he got very close to the 8:17 offered by Lance David Arnold.
And a change of position there, Johnny, because moving up into
two, although having said that, Flugplatz is now clear. And Kittelbacher, we're just waiting for information on whether that has been clear as well. Klostertal is the new area for an incident.
The car that I'm missing at the moment is the number 20 Lamborghini, and I just wonder whether that's coincidence with the incidents that you're describing at the moment. But Dieter Schmidtmann was right with Axel Jeffries, not come through, and in fact now coming through in 8th place is the number 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW of Rudy Adams. So Dieter Schmidtmann, number 20 Lamborghini, is missing out on the circuit, I think, somewhere.
It's Klostertal. The 20 car has come to grief at Klostertal, so this is the second incident that's only just kicked in. I was still trying to work out what was going on at Flugplatz. I think I'd got it down to a car, 477. So we've got 477 stranded at Flugplatz, and now the 20 Lamborghini at Klostertal with only, this lap and one more to go.
Yeah, 8 minutes to remain on the clock. And absolute disaster. I mean, the number 20 car, and that was in 8th place, already has lost a place being shown on the screen, pushed down to 9th as people come through and complete the laps that they're on. But a very fast area, of course, exactly where we were saying earlier on that
Kevin Estre
had his problem in the last VLN race. The leader is, funnily enough, not running as quickly now as he ran on the previous lap. That could be with slow zones out on the circuit. Yes, they're in the third sector. Sorry, they're in the fourth sector, and the fourth sector is where Klostertal is, so that would kind of match with that. But the race leader then, as he makes his way onto the Dottinger Hoa for the penultimate time, less than a lap's worth of running still to go. Fabian Schiller, having taken over the car at half distance from Dominic Baumann, having started the other car, the other Get Speed Performance car number 23, which since then Janine Hill and John Schaffner have been driving. led the race in one car. He's now leading the race in this one. And he is coming up to start his last lap of the race through the Tiergarten. Had a 50-second advantage at the front of the field at the beginning of the lap. I think it's going to be less than that this time, just looking at the sector times. You know what? The way Lance David Arnold is going, he's going to take another 10 seconds at least on this lap. So Fabian Schiller, he's in that awful situation, isn't he? He's got to be careful, can't afford to take any risks, but can't be too careful, can't altogether stop. He's just set his personal best lap of the race, 8 minutes 32.7, but even that is very nearly 15 seconds slower than the best that Lance David Arnold has done. So I reckon the gap could be down to 40 seconds this time. Might be even less than that. And of course David Pittard is going just as quickly as Lance David Arnold is, so we may not have an absolute battle to the flag, but it's one of those where it's absolutely on a knife edge, Johnny.
The 477 that I mentioned that was in grief at Flugplatz is the V4 entry that, well, last time across the line was timed as 17th position for Andre Sommerberg, who's at the wheel. That's the car he shares with Beat Schmitz. We mentioned Beat earlier on, the Fricadelli Racing Team BMW 390L, which is still yet to appear at the end of Sector 3. So I reckon that car goes into retirement on the very same lap as this problem for the 20 Lamborghini Huracan, and both cars still being recovered, and both slow zones are still in place. In fact, the Code 60 now extends well up the run from Flugplatz towards Schwedenkreuz, so that's, if anything, extending, and therefore is meaning that the lap time or the sector time through the second sector considerably longer than it would be.
But it also gives you less chance to, or less time to make up ground on the car in front of you if you are trying to do so. So, you know, that...
Unless, of course, Schiller gets caught up behind some slower traffic into the Code 60. And that's a nasty situation to be when you are leading.
Absolutely, yes. So you've got to be very careful. The gap when they came across the line was under a minute. It was down to 57 seconds at the beginning of that lap. So, in fact, Fabian Schiller opened up the gap between himself and Lance David Arnold. The gap that came down... that didn't come down either. David Pittard also lost ground. He got caught up in a little bit of traffic as he came towards the end of that lap, and he too now goes on to his last lap of the race. Just while I think about it, David Griesner at the wheel of the 650 BMW 240i, the Cup 5 class leader, he and Yannick Fubrich in a position to improve their advantage at the head of the championship, having come into this round of the championship in the lead and looking, for the moment at least, as if they're going to get a full quota of points from winning their class, the Cup 5 class.
As predicted, after all those difficulties for the 804 Cupra, you may remember, on an outlap, the 806 Matilda racing car, so the sister machine at Matilda, has taken the TCR lead, and that is, I think, Matthias Vassel still at the wheel. It is. So here's the order in TCR: 806 Matilda Racing Cupra, 819 Max Cruiser Racing Volkswagen Golf, with driving that Loris Prates, and then so that's 819, and then third in TCR might actually be 804, and is. So Brinker, despite a half spin, a full off towards the end of the Grand Prix track, and a potential cross of the blend line, still hanging on to third place and a podium finish in the TCR category. Skating its way around the second portion of the Mercedes Arena was Vincent Kolb's Phoenix Racing Audi, 5th position. 979 is the leader in Cup 3, Torsten Young in the blue and white car, the car that he shares with Nico Menzel and Moritz Krantz. So that car is 11th overall now and trying to stay ahead of the 15th overall Schmickler Performance 718 Cayman, and Kai Riemer doing the driving there. But you're talking 8 minutes or so as an advantage at least for the 979. So should be a relatively easy final lap also for this car. If that's not putting the commentator's curse on it, I don't know what is.
I'm sure it'll be fine, Johnny.
Yeah, 8 minutes. Come on, with 1 lap to go. 90 seconds left on the clock. The race leader is somewhere in the middle sector, so this is definitely the final lap, and 57 seconds was the margin between Schiller and Arnold at the start of this one.
But already 4 seconds gained by Lance David Arnold in the first 2 sectors.
True.
Of course, the 3rd sector is where the slow zones are, or there are 2 of them. Although, no, actually, it's...
Flugplatz is the second sector, isn't it?
So we've gone through the 2nd sector already. And that enabled Lance David Arnold to gain 3 seconds. So... I don't think it's reasonable to expect Lance David to be able to close the gap on this final lap, or close the gap enough on this final lap to be able to challenge for the lead, but it is entirely reasonable that they'll be able to gain some ground. The SP10 leader, still the number 181 Avia sponsored Zorg Rennsport BMW M4. That's the GT4 class car. That has a lead of only 13 seconds from the Black Falcon Mercedes GT4. So we've had a good battle in GT4 between BMW and Mercedes.
Yes, it's Eric Johansson versus the 162, which is being driven by Tobias Müller. Tristan Vidas in it for the middle stint, and Tim Scheerbart started that car from memory, 162.
In terms of championships, again, the V5 class being led by the 444 car, which is the leader in the V5 championship class, Norbert Fischer, Oscar Zandberg, Daniel Sills, and they are going to get a full quota of points as well. But V5 only has 8 cars starting, Cup 5 has 18, so there'll be more points, so the gap between 1st and 2nd in the championship will actually increase as a result of the race. If you're interested in the Speed Trophy, which a lot of people are, because that's the one for the teams, if you will, currently being led by miles by the Black Falcon Team Auto Arena, with those 3 wins earlier in the year from the Patrick Assenheimer car.
For which they got 35 points each, was it?
They got 35 points in each of the last 3 rounds, that's right.
Plus some points
plus
for...
bonus points for...
qualifying?
Fastest lap or something like that, yes, qualifying as well. Falcon Motorsports number 4 car is 2nd in the championship at the moment, and the number 2 Get Speed Performance currently lying 7, so that will certainly improve its place to at least 6th, possibly 5th in the championship as a result of its result here at the Nürburgring this weekend.
8:04, so that's the 3rd placed TCR car now starting its final lap of the race, because it is positioned behind the race leader. One of the code 60s has been withdrawn, and that's the one at Flugplatz. So everything is back to racing speed at the end of the run out of Hatzenbach and over Kittelbacher Hohe. The code 60 was steadily working its way as far up as Schwedenkreuz, but all those cones and speed limits have been withdrawn. However, it is slow at Klostertal still, and the run up towards the Caracciola Carousel. Car number 2 about to head onto the Dottinger Höhe for the final time. However, the 23 car will have to go round again with Janine Hill at the wheel, of course, and Janine Hill is just ahead of another Audi R8, which is presumably the GT4 version. No, that's the SP9 AM car, beg your pardon, car number 50. And the 50 car is going to try and now jink by the Pro-Am runner, and should get that move done under the brakes as long as it can stop. However, we'll turn our attention to Fabian Schiller and the number 2 car, which is the race leader, and the lights are flashing just to warn that one of the V4 BMWs that it needs to stay out of the way. So I don't think it was ever going to come down to tens of seconds. and less than that because the dominance that Dominic Baumann and Fabian Schiller have had across the 4 hours, they get a worthy win. And although we're in the absence, of course, of the Black Falcon number 6 car, it is still a Mercedes-AMG that takes victory in VLN 7. The paintwork on that car looking rather sorry for itself, an indication of how bad the weather has been over the last 240 minutes. And now into Tiergarten comes Lance David Arnold. His charge to the finish has not gone unnoticed. And maybe had there been another 3 or 4 laps, it could have been very, very close indeed. But Lance David Arnold basically running out of time. He will, though, get a second place finish for HTP Motorsport and the MAN Filter squad with their number 48 Mercedes. Congratulations, therefore, to Lance David Arnold, who finishes that race, and the other drivers that were involved in that run, Tim Scheerbart and Eduardo Mortara.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was another 15 seconds that Lance David Arnold took off the leader on that last lap, but it was never going to be anything but a get speed win, really. Nothing, I mean, it was a perfect race, and you have to show this is what teamwork is all about, because Get Speed Performance just did everything right throughout the 4 hours of the race. You know, they got the car on the right tyres, they ran long, as you have to do at the beginning of the race. They got Fabian Schiller into the car. Fabian didn't put a foot wrong either, and no, it was a great performance from the Get Speed Performance team, and as you said, Johnny, a very worthy win for that entire crew, I would say.
Here comes David Pittard, still on the ragged edge as he goes through Antonius Bucher and into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. And the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW squad will get a podium for their trouble, but you just sense it could have been a whole lot more had they not encountered 1 or 2 issues, including a tricky tyre choice, but they just went in the wrong direction. 156 Aston Martin heads across the line. That is the drive, of course, for the 2 Brundles, Martin and Alex, namely to celebrate the 60th year for Martin Brundle. He celebrated his 60th birthday on the 1st of June this year, so congratulations to Martin, and also to them for having to deal with a bit of difficulty in the middle of the race. A puncture when they were leading at the time, and yes, it's second place in the end in the SP8T field when the win goes to the 152 Black Falcon Team Knuffy squad. So that was Yannick Mettler and Mustafa Mehmet Kaya, the Turk, who took victory in SP8T.
A good performance nonetheless. I mean, they were in the top 30 from the Brundle father and son. And no, I think that, you know, you just wonder sometimes there might be a little scene. I don't know how much longer Martin is going to keep his helmet. But you just wonder whether that's going to be the rejuvenation of him. And, you know, he clearly still has what it takes, even at the age of 60. And even though he described it as being scary, I'm sure, you know, like a lot of drivers, you get out of the car and you say, yeah, that was scary, but I want to do it again, please.
Well, that's not his first VLN of the year, but it is the first VLN with both Alex and Martin in the same car. And I'm sure they will have thoroughly enjoyed that, but it would have been nice, I suppose, for Alex to hand the car over in better condition to Dad without the punctured tyre, which cost them 3 or 4 minutes probably on that in-lap. We'll still need to have a chat to Alex at a later date to find out exactly how that puncture happened, whether it was through curb strikes or contact with another car or just natural wear and tear.
Possibly a bit of debris that you run over. I mean,
yeah.
It's all sorts of possibilities. But you are absolutely right. It is unusual for a front tyre to go. It's normally the rears.
SP10 battle, I think, has changed position. Now, is that the 162 Mercedes getting ahead of Johansson in 181? I reckon it is. And they only, of course, started this lap separated by 14 seconds. We're going to get a change of lead on the final lap in SP10 as long as the Mercedes can get by a BMW. They think about almost going 2 abreast because the Black Falcon Mercedes struggle to get by a backmarker. This might be a drag race to the line at this rate, and unfortunately I can't tell you at this stage, because what a time for my screen to freeze across the line. Going to be entirely reliant here on the audio order as they cut the beam, and still waiting.
The BMW got back
by
fast.
19 thousandths of a second. Well, that was my fear, because while Muller was caught behind the BMW, the backmarking BMW, and I think Johansson was just able to hit the right-hand pedal much earlier than the Mercedes. I apologise for that, but we've been troubled with a sticky screen all race, and it's completely frozen at this point as the two headed into Tiergarten. So I'm sure many of you listening to this and enjoying the live stream will have known exactly what went on there. I still don't know at this point, but I do know that the Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW that was overtaken on the final lap by the Team Identica Black Falcon Mercedes got back in front by 19 thousandths of a second. That's the sort of split time that will be looked again at by Vega, the timing company, to make sure it is correct from a visual standpoint, I think, because that all, I mean, it also goes down to where the transponder fits in the car, you know, where it's positioned in the car. But we'll wait and see, because that's a hair's breadth, isn't it?
And, I mean, illustration that you don't just need to have a battle at the front of the field to make a good race. And fantastic result then for the Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW, because I thought that was going to go to the Mercedes. So a Mercedes won SP8T, which is kind of the resort for GT4 class cars that are supposed to be quicker, although it was the genuine GT4 class cars that finished ahead on the road. So Johansson in the Avia Zorg Rennsport BMW finishing ahead of Müller in the Mercedes, and then the next one up was Yannick Mettler in the other Knuffli Mercedes, but as I say, that running as an SP10 class car, went through and took the checkered flag first, winning the Cup X. Next car up on the road, car number 930 in 20th place, was the Teichmann Racing Crossbow, car number 970. Car number 930, winning the Cup X class in the hands of Florian Bodin. And then the next class winner was in the TCR class, car number 806, the Cupra from the Matilda Racing team, which had led pretty much throughout, winning again by just under 20 seconds from the 819 car of Loris Pratis. And I think Johnny, because he's so good with his with the internet, can now describe that final lap pass.
Right, well, you've got a slow BMW going about its own business, Mercedes struggling to get through, and then the 181 BMW right on the tail of the Mercedes. I'm hoping there wasn't any contact as they came out of Tiergarten. BMW using the slipstream from the Mercedes, jinking out of line at the last possible moment and just getting slightly better momentum. BMW, I mean, couldn't be closer to the edge of the track, and they crossed the line still side by side. But that 162 Mercedes just didn't have the punch.
Didn't have the ponies at the end, did
out of the corner. Now, whether that's how they're balanced and performanced, and it actually gives the BMW the edge, you know, in the sort of medium speed corners when you're in second, third gear, and then pulling out of that chicane that ends the lap, and then perhaps the Mercedes comes into its own higher up the rev range. But I didn't expect that, purely because they were in the opposite order as they headed through the final sequence.
Yes, and interestingly, it was you got the feeling that from where the BMW was, it really had quite a bit of ground to make up, because it was a full length behind as they came up that little crest. There's a little crest just as you come out of the Tiergarten chicane, and then as you come over the crest, that was where the BMW just seemed to have a little bit more power coming out of the corner.
Mercedes missed the apex of the right-hander and then went possibly a bit too deep into the left, and I just think whether Johansson just eased back a bit and then hit the accelerator earlier than the 162 Mercedes. But again, that's something that really only the drivers could tell us. Tobias Muller, though, must be thinking, God, if only I just read that situation slightly better. He only needed 0.02 of a second more and would have taken the victory. But that's how close it can be after 24 laps for SP10 and 25 laps for the overall winners. That and the gap, the winning margin, 42 seconds. Now, compare that to VLN 6, which was only over a 2-minute winning margin. So it's considerably tighter. And I think another lap, and we would have been down into the sort of 30-second territory, perhaps.
Yes, and what I kind of find interesting is that we only got the 25 laps completed, because it wasn't really as if, that there were no... there were plenty of Code 60s, but we've certainly had VLN races with more Code 60s. But the pace early on, and I think the damp conditions that just went on for so long in the early part of the race just meant that we couldn't quite get as many laps completed as we would have done otherwise. And we weren't that far over the 4 hours when we actually took the checkered flag. Sometimes we've been 6 minutes over the 4 hours when we've actually got to the checkered flag. But generally, we get to 26, 27, and on occasion 28 laps. This time it was only 25, as Johnny was saying, for the race win, and a winning margin of 42 seconds. David Pittard, as you say, I mean, they really must be wondering what might have been, because that was a great race from the 3 drivers in the Valkenhorst car, with surprisingly Nicky Katzberg the least attention-grabbing of the 3 of them. I say that advisedly. Jody Fannin and David Pittard, the 2 British drivers, were certainly the stars of the show. And Nicky was, he got the car when it was in the wrong place on the wrong tyres. But he wasn't able to capitalise on it, and as I say, had his light rather overshadowed by the 2 Brits. And good to see 2 British drivers. VLN is not something which attracts a lot of British drivers, but David Pittard and Jody Fannin doing a great job at the wheel of the number 34 Valkenhorst car. And I think under the circumstances, they'll be happy with a 3rd place and a place on the podium, of course. Phoenix Racing, a good run in the Pro-Am class. The number 5 car coming home in 3rd place, with just Vincent Kolb and Steve Jans driving that car. But good performance from them, although Vincent Kolb did fade a little bit towards the end of the race. As far as the other 2 cars on the Pro-Am podium, Axel Jeffries with the Conrad Lamborghini. Good result for him, with Michele Di Martino driving the car for the other portion of the race. And 3rd in the Pro-Am class was the Pro-Am car from the Valkenhorst stable. Valkenhorst having come with 3 cars. They got 1 car in 3rd place in Pro, 1 car in 3rd place in Am, and then 1 car in 2nd place in the other Am class. We never mentioned the Schnitzer BMW, because that did actually come out of the pits again at some point.
Oh, right, okay.
So it did finish the race.
Good. But many laps down.
Many laps down, yes.
An early problem, you may remember, for the number 4 Porsche, and there was some contact for the Avia BMW in the Cup 5 division. The 614 Clio coming to grief on the intersection between the Grand Prix Strecke and Hatzenbach, and a question of just hanging on for dear life at times for a number of cars that were either on the wrong tyres or were on tyres for 5 laps in the future, should we say. 7:05 with a couple of half spins at the first corner. And for those about to take over, a moment of contemplation, maybe trying to work through a plan of how they're going to attack the next portion of the race. Sideways moment for the Aston Martin, which did have at the time Alex Brundle at the wheel. The 801 Audi hit problems with some sort of broken arm towards the rear, which meant it came into the pits crabbing. There was also a puncture for one of the Care for Climate Porsches, and nearly an off-track moment for last year's champions in their V4 BMW. Door-to-door contact between the number 20 Lamborghini, which meant it was able to be picked off by Axel Jeffries in the other Huracan. This was a moment to forget, sadly, for one of the Matilda Racing Cupra drivers. 2 squirrely moments on the same lap, which effectively lost it, the TCR lead. But all hugs and smiles down at Get Speed Performance. They had a spectacular qualifying earlier on in the day, which put their 2 cars on the front row. And this the moment for the SP10 race win, with the 181 BMW nipping to the line by the smallest of margins. 19 thousandths of a second separated the Avia 181 BMW from the Mercedes of Black Falcon Team Identica, number 162. Congratulations to Johansson and to Eichenberg, who take victory in SP10. And we're going to get as many different class winners on the podium as we can, as usual. First of all, unsurprisingly, it will be the overall top 3. But I'm just hearing we are waiting for a final result. So that is taking its time to come through. Whether there are 1 or 2 things that need to be ironed out before that is released, not entirely sure. There were things that needed to be looked back on by the officials, including the race start in 1 or 2 of the groups, and then some contact at various points as well. But the winner's ceremony is moments away. So it might just be that the result needs to be printed off into some hard copies rather than be relied upon on an electronic device. There is opportunity, though, for us to look back on the official result. It was a winning margin by 42.5 seconds for the Fabian Schiller and Dominic Baumann, number 2 Mercedes AMG GT3 of Get Speed Performance. Congratulations to that squad once again from another Mercedes AMG GT3, but this time the entry from Team Manfilter, an HTP entered car. So a 1-2 for the twin pointed, the 3-pointed star, I should say. 3rd position for the BMW M6 GT3 of Nicky Katzberg, David Pittard and Jody Fannin in car number 34. And in 4th position, another BMW M6 of Peter Dumbreck and Steph Dusseldorp. Cup 5 winners are going to head to the podium for their chance in the limelight, therefore, after a spectacular race in a well-subscribed Cup 5 for BMW M240i Racing Cup cars. 5th position, the Audi R8 LMS of Vincent Kolb and Steve Jans. 6th place, the best of the Porsches, disappointingly for any fan of Porsche, just 6th position for Jörg Bergmeister and Martin Ragginger. That was the car that spun on the opening lap. Axel Jeffries and Michele Di Martino get a Lamborghini into the top 7, ahead of another BMW M6, another Valkenhorst Motorsport entered car, in fact, of Rudy Adams, Hunter Abbott and Jordan Tresson. The best-placed SP7 car finished 9th. That's a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car by definition of that class. Simonson, Rocco Di Torrepadula and Kolb. And in 10th position, number 23, the Mercedes AMG GT3 of John Schaffner, Janine Hill and Fabian Schiller. By the way, the win in Pro-Am going the way of the Audi, car number 5, that finished 5th overall. But Audi number 5 finishing as the first-placed Pro-Am car ahead of the 7 Lambo and the number 35 BMW. Still, the presentation for, or the preparations ahead of the podium continue. So let's go on to page 2 of timing, because these are all cars that finished at least a lap down now. But first, as of the Cup 3s across the line, was the 979 Porsche 718 Cayman of Nico Menzel, Torsten Young and Moritz Krantz. Second in SP7 and 12th overall was the 66 Porsche of Kappeler, Huppi and Gerling. 13th, another SP7 car, Peter Ludwig and Rosenberg in their number 57 Porsche. And second in Cup 3, 14th overall, another Porsche Cayman, the 718 Cayman of Kai Riemer, who finished the stint to bring the car to the line ahead of Giacomo and Karch, or on the same car, I should say. Giacomo and Karch and Riemer sharing that drive. 15th, the best-placed SP7 car was the Ferrari 488 of Kohlhaas and Koller. We mentioned that a few times. Winner in Cup 2, 16th position for Hopper, Krantz and Mies. The SP10 fight went all the way to the line, 19 thousandths of a second in it in the end, but it's BMW who beat Mercedes to the finish. The KTM class, which is Cup X, was a winner for Griesemann and Bodin in their KTM Crossroads. So Georg Griesemann and Florian Bodin. And SP9 AM, the win going the way of the number 50 Audi R8 that was jostling for position quite late on, actually, in that race with a handful of laps to spare. But well done to Michael Heinrich and Arno Klassen, who take victory. And their car finishes 24th overall. The TCR win goes to Vassel, Yerli and Schmidt in their number 806 Matilda Racing Cupra, ahead of the Volkswagen Golf of Max Cruiser Racing. 31st is another Cup 3 Cayman. And the class win in the alternatively fuelled division, that was a Care for Climate Porsche Cayman GT4 of Kiefer, Pat Zelt and Schellhaas. V5 goes the way of Fischer, Sills and Sandberg, so they have scored well in their class, but as Paul made the point, V5 not as well subscribed as Cup 5, so that should mean that the championship lead is extended in the favour of the two driving the 650 machine, which I'm pretty sure came home as the best of the Cup 5 cars. Yes, it did. Griesner and David Griesner and Yannick Fubrich, therefore set to extend their championship lead with just 2 races to go. Brinker, 804, Cupra getting home on the podium in the TCR division. And the SP6 win goes to 215, which is a Porsche from Setup Wizard. I remember mentioning that as well through the race. Matthias Hüttenrauch, Michael Krijbora and Patrick Houseman of the Netherlands. Other class winners on that page. H4, the 595 Porsche of Der Bommel, Karl Flantz and Ersing Yususan, another Turkish driver for Rent 2 Drive Familia Racing. They drive a 911 GT3 Cup car.
Only car in the class.
OK, but you've still got to get to the finish to take the victory. 308, an SP2T entry, which is the Peugeot 308 Racing Cup TCR car of Jürgen and Joachim Nett and Bradley Philpott for Bonk Motorsport. And that, I think, is as many results as we are going to do, because the podium's going to be completed. Well, Cup 5 we'll have. Also, the AM winners from Team Equipe Vitesse. Rent 2 Drive Familia Racing winners in Group H that I think I've just mentioned. And the winners in the production cars. So that will be the Pixum Adrenaline Motorsport. I think that's Class V4, actually. Pixum Adrenaline Motorsport taking victory there. And we should also have a chance to congratulate Matilda Racing for their victory in the TCR class. Large collection of fans and, I'm sure, team personnel right beneath the podium. Doesn't look warm there, though, does it? Certainly not. And actually, the sunshine we had earlier on is now a distant memory. Although, you can hear great reception for the duo, though, that take overall victory. So Fabian Schiller on the right of your shot, Dominic Baumann on the left, and the victory garlands are now being offered to Dom Baumann and to Fabian Schiller. These very historic gold bands, gold rings that are put around the neck of Schiller and Baumann. Tim Scheerbart is the next to be announced then to the podium, along with his co-drivers in the second-placed machine. So Lance David Arnold, Tim Scheerbart as mentioned, and Eduardo Mortara. And good to see handshakes all around between fellow Mercedes pilots. They take the second step of the podium, and it'll be third place for BMW, for David Pittard, for Nicky Katzberg and Jody Fannin. And that is their round of applause, each wearing Volkenhorst Motorsport overalls, and all matching actually, which can't be said for the other drivers on the podium. It's a variation on the theme for the two winners. And the Pro-Am victory going the way of Phoenix Racing, as we've described. So the drivers of said Audi, Vincent Kolb and Steve Yance, now come to the podium, and they will take their rightful position. I'm going to say to the, well, I was about to say to the left-hand side of the podium. We'll wait to see where they stand. They're going to go to the far end by the looks of things. Yes, to the little step on the far end. Now the gold bands being brought to both Vincent and Steve then as winners in the Pro-Am category. And the step then to the left will be, I think, the place where the Am winners will go, also driving an Audi R8 LMS. And that is Michael Heinrich and Arno Klassen, victors in SP9 Am. Yeah, the four rings would confirm that on the back of the race suits.
And who would have bet on no Porsche representation on the podium at the beginning of this race?
In Yususan, as I mentioned at the time. And also expecting on the podium at some stage the winners of the production cars class, which is Pixum Adrenaline Motorsport. Again, production cars class is somewhat of a blanket term, so apologies. And the winners for TCR. But just going back to V4, was that a victory for Pixum Team Adrenaline? Yeah, it was, for the winners of last year's title, in fact. Philip Lyson, Christopher Rink and Danny Brink. So congratulations to those three who will feature on the podium. And the winners in TCR, who looked like it was going to be Matilda and number 804 for a long, long time, but it ended up being the sister car at Matilda Racing. So the drivers who were at the wheel of 806 now to the podium, that being Matthias Vassel, Frederick Yerli and Roland Schmidt, who take victory in TCR. And that was a rather close run thing to the flag. But the Cupra look a lot like a Seat, but of course Cupra now an official manufacturer entry as well. The sport arm of Seat, effectively, they take victory in a hard-fought TCR division. Many, many bottles of champagne are up on the podium as well, ready to be sprayed. And tricky to find enough space up there in a more and more gloomy-looking podium, it has to be said. Not because of expressions on people's faces, but just the weather's closing in once again. We did very well to have so much sunshine towards the end and a virtually dry track in most places. So the final few handshakes taking place. And also Yannick Fubrich and David Griesner will be given a home on the podium. Now, is this an early tip, perhaps, to where the championship is going in VLN 2019? Their points gap extended with another victory for Pixum Team Adrenaline and the 650 car, very much in non-Pixum Team Adrenaline livery in their gold, white and black paint scheme. But they just have this very useful habit of taking victory in Cup 5. And it's all about the getaway, it seemed. I mean, that was just a frightening first run down to the first corner. From the second row, they more or less jumped everybody, but legally, after that was reviewed.
Well, yes. I mean, the rule is that you can't overtake before you get to the white line. There's nothing to stop you moving out of the 2x2 grid formation. So that was what they did. And, of course, Yannick Fubrich, we reckon, based on the fact that he has a 0 score to drop, whereas David Griesner doesn't, may well be in a stronger position come the final totting up. But 2 rounds still to go of the 2019 VLN series, with races still to come in the 12th of October for the Barbarossa Prize, and then the final round on the 26th of October. So the 2 final rounds within 2 weeks of each other, with the final round on the 26th of October, the DMV Münsterland Pokal.
Yeah, the Ham one.
Oh yes, I think it might be. That's the Munster Trophy, and yeah, I think that's the one that you're right does get a leg of ham, isn't it?
Yeah.
That gets handed out
as the prize, I believe. So it's Red Wig's order of the day next time out. I'll remember that because I think I'm down for that one. Thank you, Paul Trustwell, for your company all afternoon and keeping on top of things that I wasn't able to do. It needs at least 2 people across various different screens. And apologies for the slight lack of commentary as we call 1 or 2 cars across the line as well. We're battling 1 or 2 issues which are now ironed out, I'm delighted to say. And I think it's best that we sign off now as the weather closes in at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with a further 8 hours of racing to go. My thanks to Rob Lomas, who kept us on air throughout as well, and to David and Michael in Germany, making sure that everything worked at their end to ensure that we were able to bring you in some cases just audio, but we hope that you enjoyed a bit of video along the way as well. And we'll have exactly the same service, as Paul says, for the next race, VLN 8, which is the second weekend of October, Saturday the 12th of October, right here on RS3. Don't forget, Midweek Motorsport will be here as well on the Radio Show Limited network Wednesday night. That's an 8 o'clock UK start time through till 10 p.m. And we will speak to you very soon. Once again, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. From Paul Trustwell and Johnny Palmer, it's bye-bye for now.